What's up, everybody? Welcome to another Sports Betting Truth Live Betting Saturday. And if you've tuned in any of the last three Saturdays or all three, you would see me have three bad Saturdays. So I'm hoping to finally have a good Saturday for a change. Although the trend has been the last 3 weeks that I had a really good Friday, which was canceled out, and then some by the Saturday. But this is the yesterday. I have an update. This is yesterday. So it wasn't the best finish. At one point, this was like 12-1 at one point yesterday, but a lot of teams fell apart in the second half, like Denver, Nebraska, Omaha, Radford. So the spreads flipped. But live betting in second half betting yesterday was decent, 19-14, so can't complain there. So overall, it was a winning night. Just the pregame bets didn't come through like the second half and lives did. So I am going to update the scoreboard for today. I haven't looked at it yet, so I do have some bets out for the games that started about half an hour ago. So let's see how I'm doing so far. I haven't made any live or second halves yet, though. Okay, so I think it's just one, which is Indiana. I think there should be more than that. Okay, Indiana's that one. Then I have Wake Forest plus 13.5. And then I have a money line over here on Citadel, a long shot at 425, so I'm not too surprised there. So overall, the start is what it is. Maybe Indiana can get it into gear. So it looks like some of these games will be hitting halftime in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We got some more games down here. So it looks like there's only 7 games underway right now, which is fine. A lot of games today. I think I ran 104 simulations this morning when I was doing all that. So for those of you who have not checked my blog or anything like that on my website, sportsbettingtruth.com, you would have seen me make a couple posts on Thursday because I found that how I was calculating home advantage was wrong. That seems to be the key wrench in the cogs today or this year for my model. Every time something goes wrong, it always circles back to how I calculate home advantage, and this was no different. It was skewing the opponent adjustments and was really throwing off the final adjusted stats, which you're not going to really notice those things unless you're looking for it. And so when I was investigating the ATM model because it was throwing off some crazy predictions, and I was just making sure everything was on the up and up. And the problem is that I found out that the opponent adjusted stats were off to the point where the ATM K values were way too low, and that's why I was coming up with crazy predictions, because the ATM is kind of like a cluster analysis model, and so if it couldn't find any clusters because the stats that were being input were wrong. So once I fixed that, it took all day. It didn't take all day to fix it. It didn't take very long to fix it, but it took all day. What I had to do is I basically rewound my model to January 28th and ran it day by day to build up a database again of bets for a training data set. And so I did that and took all day to, I basically did like 11 days worth of model runs. So pretty much my daily routine 11 times just so I get that database back up. And so I was able to do that for Thursday and yesterday. And, so far mixed results. But what I'm hoping at the very least is that at least it raises the floor. I don't know if it's ever going to raise the ceiling making a bug fix like that, but the floor. By floor, I mean, hopefully the days of going 3-23 and stuff like that on a Saturday against the spread are over with, hopefully. So that was the big change. So I was also able to salvage some of my live betting database as well, I was able to use that last night, which was better for totals last night, as you can see. All right. So let's see. What are the live games being offered right now on my apps? Well, let's find out. I'm going to guess most of these, except probably not the Citadel game, but I would guess at least it's Indiana, Ohio State is probably one. Wake and Florida State is probably one. I would imagine Loyola and Drake is probably one. I don't know about K-State. That one probably isn't. No. Okay, so I'm guessing there's 5. Let me see if I'm right. I am right. Yep, the 5 that I said. Okay, so we got, Yeah, no. Calculating home advantage this year can be tough, Brian. I actually adjust for it because, for example, my Blender model and the ATM model, they both use a historical database of games going back to 2016, right? Home advantage in those in 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20 was obviously going to be different than home advantage this year. So you can do one of two things. You can neutralize the scores in that database to factor out home advantage and then apply the adjustments on the back end. Or you do what I do is you leave it in there, but you just account for what the home advantage was in those years and take it out after the prediction is run. That's what I do. Because what I found this year is that home advantage is about 60% of what it was the past 4 years. And so, so you have to account for that. And so if you don't account for that, then you're going to... I encountered the same problem back in when I was launching this model this season, is it was way too biased towards home teams, and that's because I wasn't factoring in the change in home advantage relative to the last 4 years. And so... yeah, I had the same problem, and once I accounted for that, it got a lot better. I know it sucks. It sucks. Heck, gonna have to do the same with baseball during baseball season, Although home advantage in baseball isn't really that pronounced. I mean, it exists, don't get me wrong. It definitely exists, but it's very subtle. But I'm kind of afraid to mix in 2020 baseball stats with the prior seasons. I really am. All right, so the live bets being offered right now, we got Indiana plus 8.5, Loyola minus 3.5, Wake Forest plus 11.5, UConn minus 1.5, Kansas State plus 17.5. Totals: Indiana, Ohio State 136.5, Loyola and Drake 140.5. Wake and Florida State 153.5, UConn Xavier 141.5, and Kansas State Oklahoma State 127.5. So those are the current live bets being offered. Only 7 games going on right now, which is usually not. Usually there's a lot more than that going on at 9 o'clock, but it looks like things are being saved for later. So I'm going to go ahead and change these because that is yesterday. And clear this right here. These are the live bets I made yesterday. I had a strong finish. Things didn't start off too bad. I was minus 6 units early, but I had a really strong finish. I got help. Yeah, that was my first over win of the season thanks to overtime with Illinois and Nebraska. So I did get help there. Were there any other lucky wins that I had in here? Not that I see. Radford was disappointing. They were up by 5 at halftime and were tied with a minute to go and just melted down in the last minute. Trying to see if there's anything else that was kind of a backbreaker. Not that I see. Robert Morris 1 and 2 overtimes. That was good. Denver was disappointing. They ended up pushing. I had a game pregame bet on them at +6, which pushed. So yeah, and they were up 14-0 with 8 minutes to go in the first half. So it took Western Illinois 12 minutes to score a point, and then Western Illinois still covered. I do 5 rounds of adjustments. So, it's a good number. If you adjust too much, then the stats get too adjusted. That is possible. You can over adjust, but you don't want to under adjust either. So I do 5. By over adjust, I mean that the gap between the good teams and the bad teams gets wider and wider and wider and wider. This Loyola Drake, I don't know why I have it on because I don't have a bet on it, but it's a good matchup. I think the teams need to split this series if both want to get in the NCAA tournament. Yeah, they need to split. Neither team can afford to get swept in this series. Then we get Indiana, Ohio State. I'm going to turn that game on just because I have a bet on that game. I had to be picky this morning. Like I said, my machine learning pick methods are, good, especially live betting, which is why I actually reserved more bankroll for live and second half betting today than I did for pregame. I placed just fractions of units on the pregame bets just because the stats don't lie. My back testing and Monte Carlo stuff and everything else is showing that second halves are better right now. And I think there's a reason for that. It's because second halves, I wake up, have to place bets on pregame bets in the morning, right? So those lines have been out for hours and have probably been sharpened. But second half bets, as soon as they pop up, I plug the numbers in and bet it. So I get to get bets on them before the market can adjust and, catch mismatches. So that's why I'm saving more money for second half bets today. So I don't have a lot riding on the pregame bets compared to what I have set aside for second halves. That's my theory. Yeah, no, Brian, you're right. That's how it should work. Brian. So yeah, you could if you can adjust if you can adjust an infinite amount of times and the numbers stabilize after a certain number of adjustments, you're doing it right. Yeah, I bet the same amount of units on my money line long shots. Because nothing is worse than putting just a fraction of a unit on a money line long shot and it winning. You're going to get the same ROI either way. So I just figured, because what was it? It was I always loop back to the Kansas State football money line that I won back in September when they beat Oklahoma. And I had a plus 1,400, but I only bet a quarter of a unit on it. I was like, dang. So that was very disappointing. But yeah, I had to be kind of picky for pregame bets this morning, and I did that on purpose just so I could have more money for second halves. Here's the Monte Carlo for under bets, live unders right here, 71%. And that's what the trained test data approach. 71% by setting aside, 20% of the data for testing purposes and not in factoring it into the training data set. So with numbers like that, and my numbers for pre-games are in the 54 to 59% range. So that's why it's a no-brainer. By the way, this is a cluster analysis of defenses. Defensive effective field goal percentage plotted on the Y and defensive efficiency plotted on the X. Yeah. Here's your elite defensive teams up here. I only have it by 16 clusters. You should probably do more in college basketball, but I have 16. Here's your elite defensive teams up here. Alabama, Tennessee, Memphis, Loyola. I was doing that for a video that I have planned. Although it's not going to... I probably won't make it as complex as I was planning on making it. All right, we got some second halves coming up. I know this Indiana game's about to end, or the first half's about to end. And Indiana is going to be down by 10 going into the half. Is that the first game that's reached halftime? No, Citadel as well. Ooh, Citadel making a little bit of run. They were down by 10 earlier. They're pulling within 2. Like to see that. All right, so yeah, we're going to have 7 half times coming up here. If my app wants to stop being annoying like it usually does. Okay, Citadel 5.5, and total is 80. That's going to be our first one of the day, and this is the process right here. Live odds 1. Okay, so over. It's saying over. And like I said, got money set aside for second halves today. And our first live bet has been made. I need to clear this. By the way, this is live. This right here is live stream results only. Just so you guys know how I've done on the live stream. So that way I'm not like a tout and be like, oh, off stream I'm hitting 90%. Yeah. Okay. Exciting times. All right. Definitely going to have more second halves popping up here in a sec. Okay, yeah, 3 more just came up. We got... Neither of these 2 popped up, so they're going to be all down here. We got Loyola and Drake. Let me refresh this. Okay, it now says halftime. Loyola -3 and 72 is the total. Yeah, that game was definitely played at Loyola's pace for sure in the first half. We got 3 for Kansas State, 71.5. Whoops. Dang it. And then we got IUPUI and Illinois Chicago. We got Illinois Chicago -2 and 78.5. All right, let me make sure that went in right. I don't want to feed bad information. All right, yeah, it looks good to me. All right. Ooh, wow, that's a lot. Okay. I guess when your live betting model's doing so well, you're going to have a lot of plays. But that's, yeah. So Loyola, which moved to -4. I'm going to have to redo that. We've got some lines moving around here. Yeah, I didn't get it in right away. That's the thing. You got to be ready, and I wasn't ready. Let me make sure these numbers match before I place a bet. Otherwise, I'll rerun. Okay, Illinois Chicago is the same. So I'm going to go over there. And then is the under, and then Illinois Chicago -2. Is that the same? Yes, so I'll stick with that. Kansas State, Oklahoma under 125.5. Line change there too. Yeah, I'm going to re-enter all those in. They're moving too fast for me. I don't want to place any bad bets. So let me get these Illinois Chicago bets in, and we'll rerun the others. Gosh, they're just adding. Yeah. You got to be ready. You want to jump on. That's what I was able to do last night. I was able to jump on these lines with like 15 seconds of them coming up. So I wasn't able to do that now. Because that way you can get the best value before the markets move. Okay, Wake and Florida State's up. I'm going to do that for the UConn game as well, just so I can get on them as soon as I can. Whoops, dang it. I forgot to indicate that the games are at halftime. I didn't update the board. Man, I'm fumbling around right now. All right. From the top. 4.5 and 75.5. And then UConn Xavier 4 and 73. All right, let's see if either of those two return anything. Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. Okay, so UConn under, Xavier, and then Wake Forest and over. Awesome. Losing my mind right now. All right, those are in, and then let me rerun the others that I could not get in because the lines are moving too fast. Okay, it was Kansas State, Oklahoma State. Wait, let me get Indiana, Ohio State first. 273. Then Kansas State, Oklahoma State. 3.5. 72.5. And then Loyola and Drake, which moved to -4 and 71. Okay, let me do that again from the top. Okay, now those line moves changed a lot. Now it's just, remember there was 5 plays out of those, and now there's just 1. So those line moves kind of cock blocked me there, so to speak. All right, so I got those in. So those are going to be our second halves for now. Okay, let me enter these all in. Hopefully we get off to a good start live betting today. I did not last night. Okay, those are the second halves. I want to delete the duplicates in here just because you don't want your log data sets to have multiples. I think that should be it though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. All right. So it's Drake and Loyola under 71 for second half. So it's 136. Wake and Florida State, 147.5. Wake, I think 14.5. Yep. Xavier, +2. In under 143. And then Illinois, Chicago, +3 over 159.5. Okay, that's going to be our first group of second halves and lives. Speaking of lives, they're adding Auburn, Kentucky at the top of the hour, so in a minute that game will get underway. The thing is, my data set that I use for my method to pick these games is mainly based off second half lines. It's not so much based on actual live betting. Like by live betting, I mean, early on or late, So I wonder how reliable it would be to use if 10 minutes into the first half, for example. How often do I live bet off stream? I did it last night just to test out my rehabilitated data set with the model fix that I made. But usually probably 2 or 3 nights a week, not every night, because you gotta, like I said, you gotta be on top of it. Like I said, you want to, as soon as that second half line comes up, you want to be on it, right? That way you can get on it before the market reacts to it. So Wake kind of collapsed there at the end of the first half. They were up most of the first half, and then looks like they just fell apart. So that's not good for my 13.5. Okay, this game has started. I wonder if that game's on TV. I'm interested. Oh, wow. So they still have Michigan as a 1 seed, even though they haven't played in the last. I was interested, I was interested to see how the committee top 16 would look today, because I wanted to see how they would react to a team like Michigan, who has not played, So it looks like teams aren't going to be punished for not playing a lot of games. All right, so I'm trying to see if this Chattanooga game's on TV just in case it gets close. It's not. Wow. Oh, it's on ESPN Plus. Yeah, I have ESPN Plus. So if it's 38-37 right now. If that game remains close, I'm going to turn it on and watch it, because that's a 425 money line I have on that. All right, what games are starting at the top of the hour? We got Auburn, Kentucky, Elon, and Charleston. Those are 2 games I have pre-games on. And then we got Oklahoma, West Virginia, Canisius and Quinnipiac, Vanderbilt, Mississippi State, Samford, VMI, and Northeastern and Towson. The only one I've seen add to the live betting roster is Auburn, Kentucky, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Oklahoma and Virginia added as well. So a pair of road dogs I took for the 9 a.m. games are both have 10-point halftime deficits, which, like I said, it's kind of disappointing how Wake Forest ended that second half. I want to see how it, because I remember they were up most of the first half. I was like, that bet looks pretty good, and now it's not looking so good. So maybe they blew their load. All right, I want to do. No, I'm not going to do it. My computer will freeze if I do it. But I just seeing all these games that are postponed or canceled should tick anybody off. I'm serious. It makes me upset because it's like there's no reason to be canceling these games or postponing them at all. All right. So looking at the box score here, looks like Florida State is out rebounding them by a 2-1 margin. Turnovers are even. Also, Florida State has more free throws. 3-pointers are even. So looking at the flow, yeah, Wake Forest is up most of it, and then it looks like they just kind of fell apart right here at about the 5-minute mark. Ooh, Citadel just took the lead. They're up by 2 now. Just gonna keep tabs on that. So, just looking at the pregame scores, only the ATM had Wake Forest covering that 13.5, but I'm on them because, like I said, it's not all about that. Let me just make sure the ATM's one of my predictors, though. It's not. Indy, Blender, and Simple are. Those are my predictors. So let's see what those values are. Indy, Blender, Simple. The Simple has it right at 13.5. The Blender has it at 13.7 and Indy has it at 18.4. Okay, Citadel's up by 3. I wonder if that's enough to flip it on my board. It did flip it. So now it shows up as a win over here. I have Auburn plus 3, by the way. And then Elon should be starting any minute now, which I have Elon plus 7.5. So like Auburn is at 5-0 and the live line is plus 0.5. I'm surprised they're not going to make Oklahoma, West Virginia a live betting game. Maybe they do on the BetMGM app. Let me switch over to that and see if it's there. Okay. Live. I'm just seeing if Oklahoma, West Virginia is offered on here. Nope. Vanderbilt, Mississippi State is, though, for whatever reason. I mean, we got a top 15 matchup, and they don't have it as a live betting option. Yeah, 2 garbage teams, Vanderbilt, Mississippi State, are there. Which Vanderbilt's up 12-9. Okay, there we go. Indiana's now plus 12.5. Wake Forest 14.5. Loyola's up. Remember, I was going to place a bet on them. UConn is still up. That hasn't started in the second half yet. K-State, Oklahoma State. I didn't place a bet on any of those, so I might have to check how that's going live. See if I can get an angle. I'm surprised because right now the spread's 19.5 or 19.5, and mine's saying 25. So I'm going to enter that one in. See if anything comes up. 131.5, and then come over here. Let's do this. Nope. Nothing there. It's not going to snow here, but my family that lives in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, they're going to get hit tonight with snow apparently, and like a decent amount. I lived in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for 24 years or so, and the biggest snowstorm we ever got was in 2010 when I was a junior at TCU, and it snowed like over a foot. It was crazy. Like school was canceled for like 4 days. It sucked. Like it's fun. The snow days are fun the first day, but then like you're just stuck in your dorm or apartment or whatever all day, and it just sucks. Yeah, I took under second half for UConn Xavier, under Krabby Clink. All right, they have Loyola is now up by 6. That's kind of interesting because remember my model was on them for the second half line until the line changed, so we kind of missed the boat there. So I'm kind of wondering if I put it in, what will happen? 6.5. We already have an under though, right? Yeah, we do. Okay, so nope, no spread bet. Indiana was making a run, but then Ohio State ended it with a 3-pointer. Okay. UConn Xavier second half has started. Okay, Kansas State is now 15.5, which they keep taking it off the board because I'm guessing Kansas State keeps making a run here. Vanderbilt is up 17-13. Man, they've really come out guns a-blazing in the second half for UConn Xavier so far. They've already scored 12 points. $12 points in the first minute and a half of that game, which sucks for my second half under. I don't know. I'm going to wait on that one. Yeah. I don't want to pull the trigger that quickly on a -4.5, although. Yeah, I'm going to wait a little. It is 3 points off what they were offering earlier. I'm going to wait. Yeah, I'm going to wait. How's our friends Citadel doing? They're up by 3 still. The thing about Citadel, though, is like a 3-point lead in a Citadel game is like a 1-point lead in any, just because they play so fast. Look, see this possession total 74.2 right here. That might be the highest on here. I think only a Houston Baptist game would be higher. Okay, Gonzaga's higher. Is there anything else higher? Here's a 75. Stanford and VMI. Yeah, VMI plays the same style as Citadel does. Eastern Washington plays pretty dang fast. I've watched them before. Arkansas, Missouri. Here's the 77. Central Arkansas does play pretty dang fast. I'm surprised the Houston Baptist game wasn't one of the higher ones because they seems like they always have really high paces. And I have a bet on them too. I'm pretty sure I bet on Houston Baptist money line. Here they are. 74.2. Yeah, that's pretty high. $25 and 55 games. Yeah, that sounds about similar to me, to be honest with you. Like I said, I set aside more money for live second halves. 25 times 55. Yeah, that's a decent amount of money. But, you know, like I said, if you 95% of the time it's going to fall on a bell curve, and you're not going to lose too much or win too much. All right, Chattanooga tied it back up. Elon, all right, fast start with Elon. Like that, like it. All right, what's the closest? I want to be on top of these second half lines when they come out. So I'm guessing around like 10:45-ish or so. So about 30 minutes. Butler and Georgetown just got added to the live bet roster. That starts in 15 minutes. All right, now Mississippi State's minus 3.5. I'm going to re-enter that one and see what it says now. Because remember, I balked at the 4, but the 3 is a little bit different. Okay, no, I entered the wrong one. It's not plus 3.5. There we go. Okay, now it's telling me to lay off. Okay, so I need to delete that. Loyola's up by 9 now. Man, that line move, man. That line move screwed us. Got to be on top of it. It's just that like 7 of them popped up at once, and I just was caught off guard. Yeah, the blender on the money line last night was something like 27 and 9 or something like that. Let me see. 26 and 9, yeah. It was very good last night, and it's 8 and 1 today to start off, so. Although you got to remember, that does count like the obvious wins on there. So record on money lines is meaningless. It's units. That's why, Okay, Indiana's back within 7. Wake Forest is down 11. Loyal's up by 11 now. I'm going to enter that back one in. See if there's anything on Drake. Like I said, Drake cannot afford to be swept by Loyola. I've said this all along. Everyone's talking about Drake all season because they're undefeated, but I was like, no, Loyola's the best team in the Missouri Valley. And it's not really that close, but they can't afford to be swept. Okay, I'm going to enter this one in again. Live ATS minus 11.5. It's now saying to go with Loyola as if they're a runaway train. I'm going to do it. I know it sounds kind of foolish, but I'm going to do it. That's my problem with the BetMGM app is that it's hard to get bets down. Yeah, Loyola hit a 3 and went up 14 when I was trying to place the bet. So that once again we missed the boat on Loyola. Could have got them at even money. Could have got them live basically at even. I'm still going to keep an eye on it, though. Man, Kansas State's pulled within 4. Trying to get these numbers to match. How's our friend Citadel doing? Ah, I told you, like I said, Citadel, like, that's the thing with Citadel is they play so dang fast that things can spiral out of control in a hurry. All right. Trying to get these numbers to match. Okay, Oklahoma State's back up by 9. Okay, they match. No, that one doesn't match. This one does, though. Nope, nothing in that game. Nope, laying off Loyal at 11.5 now. Indiana's falling apart, too. I didn't like that Indiana bet when I saw it this morning because I don't think they're that good. And I thought 7 was too small of a number, but you know what? It is what it is. That's why you don't, you trust your gut too much, you're going to lose more than you win easily. So I just went with the numbers. Elon's fast start is over. Let's take a look at these. Is Citadel going to go over? How's that looking? It's going to be very close. Is this one going to go under? Probably not, based on how it's gone. It looks like the pace is picked up, but it's going to be very close. Is this one going to go over Wake and Florida State? It's going to be very close. But it's heading that way, it looks like. That the jury's still out on the 14.5. Xavier's, they haven't been able to make much headway. It seems like they've been down by 6 since the first half, and it's just stayed that way. Still down by 6. Is the under? How's the under looking, though? It's going to be close, but it's heading that way. Illinois, Chicago, how are they doing? They need to pick it up. And then we had the over 159. It's probably not going to happen at this pace. So it looks like we're probably going to split these. How many have? 8? 4 and 4 is looking pretty likely. Maybe 5 and 3. Ooh, Wake. All right, I like to see that Wake. All right, down 7. Better than a double-digit deficit. I mean, Citadel's not out of it yet, but it was better when they were ahead. Let's put it that way. Elon, you guys are falling apart. What happened? You guys got off to a fast start. All All right, Kansas State is back down by 10. Okay, Xavier's only down by 5 now. All right, yeah. But not 6 anymore. Okay, I'm going to keep pounding this game right here until I get a result. Still nothing. What about the total? 136.5. I'm going to keep pounding it. All right, let's see. Is it going to give me anything? Nope. Man, that game is elusive, which is fine. You don't want to force. Ooh, Xavier's only down by 4 now, and Loyola's up by 16. Like I said, we missed the boat on Loyola, guys. Could have got them at even at halftime, and we balked at a 1-point live move. But that's because my model said no, and like I said, you got to trust your model. Now you can get Loyal at 15.5. I'm going to enter it in just out of morbid curiosity. Nope. Yeah. Ooh, Xavier's down by 3. All right. Watch UConn hit a 3 on the other end to, get back up by 6 where they belong. All right, about 20 more minutes until some more avalanche of second halves. You can get Wake live now at 9.5, which I'm not going to do because I'm writing my 14.5 number, which is better. Check on that Vanderbilt game. Vanderbilt's only being offered live on the MGM app, and it's 25-24, so my scoreboard doesn't match. Vanderbilt plus 4.5. So the line hasn't changed. We passed on 3.5 for Mississippi State earlier. No, we passed on 4.5, and that's what the number still is. Okay, now it matches. Okay, I'm going to enter that in again. Oh, and as soon as I enter that in, Vanderbilt goes up by 4, so that's worthless. Once that number goes to 28, I will. There we go. 3.5. Let's see if it wants the 3.5. I'm telling you, Vanderbilt's not good. They're not. All right. There it is. All right. Do we take this 3.5? I'll tell you what. I haven't had a lot of success live betting Mississippi State this year. The line changed anyway, so nope. I went to 4.5 again. Ooh, Wake's only down by 4 now. All right. Ooh, Xavier has tied the game. I like that, Xavier. Thank you. You can get Loyal at 17.5 now. I'm telling you guys, Drake will not get in the NCAA tournament if they don't beat Loyola, whether it be this weekend or the Missouri Valley Conference tournament. They have to beat Loyola if they want to get in the NCAA tournament. So they're going to have to win tomorrow. Out of morbid curiosity, I'm going to enter in 17.5. Nope. Kansas State, Oklahoma State. Still a 10-point gap. Let's see if Citadel is down by 8, so I don't think Citadel is gonna pull it off, unfortunately. they just they play such an unconventional style that when things go wrong, things go wrong. Now they're down by 10. Okay, Mississippi State minus 2.5 now. I'm going to enter that in. I'm curious. I really am. We've been patient with that one. We passed up a 4.5 and 3.5. But it says no on the 2.5. All right, interesting. All right, so Indiana's down by 12. I just don't see them covering this one. Ohio State's too good, and Indiana's too not good. I know Indiana beat Iowa. They swept Iowa, but Iowa's a different team than Ohio State. Moving screen on Iowa. Nice. Or not Iowa, Indiana. Okay, Mississippi State is now plus 2.5. Okay, that's interesting. Because Vanderbilt's up by 8. Vanderbilt's now up by 11. I'm just going to wait for the second half line on that one. Still nothing on K-State, Oklahoma State. All right, I'm going to turn the live bet app off. I'm going to get myself prepared for those second halves that are going to come in pretty within the next 10, 15 minutes. Man, Indiana, you guys suck. How Indiana operates is they pretty much have to get to the line a bunch because that's their gimmick. See, look at them; they're number one in free throw attempts. All right, what's going to be the first game to hit halftime? I mean, they're all going to hit pretty much at the same time. Like last night, they were coming in one at a time, so enter one line in, put a bet down, enter one line in, put a bet down. But when they're all there at once and you're kind of overwhelmed. Yeah. You got to wake up early on Saturdays to do this because there's so many games that it takes, 30 minutes or so to run all the projections. I want to stick a fork in the Indiana spread. I bet we're gonna time to stick a fork in the Citadel as well. Elon, I don't know what got into Elon. They haven't won a game since December. And what was that? Yeah, Ohio State's up by 16. Um, I don't think I have a pick on the LSU game today. Who are they playing? Tennessee. I took it off. It wasn't on. The game was off the board when I ran my projections this morning. There was no odds being offered anywhere, so I couldn't really do anything with it. So I just took it out of the odds database. Same with the Nebraska Omaha. And who are they playing? Nebraska Omaha UMKC game. Same with them because that game was offering no odds at the time either. I'm turning this game off, the Ohio State game. I'm going to turn on UConn Xavier, which I'm guessing is on Fox. Yep. UConn's back up by 6. I turn it on, and I see a 6-point lead for UConn. All right. Yeah, usually the reason I deleted the LSU Tennessee, whenever there's no odds being offered, that 99% of the time that means the game got postponed or canceled. If there's no odds being offered anywhere. So that's what I assumed when I saw there's nothing being offered. So if it didn't get canceled, then I guess they just, for whatever reason, didn't have any odds being offered at the time. Either that or it's a back-to-back. Usually when there's no odds, they often won't have odds for a back-to-back. You'll have to wait a little bit later to get those. Okay, now UConn's up by 7. Check on how Illinois Chicago's doing. Not good. All right, I'm ready for the second halves. They're gonna start coming in like an avalanche. OddsShark? No, I don't patronize tout websites. OddsShark computer picks are. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't trust any tout website that has computer picks. Because chances are they just call it computer picks to lure people in. Because a lot of the tout websites make a lot of money off affiliates. And so they get like a cut of the losses of people that they send to certain sports books, and so they have a vested interest in them losing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all part of the same scam. Do they make you pay for those computer picks? If they don't make you pay for them, then it's definitely I mean, it would be a scam either way, but just waiting for these second halves. Man, Loyola's not by 23. I remember I remember when I was trying to get on them at 11 and the odds moved and I said no. A lot of boat missing today, this morning. And Vanderbilt's now up by 17. That's crazy. Okay, we got Northeastern. Towson was the first game to get to halftime. So Auburn, Kentucky, Elon Charleston have probably about 7 minutes or so. So we're going to have Northeastern, Towson, and Vanderbilt, Mississippi State coming up very soon. Man, I don't know if Xavier is going to be able to cover this. They're just giving up 3 after 3 after 3. Yeah, it's part of a scam. OddsShark reached out to me for advertising purposes, and I said no. Like I said, I'm not going to advertise anything that's related to touts. Okay, Northeastern Towson's up. Northeastern minus 1.5. Towson 73. Dang it. Like, I'm moving so fast, I'm getting clumsy. I just want to get in it before it changes. Okay, Northeastern. Locking it in. Come on. Hurry before it changes. Hurry before it gets more games come up. Of course, it's gone slow when I need to be fast. Yeah, but I'm not going to pay for it, though. Okay. Gosh, this is like the worst possible time for this to be doing this. Like, worst possible time for a timeout. Like, you haven't been timing out on me all morning. Hurry. Okay, Northeastern is in. Okay, now I'm sure Vanderbilt, Mississippi State is up. No, it's not. Not yet. Okay, now it just came up. All right, where's my board? Where's my board? We got Vanderbilt plus 7 and 75 as the total. Let's go. See what we got. Nothing. All right, so that game continues to be annoying. Yeah, the Deadspin article. I'm not a big fan of Deadspin. I think they're garbage journalism, but that article was good. The one it mainly went after RJ Bell and the pregame operation, but yeah, that article was awesome. Philip Pedler, why would I fade anything? Like, you guys act like I do this to make money. I do this, I'm like I said, I'm more of a stat nerd first and a sports bettor second. For me, this is more about the challenge of having something that can win at all rather than how much money it wins. Okay, Canisius Quinnipiac's up. We got Canisius plus 2 and 76.5. Yeah, I would lose more money if I faded it. Like, I'm losing money by betting it, but I would lose more if I faded it. Okay, over 76.5. What was the number? 152.5. Yeah. That article caused. That article is what caused a lot of the pregame touts to split off and go form their own tout operation called Wager Talk, because it like destroyed their credibility so much. Yeah, Wager Talk is just a bunch of former pregame touts that got exposed in that article. Like Johnny Detroit, he was like the main guy for years, like the main propagandist for years for pregame. All right, Oklahoma, West Virginia's up. We got Oklahoma +3 and 76.5. Under. Xavier's down 7. All right, what's Sanford VMI should be coming up. Okay, it's up. Sanford +2.5 and 83. Nothing. All right, there should be a couple more. It's going to be Auburn, Kentucky, which I already have a bet on, and Elon and Charleston. Citadel looks like they're going to come just short. Wake Forest might win outright. Elon, I don't know what got into them. They were looking so good in the first 5 minutes. You know, the Indy model is actually one of my predictors. You know, just I don't, everything goes into one. Like, how I select my bets, I don't like say, okay, the Indy is minus 36 units in the last 14 days. No, everything goes hand in hand with everything else. Just because something's negative standalone doesn't mean it can't have value when, as a whole, when you combine that with the other models. And the main reason the Indy exists is not so much for game betting, but it existed for DFS because it's the only model that actually spits out player stats as well. But DFS is banned here, so I can't use it for that. But that's the reason it really exists in the first place. But it still stands to be one of the predictors. See? Here's the Indy right here. It goes into one of my predictors. It actually has a very low p-value, so that means it still has value even if negative. Citadel. Okay, they're down by 2. I'm going to turn it on just to see. So it looks like there's 11 seconds left, and it looks like Citadel just made a layup to pull within 2. So Chattanooga's going to have the ball here. I don't know what the bonus situation is like. But where can I watch this? It's on ESPN Plus, right? Am I not logged in? Yeah, I think Xavier's dead in the water. And the under in that game's dead in the water, too. UConn scoring at will. All right, here's the Citadel game. I'm turning it on. They're at the. So it looks like the refs are reviewing something. Maybe an out of bounds call, maybe? I have no idea, but what else will they be reviewing? Hopefully an out of bounds call where Citadel gets the ball. Wake Forest might win outright. They're a bigger dog than Citadel was. Did any of my metrics pick them as a money line? ATM and Simple did, and those are the two best on the money line. Exactly. Joseph Titus, you're right. So technically, what this is doing is it is fading because, see, the coefficient for Indy is negative. That means it is fading the Indy model. Basically, what this says is that when the team is on one side, the Indy's on the other side, go with the team. Is basically what that's saying. Okay, so the out-of-bounds call was in favor of Chattanooga, so they got the ball back at the free throw line, made the first one. He has to miss this one, in my opinion. I don't see Citadel having a path if he doesn't miss this one. And it's no good. Citadel has a chance to tie it and force overtime. 8. Oh, he needs to shoot a 3. 3 is up and almost made it in and out, and Chattanooga's going to win. Bummer. Oh, well. It was a long shot. They had a chance to tie it. That's all you can ask for when you have a 425 dog. Oh yeah, second half's coming up. I'm not on the ball here. I'm distracted. All right, Elon minus 0.5 and 69, and then Auburn is +3. I might YOLO Auburn if it gives me Auburn and 78. Whoops. Okay, Elon. Okay, I guess we can try to make up. Remember, I bet more money on these second halves than I did pregame, so I can win on Elon if they can cover the 20.5 live or second half. Oh yeah, Teddy Covers is horrible. Like anybody who has a name like that, like Teddy Covers or Johnny Winners or whatever, they're full of crap. Steve Stevens, like anybody who has a stupid sounding name, anyone who doesn't use their actual name. You just acquired my location 10 minutes ago. Okay, there we go. Okay, Elon. All right, that should be it for the second half for now. Yeah, I think. Okay, this game's over. Did it go over? Yeah, I think it did. Okay, but the ATS is a loser. So we got our first results of the day. Yeah, I think this is dead and this is dead. This is going to be a winner. Is the over in Florida State Wake Forest going to be a winner? Yeah, it's going to be. Did the under in Drake Loyola hit? It was going to be very close. It's probably not going to hit. Yeah, it's at 135 right now. They just need one more point. Well, like anybody can understand the best practices of betting and line movement and all that. Anybody can do that. But yeah, where Wager Talk fails is just being a tout. Ooh, this game did go under. All right, yeah. But where they fail is just being a tout operation. Well, they scored no points in the last 40 however many seconds. Did Citadel go over? I don't think it did. Yeah, that's 140. It's 136. That did not go over. I think these two are going to be wins and these two are going to be losses. They're going to cancel each other out. So like I said, what did I say about 15 minutes ago? I said we're probably going to go 4-4 on the first wave of second half at lives, and that's what looks like it's going to happen. I think the only hope I have at a flip is Xavier somehow making like a rally here at the end. But this under's dead. I don't see how it can win. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and grade it as a loss. No, that's why I said there's still value in my Indy model. As you can see, it's a predictor with a p-value of 0. See? Like a p-value with a predictor of 0 is pretty much, that means it's a good predictor. It's just it's a negative predictor, meaning the worse the Indy says, you do the opposite. Oh yeah, NBA is so hard. There's a reason I do college over NBA. There is a reason. Xavier needed to make that. I don't like that shot that Xavier just took. Yeah, this one's as good as over. Yeah, it is over. Man, UConn's just hitting 3 after 3 after 3. It's ridiculous. I tried NBA and like honestly, I did very well in like the month of December and January, and then February came. Yeah, players taking the nights off and not giving full effort, and the regular season's too meaningless in the NBA. I've always wanted to make an NHL model, but like I said, this making models is a lot of effort and time. It really is. Like, yeah, I programmed this college basketball model back in November and December, but just the day to day, like having to fix things, update things, test things, it never ends. I keep telling myself I just need to like leave it as is for the rest of the season because it's so distracting. I want to check out the Butler Georgetown live line. Now that the second halves are done with for now. 3 games at the top of the hour, so right now are added to the live roster. We have Oregon, Arizona, Boston College, Syracuse, and Tennessee, LSU, which I don't have remember, I don't have a projection on the Tennessee game, so I'm going to have to ignore that one. All right, so Butler Georgetown is 12.26. We got Butler plus 11.5 and a total of 131.5. I'm going to go ahead and check that one out. See if we can get something in before the half. Butler plus 11.5. I don't know. I'm hesitating because, like I said, it's not a. I'm just gonna wait for the second half in that one as well. Trust me, I've wanted to make an NHL model. I really have, but it's a time sink. So Xavier's down 12. They're my only hope at getting a flip on the current live games I have. Oh, they almost had a steal there. Check out the BetMGM roster for live bets. Ooh, they're going to have TCU Texas on there. And TCU's been a good live betting team this year. I know that from experience. So we'll keep that in mind. That game's on the Longhorn Network though, and I don't get that channel, which I wouldn't want it. I mean, there's an outside chance the UConn Xavier game could go under. No, I already graded it as a loss. Why? I don't know why I graded that as a loss. It could still very well go under. I think I read the number wrong. Okay, Xavier just hit a three that probably changed all that, but still, I'm not going to count my chickens until if I haven't graded Wake Forest as a winner yet, which it would take an absolute miracle for Florida State to cover the 14.5, then I'm not going to grade that as a loss yet. But I think Xavier's going to do a ton of fouling here at the end for whatever reason. It's like pick your poison. Do you want Xavier to cover or do you want the game to go under? I mean, both things cannot simultaneously happen. Yeah, that's why I don't see why I graded it as a. But I just don't think that Xavier's gonna swallow their pride and they're gonna keep fouling here at the end. I just think it's gonna go over, especially with that three that Xavier hit. I pretty much need Xavier to come up empty on this upcoming possession and then not foul. Here's a three from Xavier, air ball, out on Xavier. So if Xavier doesn't foul here, I have a chance. TCU minus 8.5. What would the odds be on that one? Like plus 1,500? Yeah, I like totals. I've been doing better with total. I did better with totals last night than I did spreads. So yeah, Xavier's fouling. This game's going to go over because they're down 11 and still fouling. Oh well. Yeah, pretty sure TCU is a 12-point dog. So I'm guessing if you got them at minus 8.5, the odds would be incredible. Ooh, UConn missed their free throw, so it still has a chance to go under. If Xavier can just swallow their pride and give up. Okay, Xavier just hit a 3. That under is dead. Back-to-back threes from Xavier pretty much killed the under there. And there's the foul. So I have an over bet here in the Furman game. Even though all 6 of my metrics said under. $8.5. I wouldn't take 8.5 considering you could have got 12 earlier, but at the same time, if the line's moving that much, it's moving for a reason. And there's a chance that TCU could cover. Like a line doesn't drop 4 points in an hour unless there's something major going on. So yeah, if you want to take TCU at 8.5, knock yourself out. I'm just gonna see what my live system says about it. There's still an outside shot for Xavier here, but the under is now officially a loss. Nine and a half. Yeah, I mean, like I said, being like the all-knowing maven of TCU basketball and everything there is to it, I don't think Texas is that good of a team, first of all. And second of all, TCU's been playing a lot better over their past 3 or 4 games. Like they should have beat Missouri. We watched that on that live stream. Remember that we had TCU plus like 450 or whatever, and they blew a 12-point lead in the last 3 minutes to go to overtime, lost in overtime. Yeah, and they played Kansas pretty close. They were beating Kansas with like 7 minutes to go, and they lost. So like they've been playing a lot better. But it depends. Is Mike Miles playing? That's the key to everything. He didn't play against Iowa State, and he's one of their better players. So it really all depends on Mike Miles. Let me see if he's in their lineup. Yeah, TCU went through a stretch where they were getting blown out very badly. But that's not the case anymore. Yeah, Mike Miles is playing. So let me show you something. Look at this. TCU was like out of there's game scores like how good a team played overall. Well, TCU was on the wrong end of like 2 of the top game scores of the entire season when they lost to Kansas by 30 and Oklahoma by 36 in back-to-back games. But that's probably weighing down their metrics, but they've been playing a lot better recently. Look at their game score over the last – it started to turn green. It's red against Iowa State because, remember, they're missing Mike Miles in that game. And also TCU's main point guard has been out, Francisco Farabello. He's been out since December. So is he in the lineup today? He's always a game time decision. He didn't start, so. All right, anyway. And then RJ Nembhard, he's actually projected as an NBA first rounder. And I don't know why, because I know him. I've watched him the past 3 years, and he needs another year. He needs another year. I don't know why he's a projected NBA first rounder right now. All right. I want to see what my live betting system says about. So any second half's coming up soon. Can I grade this Wake Forest game? It's going to overtime. So there's still a very, very outside chance that Florida State can win by 14 in overtime. That's why I haven't graded it yet, because overtime, which happened. Okay. Ooh, there's a bunch of games that started. The game closest to halftime would be Butler and Georgetown. All right. Like TCU Texas is on the BetMGM live roster, but there's not offering anything right now. Good thing I passed on that Mississippi State 3.5 because they're down by 20 now. Yeah, I don't get the Cade Cunningham hype either. Over in the Vanderbilt game. Let's do it. Oh, I have to log in. You kidding me? That number is probably gone because it's BetMGM too. Remember, they're the worst when it comes to live. It's very hard to get a live bet down on BetMGM. So I'll be surprised if I can actually get it. Yeah, I think Xavier's going to come up just short of that +2. Yeah, that one's officially done. All right, man, acquire my location. Dang it. So I can go ahead and grade Xavier's a loss. Yeah, neither did I. I didn't get the Anthony Edwards hype either. Yeah, UConn. They hit a lot of threes today. That's what you got to do. They were just hitting three after three after three. Man, Elon, they suck. Gonna get a double dip loss on them. All right, what game should I turn on now? Auburn, Kentucky. What channel is that on? It's on CBS. Okay, Kentucky's not by 6, which sucks because I had Auburn +3. Yeah, Elon, I don't know what the deal with them is. Like, they're one of those teams that just haven't played any games because of COVID, which is stupid in my opinion. Like, every morning I get up and see all the canceled and postponed games, I get angry because there's no reason to be doing that. Oregon and Arizona. Where's that game at? Do you take Arizona live at 3.5? I'm already on Iowa money line. I don't know if I love it though. I'm going to get ready for that second half with the Georgetown. I still haven't graded this Wake Forest one yet, even though it's going to win, unless there's a complete and total second overtime meltdown in a second overtime. Yeah, Damon Forbes, it pisses me off so much, like seeing all the canceled games. Like, why? And like most of these teams don't even have any positive tests. It's most of it's just because of contact tracing garbage and all that. Like, so dumb. Man, Auburn. Oh man, Kentucky's 4 for 4 shooting threes in this half. That explains the turnaround. How's Northeastern doing, by the way? Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's what we need. 10-point lead. Auburn guy, gosh, you suck. He tried to dunk from the free throw line. No wonder he came way short. He was way short. And then Kentucky makes another 3. All right, Butler Georgetown is at halftime. Let's go. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of, the Space Jam dunk. He was way short, and then he just fell on his rear end, was just sitting there, and didn't even get back on defense, which allowed Kentucky to make that 3 on the other end. And then Auburn fouls the jump shooter, and he makes a shot. Awesome. Gotta love it. Second half line. I don't want NBA. All right, Butler's -3 and 70.5. Okay, let's do Butler, just like it said earlier. But we got a better number than what we could have got on Butler earlier, so good thing we waited. Remember, we passed on Butler +11, so. Elon is trash. I mean, it's not like it's out of the question they can cover that 20.5, but they didn't get off to the right start. So I have an over bet in this Boston University Holy Cross game, and they're not doing what they need to do. You're lucky that Florida State went into overtime because Wake Forest had that game won. Yeah, that was not a good bet. Okay, Elon might be able to get it done. I'm talking about the second half, not the 7.5. I think Butler and Georgetown's the only game that's going to go in the second half for now. At 11:45 or so, we should have a ton. Oh man, that's going to be hectic. Let's check out some live bets right now. They're still not offering TCU Texas live on MGM. Maybe they're not going to get to it. I have my window blinds open because I'm figuring that might help my connection a little bit better, but not so far. The reason I don't like doing it is because I'm on the first floor and I just, the privacy. People will see me from the window. This sucks. Can't connect to the server. Like, I wonder, whenever it times out or can't connect, I wonder if it's like my connection or theirs, Maybe a ton of people are trying to get on the app and bet, and maybe that's slowing everything down. All right, Auburn plus 7.5 live. Arizona's still at 4.5. We passed on that already. Boston College is 11.5. That one's kind of interesting. No on Auburn. Man, Toledo, are they going to disappoint us again this week? I don't think I've won a single bet on Toledo all year. All right. I'm trying to get this Boston College score to match up, but it's not even close. The Oregon score is matched, but not the... Still want us to get on Arizona. I'm going to do it. Screw it. Yeah, Auburn's down 9.5. All right. I want Boston College. Like, I really want to try to get in on that while I can. But, the API can't keep up. They don't let you use the website with these apps. You have to use the apps. So much for that Elon push. It's what I'm eating, because I usually eat at around 3 o'clock every time on these streams. And it's usually boring food. Next week, though, stay tuned next week. Don't go anywhere next Saturday. I have something different planned to eat next Saturday. But today is going to be more, kind of boring. Not as boring as the salads are, but... All right, does Boston College Syracuse finally match? Finally. Geez, that took forever. 11.5. 162.5. That's what I wanted to see. Yes, Boston College. That's what I wanted to see. Plus 11.5, if I can get on it. Yeah, I think this is because of their connection and not mine. How did you know that's what I was going to do, Krabby Clink? Like, that's literally what I'm going to do. Only more than 4,500. Were you on the stream last week, Krabby? When I was talking about Jack in the Box? That's what I'm going to do, like a massive Jack in the Box binge on the stream next Saturday. Like I did in Tahoe. Oh man, it was ridiculous. Like, and the thing is, I could have easily eaten more in Tahoe. At the Jack in the Box binge I did. I showed you the order I had last week, right? Well, Russian name. I have this board. Right, I just just follow along. I have this board right here that kind of breaks down all the different models I have to bet on college basketball with, and when the second half lines and live lines come up, I plug in the numbers and see if it spits out anything. No, yeah, that's what I'm going to do next Saturday on the stream. You're probably wondering why not today, but I'm still diet. I diet, and I like to take 2 weeks in between food binges like that. And it's only been, I did that last Thursday, so it's only been 9 days. Now, if you do it right, you won't gain any weight long term from doing a binge if you only do them every now and then. It's when you chain them together and eat at a surplus for too many days in a row where it becomes a problem. But today's going to be pretty much what I ate last week, only the yellowfin tuna instead of the steak, the flat iron steak, because they didn't have any flat iron steaks, and the yellowfin tuna was on sale. All right, so I can finally grade that Wake Forest game. Man, Auburn, so many collapses today in the second, just like last night. Auburn collapsing. Indiana kind of had their collapse. Elon collapsed after the first 5 minutes, but they were really never in it. And then Toledo, they've been a year-long disappointment. Yeah, I cook pretty much everything I eat. It's very rarely that I'll go somewhere to get food. Like all week, what I ate was, I ate oatmeal and egg whites in the morning, and then I ate grilled chicken and either couscous or, potatoes and broccoli for lunch, and then for dinner I'd have rice, black beans, and pork tenderloin with taco seasoning in there. I mean, that's pretty boring. I, I'm on a diet right now. But the thing is, when you're dieting, you have to like rejuvenate your metabolism every 2 weeks or so, which is why I'll binge. I've been doing this for years. Like, if you do it right, you're not going to gain any weight from it. I mean, you might gain weight the next day and the day after, but it'll all go away just because it's all water weight and sodium. Man, Auburn got off to such a good start, too. They're dominating that first half. Yeah, I haven't. To be honest with you, since I moved here, though, the only one of those I've been to, well, I went to Chicken Shack and I went to Giordano's with my dad because he helped me move my stuff in. So I took him to, but I haven't been to Juan's or uh, Nacho Daddy. I drive by Nacho Daddy every time I go to the gym, and I want to go there, but I don't. All the buffets are closed, so you can't really go there. Scenic Brewing Company, they have good happy hour. Their sliders are good. Tommy's, I haven't been there. All right, maybe Toledo can get things going here. All right, in about 10 minutes, we're going to have our avalanche. So before I do that, I'm going to take a quick break. All right. I never transitioned it, did I? Yeah, that's what I was trying to do right there. I never transitioned it. All right. Yep. I'll show you. Like, I have like a really complex like diet file. Hopefully my computer doesn't crash here as I open it, but like you can see how like I have binges every now and then, and like how my weight still continues on yeah, it'll go up like for a few days after, but then it goes down and it continues on the trend it was going. So as long as you eat at a diet and just binge every like now and then, because that's what these tall bars right here represent. Like the days, like I think on this day I made like chicken enchiladas or something. Um, but yeah, you see how my weight loss went all the way. I think I started at 171 and I ended at 159. So this is a basically a 3-month run. So I lost about a pound a week, and even though I binged 1, 2, 3, 4 times during that 3-month run, I still stayed on track. So I also have this tab right here, like where I cheat, like I ate 6,000 calories on this day, and I weighed 164.9 that morning. The next day I gained about 5 pounds. So I was like, whoa. But then it only took me, but then 4 days later I was at 162, 6, and then it took me 8 days to get back under where I started. So like I said, I've been doing it for years. I know how to eat a lot without making it gain a lot of weight. You just can't do it every day. And also another tip is that eat it all at once. By that I mean, um, set like a 1 or 2 hour window to eat everything in and just leave it at that. Like if you eat throughout the day, like if you have a bunch of food and just take all day to eat it, you're more likely to store all that or store more of it as fat than you would if you ate it at once. Oh yeah, I get nerdy with everything. I'm wondering if I should show you like the most nerdy thing I do. It'll sound kind of weird, but I'll do it. Just not a lot of people are watching. And so since 1995, this file I'm about to open is 26 years old. I first created it on a Windows 3.1 computer when I was, 7 maybe? I basically log what I've done every day for the last 26 years, right? This is like a log, like of just what I did. Like so on August 14th, 2020, that's when I moved out of my San Diego apartment, So like, and this right here represent where I slept that night. So obviously San Diego. I slept in Phoenix these 2 nights for work. So like, and then I like divide all this into like chapters and everything of my life, Isn't that weird? Like that's what all this all represent, like chapters of my life, And then there's like books right here, which is like a group of chapters. Yeah, I know it gets really nerdy, right? And what I did like a couple years ago, I know this is really nerdy, right? But a couple years ago, what I did is I ranked every single day of my life from like the best day to the worst day. I'm not kidding. And that's what these numbers over here represent, right? But some days, and so like, but there are some days like where, they're just normal run-of-the-mill days, so they don't have a score. And I haven't done it since like 2018, so that's why this is all 0. Because it took forever to do that. It took like months. But let's see, this is the, July 27th is when I started this channel, by the way. That's why it says first videos. And a 3-point challenge is just like this workout I did that morning before I did those videos. But yeah, this is the most nerdy thing I do. But the thing is, like, I lost this file in like 2011 or something. So this is going to be really nerdy, right? This is going to be the most nerdy part of this. So in 2011, I had a hard drive crash and I lost this file. And so I lost everything. I didn't lose everything before 2011 because I still had like a backup that went back to like 1999, right? So yeah, I'm like in 2005 right now. So like basically everything before 1999 or something, it's like, so you can see the gaps are starting to come in here because like the backup I had. So I had to fill in the gaps. So what I had to do is I had to like remember. But since I've had this file since I was 7, I could remember a lot of like what these things were. But Yeah, isn't this like the most nerdy thing you've ever seen? But yeah, I go all the way up to like, but like obviously the stuff in 1995 was harder to remember, and like some of these were guesses, and I notated if they were a guess, you know, because I knew they existed, I just couldn't know the exact date. But yeah, I go all the way back to like 95. Because I originally started it for I had a first grade project where we'd like keep like a daily log of what we do all day, and I just kept it going after we were done, and I never stopped. Um, yeah, this is ultra. This is like the most nerdy thing you guys have ever seen, right? And like this column right here just represent like the music that was stuck in my head that day. Yeah. Like if there's like a song that got stuck in my head that day, that's why I have it right here. Like I have the Rudy soundtrack because our coach, my ninth grade football coach would play it before our games in the locker room. And so that's why I have the Rudy soundtrack on there the day we played Weatherford in football. Like I played Mega Man 3 in December 2002, which is why I have Mega Man 3 in there because the song from that game was stuck in my head. Yeah. This is the most nerdy thing you guys have ever seen in your life, right? And so I can like rank things, right? So remember how I like rank the best days, like my life from best to worst. So like, obviously the best days of the week are Fridays. They have the highest score, and then Saturdays, Sundays are the worst. And like the best months, December obviously because those are the Christmas months. March is high because of March Madness. April is like the lamest month of my life. And like I said, I divided my life up into like chapters, you know. Like I divide, you know, weird, I know, but the highest one is the Rose Bowl chapter because that was like the one where we went to the Rose Bowl. But yeah, this is crazy, right? But anyway, yeah, that's you guys think my diet spreadsheet was nerdy. But yeah, I've been updating that for 26 years and I haven't stopped. No, Steve Stevens is not a good handicapper. Oh crap! I forgot about. I was so absorbed with that I forgot about the second half bets. Man, crap. Hopefully none of these games are in halftime right now, which there are. Crap. Only Bowling Green and Toledo though, which I already have a bet on, so don't worry. Only Bowling Green and Toledo. Yeah. But yeah, like since I've had that file for 26 years, like people can ask me, you know, like, what were you doing on this day, and I can answer, because I that a lot of that is ingrained into my memory by now. Man, hasn't Toledo been a disappointment this year or what? Like every live stream they lose. Now it wants me to get on Bowling Green. That's a hedge right there. That right there is a hedge, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to let my Toledo bet ride. Steve Stevens is horrible. I should probably update this right here. We're 4-4 today. No, Steve Stevens is a dumbass. He doesn't win anything. I can tell you that right now. Okay, Western Carolina Furman. They're in. Like the Avalanche is starting, guys. I'm gonna try to get this done as fast as I can. Okay, Western Carolina and I already have an over bet in that game, but let's double down. So Western Carolina and over. Let's do them both. Let's double down. YOLO. That's what these streams. I wouldn't do it if I wasn't streaming, but that's what the streams are for. Yeah, Steve Stevens. Like I said earlier, anyone who has a name like that, anyone who doesn't use their actual name is a fraud. Even the ones who do use their actual names are fraud. Anyone who sells picks is a fraud. Let's put it that way. But especially if you use stupid names like Teddy Covers or Johnny Detroit or Steve Stevens, Vegas Dave, Tony De Niro is another one I saw. I hate that name so much. Tony De Niro, get out of here. Or Anthony De Niro or something like that. Man, this bet needs to come in so I can go to more second halves. Operation timed out. What else is new? Like I said, I don't know if it's my connection or theirs, but I'm guessing it's theirs. Because, I mean, I'm on my Wi-Fi and everything, and then I turn the Wi-Fi off so I can find my location, but still, it's not like I have one bar. Man, I used to work with those touts in radio, Matt. No, that's just a name. But I'm not a tout, though. That's the thing. If I was a tout that went by Sports Betting Truth, that would be one thing. I can't get this bet down. I can't get these two's bet down. It will not go through. Gosh, this is frustrating. All these second half bets coming up, and now it's timing out. Maybe that's why it's timing out, because everyone's trying to get on these second halves. I'm going to switch over to Circa at this rate. Like, I don't use the Circa app that much because they're slow, like, to get the lines up, period. I think they wait for, like, Westgate to come out with theirs and then see where it goes. Okay, now they're in. But I'm pretty sure that's what they do. They wait for, like, the others to come out with their lines and then sharpen those lines based on how they move and then come out with them. Okay, we got two more. We got NC Greensboro and Mercer, and we have NJIT and Hartford. I have a bet on the NJIT game. Why is it not on here? Anyway, there it is. Oh, yeah, I took it off because the line moved too much. All right. Minus 0.5 and 71. And then we have NC Greensboro and Mercer, 3 and 76. All right. Hartford, NC Greensboro, and under in the Hartford game. All right, Western Carolina Furman, we already did that one. Idaho and Idaho State is up. And so is Loyola, Maryland, and Lafayette. And there's about to be just a flood. Idaho State. Where are they? Any more? I'll plug those in for now. Just Idaho State. TCU, Texas, and Eastern Washington, Montana, Norfolk State, Morgan State. So we got TCU plus 5 and 75. We got Eastern Washington minus 1.5 and 81.5. And then we have Norfolk plus 3. Where are they? There they are. And 77. Okay, Norfolk and Eastern Washington. Under. Boston Holy Cross is up. Oh man, there's still more to come. Nothing for that game. Northern Illinois, Kent State. We got +5 and 71. Nothing there. I'm pretty sure Northern Illinois hasn't played a game in a while. Okay, we're still waiting on Oregon, Arizona. Oh man, didn't we take Butler +12? Yep, that sucks. They're getting blown out. All right. Okay, Oregon, Arizona's up. We already have Arizona. So we might want to let this one ride, but I'll see what it says. Under. I'll do under. I don't mind doing under. All right, Boston College, Syracuse is up. We already have Boston College. I'm not gonna. I already have Boston College +11.5, but over. Do we have the over as well? No, but I'll do over. All right, any more? How many more halftimes are we waiting on? Stony Brook, Vermont, Hofstra, James Madison. That should be it for now. Yeah. Is Elon going to do it for us? Are they going to come through? Auburn's not done. I thought they were done a while ago. Yeah, DraftKings is absolutely blocked here to protect local casinos. There's no doubt in my mind. It has nothing to do with regulation or anything like that. It has everything to do with local casinos not wanting to share. All right, I can grade Northeastern as a win. All right, we're above water on live bets now, and second halves. Elon's going to come down to the wire. Oklahoma, West Virginia, pretty sure that went over, so that might be a loss. Yeah, it looks like an over to me. What's the other one? Canisius and Quinnipiac, 141. We need over 152.5. That's probably not going to happen, but we'll see. All right, Stony Brook, Vermont's up. So I think the only one we're now waiting on is Hofstra and James Madison. We got 4.5 and 68.5. And then we have, I don't see James Madison on here yet. Oh, there it is. Hofstra +3 and 80.5. Nothing. Wow, I'm surprised. Did it go through? Just making sure. Yeah, it's there. All right. That should be it for now. So Auburn's only down by 4 now, and they're inbounding the ball, so maybe they're not dead. Man, is Elon going to be able to cover that 20 and a half? It's going to be very close. They're down by 18 now. As long as Charleston doesn't hit a 3 in the last 40 seconds, I should be fine. All right, what's going to be the next wave? Iowa, which I already have a money line bet on. And that's going to be it until the 12 o'clock games start. So we survived the flood, and there weren't a lot of line moves. Or I was able to get if there were line moves, I got ahead of them. Let's put it that way. Man, Butler, they're just terrible this year. I don't know why. I don't think they're going to cover that 12. This is going to be very close right here, this Quinnipiac game. I have 152.5. Can they score 7 points in the last minute 49? That's the question. I watch the Stars because they're my team, the Stars. When I worked for ESPN Radio, I got to do all their games. It was fun. By do all their games, I mean like the pregame and postgame interviews in the locker room and that type of stuff. And I got to sit in the press box at Stars games. And I did the same thing for the Mavericks, too, the year they won the NBA title. All right, Auburn's only down by 2. Auburn, don't call it a comeback. They were dead in the water 10 minutes ago. Is Elon going to close it out? That's the question. Can Elon close this live bet out? Remember, the pregame bets I made today, I didn't put very many units on them because I was saving money for the second half. So if Elon covers the 20, I made money on that game overall. And then Auburn's down by 4 just like that. And now they're down by 2 again. I just have a feeling Charleston, some like walk-on for Charleston's going to hit a 3 in the last 16 seconds and cover that one. If there's a team that doesn't live up to their statistical billing, it's Toledo. Because look, they're by far and away the best team in the MAC. Here they are, number 66. Oh, so a tie game now in the Auburn game. And they beat Bowling Green by 18 on the road a couple Saturdays ago, and then I don't know what the deal with Toledo is. That 3 that Kentucky just made might have been a dagger. Ugh. That sucks. That was a heartbreaker right there. Auburn claws all the way back, only for Kentucky to hit a contested 3-pointer. All right, Elon did do it, thankfully. All right. So that's a win. Where's Canisius at? Oh, that went way over. Wow, I thought it was going to be very close, but man, that was not even close to going over. Good deal. Good deal. All right, now all these games. Oh, I need to enter in all those massive amounts of second halves I put in. Hold on. Oh, crap. I accidentally took the under in that Furman game. Crap. I meant to do over. Dang it. No, I placed the bet twice. The bet went through twice because remember it kept timing out. Oh, that sucks. I hope it wins. But I accidentally. What sucks is that I meant to place an over bet and I placed the under because it timed out. Right? Hang on. What happens if I run that one through again? What does it say? I'm going to run that one through again. Whoops. No, that's not how you do it. I just want to double check and make sure that. Man, Auburn, you guys are going to let me down, aren't you? All right, so yeah, I placed an over bet. I accidentally placed the under. Dang it. Oh well, let's hope it's wrong. Sucks. And I place it twice. That's the worst part. All right, so Auburn has 2.5 seconds to try to get a basket to cover, or at least push. Oh, they fouled the three-point shooter. He's going to get 3 free throws. He's going to get 3 free throws. This guy doesn't look like a guy who's going to be able to make these free throws. I'm sorry. I don't have any confidence in this guy. All right. Where's NJIT? Oh, and he called timeout. So I'm going to look up this free throw shooter here and see if he's any good for Auburn. Jeez, how far down do I have to find Auburn? I could control. Here they are. So his name is JT Thor. Free throw. Oh, 73.6%. He doesn't look like a guy who's a 73.6% free throw shooter. He looks like a center that can't make free throws. All right, let me finish entering these in. And then Hartford minus 6.5. Awesome. All right. I remember the Stars had a goalie from Finland a few years ago. His name was, what was his name? Kari Lettinen. I'm pretty sure he was from Finland. All right. So he needs to basically make the first 2. If he makes the first 2, then I push. But he's going to miss the third one on purpose no matter what. So the first one he made. So as long as he makes this one, I push, but then he's going to miss the last one on purpose. Second one is good, so I push at a worst case scenario here. So here comes the intentional miss. Oh, he made it. Well, I don't care that he made that. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, hey. I remember your Lettinen as well. Your Lettinen was on the Stanley Cup championship team. All right, I covered Auburn thanks to those 3 made free throws. Sorry if you had Kentucky -3, guys. That must have sucked. Fouling a 3-point shooter. All right. So this total is creeping upward in the Boston Holy Cross game. Kansas, Iowa State. I bet on Iowa State the other night, and they didn't come close to covering that. All right, hey, at least the Furman Western Carolina total is projected to be under on that double bet I accidentally made. Let's see what the live bet situation's at right now. Kansas and Iowa State. They just played the other day. Oh, I thought you were talking. Yeah, I forgot that they were playing again today. The game just started. Here it is. All my metrics, just like the other day, have Iowa State. All right. I need Butler to keep making a little bit of a run here. I had it at 11.5 when I ran the model this morning. Iowa -17.5. I'm not on that game yet. I didn't take any side at all. Don't say Iowa, don't say Iowa, don't say Iowa. Thankfully it didn't. I always cringe when I take those big live spreads. I'll keep an eye on the Kansas Iowa State live line though, because it's on the roster. When I say roster, I mean like the list of games that let you live bet on the app. I don't want to watch golf. Not that I hate golf, it's just I don't want to watch golf. All right. Iowa, Michigan State, that game's a blowout. I'm not going to turn that one on. Tennessee and LSU, I don't have it. I'll put on Oregon and Arizona. How's that sound? Hopefully Bill Walton's on the call. He's probably not because he usually does night games. Oh, it is Bill Walton. All right. Geez, the ATM just continues to mystify me. It's like its predictions never make any sense at all, but somehow they win. Okay, a couple total bets. I'm going to do the over in the Georgetown game. As far as Iowa State, Michigan State, I'm going to wait till halftime. Yeah, golf interests me. There's a lot of statistical data out there about golf. You're absolutely right. Yeah, the back-to-back games have been weird this year. That's why I didn't even like. I hate when I'm on the same team twice in a row, especially when that team is an underdog that won the day before. It makes me. Although Longwood did pull it off yesterday, they pulled off the back-to-back underdog wins. Toledo, they're just. I don't get Toledo at all. Kind of regretting passing on that Iowa total a couple minutes ago. Maybe I should turn that game on. I mean, I had the under in that Oklahoma game and obviously double overtime, but it was a loser before the second overtime. Yeah, I keep saying I want to wait for the second half in that game, or the second half line for the Iowa game, but Georgia, Alabama, and St. Louis Fordham are going to be some live bet games. I had that Carl's Jr. Fiery Star when I was in Lake Tahoe. It was pretty good. I very rarely have I ever been to Carl's Jr. or Hardee's in the past, but I see those commercials and they look good, so I wanted to try it. Villanova, they're playing, don't tell me. They're playing someone good. I know that. I don't have a bet on that game, though. I just know they're in a ranked matchup. Who are they playing? Oh, Creighton, yeah. No, I don't have a play on that game, but just based on this right here, Creighton and the over would be, at least according to the model outputs. But like I said, the machine learning outputs is different than the model outputs. I don't get why Toledo is so disappointing when I bet on them. I keep saying that, but it's just, I don't think I've won a single Toledo bet all year. All right, so Iowa, Michigan State, second half's going to be coming out here soon. And then we're going to have a group of about 5 second halves coming out in about 30 minutes. Ugh. All right. Did anyone bet TCU live? I told you guys they're a good live betting team. I didn't, but because they're not offering that game live, and the second half line had nothing there. But I don't know what Omega Mart is. All right. Why am I yawning? Arizona starting to slip a little bit. What channel is this Butler game on? I want to turn that on. Just see if they can complete this little rally they're on. It's got to be on Fox Sports 1, right? Because I can tell you it ain't on Fox. I'm pretty sure it's not on Fox. It's not on Fox Sports 1. It's on CBS Sports. All right. That's coming on. All right, so Butler is within 14, so I have him at plus 12, right? They're pressing, and Georgetown just beat the press pretty easily. So they're back down by 16. Turnover. It's like every time I turn on a game that I have a bet on, like the team I bet on just melts down as soon as I start watching it. Back-to-back turnovers for Butler when they had advantage numbers. It was Fordham or Furman and Western Carolina, uh, second half under, and Western Carolina second half spread. Both of them. The reason I placed them twice was because it timed out, but somehow it went through. Steve Lapis is like, no reason, up 18. Should you ask for a foul? Well, at least Butler's going to get some technical free throws, which helps my over at least. Man, Toledo's down by 12 now. Jeez, they just, like I said, they just continue to disappoint all season long. All right, Butler is down by 13 now. All right, Michigan State should be coming out soon. At least this game's probably going to go over, though, the Georgetown game. So that live bet I made, it looks like it was a good idea. Here we go. Iowa +3. Michigan State 81 total. Nothing. All right. I know nothing about the NBA. Like, I don't even watch it. So I wouldn't even know what to say about that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my mistake bet is going to end up winning. The Western Carolina and Furman under. But we'll see if Western Carolina can cover the 27.5. It's going to be very close. All right, in about 18 minutes, we should have a few more second halves to come up. Man, this Butler game is like stopped. What are they doing? Nothing's happened in like the past 5 minutes. I haven't made a lot of double bets in my life, but I typically have a good experience when it happens. I remember in college football, the first week of a 2019 season, and Boise State was playing Florida State, and they're supposed to play them in Jacksonville, but they moved the game to Tallahassee because of a hurricane. And so I had bet on Boise State, to cover in Jacksonville. And so I thought that the bet was going to be avoided because they moved the venue. So I went ahead and placed a bet on Boise State again. I ran my model again. It still said to play them on Tallahassee. So I did, and it turns out that first bet I made was not voided after all. They didn't void it, so I actually won them both. They're checking for a technical foul on Georgetown. Did they call it? Well, so this guy's last name for Georgetown is I Can't Breathe. That's his last name. That's the name on the back of his jersey, I Can't Breathe. If I said what I truly thought about the murder of George Floyd, I'd be deplatformed. All right. I don't know if Butler's going to be able to do this. They keep turning the dang ball over. And with lazy passes, it's not like Georgetown's doing anything. Like they'll pass the ball and it'll hit the back of a Georgetown defender. I don't think Butler's going to get this 12 accomplished after that. Yeah, they keep like passing the ball into the back of a Georgetown defender. They're not a good passing team today. Yeah. At least this game's probably going to go over. Just need one more basket. There's a 3. Good. There's my over. 8 and 5. Not bad. Man, this Western Carolina live spread of 27.5 is literally going to come down to the wire. It's going to be very, very close. Or not. Now it looks more likely. I'm going to grade my Butler bet as a loss, by the way. Back to Oregon and Arizona. So is that a West Virginia Oklahoma game going to go into another overtime? The people who walk by my window are probably like wondering what I'm doing with all these lights and microphone and everything. Oh, you wanted the buzzer? All right, about 10 more minutes. I feel like the political or the cable news channels that are like so many minutes until the next polls close. Only with me, it's second half lines. So it looks like the first one is going to be CSU Sacramento and Cal Baptist, and then UTA, Milwaukee, UMass Lowell all follow. Then finally, Kansas and Iowa State. Like I don't like living on the first floor in apartments, but I don't have a choice. I didn't really. I mean, it's not like I could have. It's just the rate I got for this 2-bedroom apartment here is so good I couldn't pass it up even if it was the first floor. It's just that people are probably like seeing me, wondering what the hell, because I have my blinds open so I can get a better connection in here with my phone when I'm placing bets, and people see like my studio setup and everything. Like I don't want to block the window with my green screen. I could, but I don't want to do that. It'll ruin my reception, probably. Who do I prefer for news? Um, what's it called? The National File. What's the One America's Voice, National File, One American News Network. I like the National File. Is it One America's Voice or National File? I think they're the same thing. One America's Voice, yeah. I think Western Carolina's going to cover that 27, and it's probably going to go under. So I might win both those double bets, thankfully. I think it's One America's Voice, whichever one Steve Bannon does. Let me make sure that's it. It might not be One America's Voice. This might not be it right here. Actually, I think this is Real America's Voice. I think this is, if it's the one with Steve Bannon, then yeah. Yeah, War Room Pandemic. Yeah, this is it. I tune into this every morning. War Room 2020 or War Room Pandemic, whatever it's called. You got Steve Bannon, Jason Miller, I think that's his name, and then Rashim Kassam or something. And then you also have Maggie Vandenberg. What's NTD? Three-pointer for Arizona. Nope. All right, I had a total flip. Was it the Fresno State Air Force total? Yep, that one flipped. Yeah, War Room Pandemic was really good after the election. All right, I'm ready for the second halves to come in. Gonna have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the Air Force game, so 6. Arizona, you got to finish that. I have the Arizona-Oregon game on. I mean, as long as I don't mind him missing that, I have the under. You got to remember that. Yeah, I don't ask for people to like or subscribe, but I'm trying to get to 10,000, so I'm asking today. Once I get to 10,000 subscribers, I can do the stories or whatever. Like the Snapchat and Instagram stories, but on YouTube. Joseph Titus, I wish it could be that easy, but I worked for news for 9 years before leaving the industry. It's trash. The mainstream news, it's all trash. I saw it from the inside. Like we don't have true state-owned media like in North Korea, but it's the closest thing to state-owned media without being state-run and state-owned. Like I worked for all 4 affiliations. It's all trash. Yeah, mainstream news is... No, Newsmax is controlled opposition now, unfortunately. Like the mainstream, like I've seen this firsthand, the media has an incestuous symbiotic relationship with the government. The two work hand in hand. The media is pretty much the mouthpiece for government. I saw this firsthand. I know, I worked in the industry. I know how it works. I'm not just saying these things because I lean right and I'm, just don't like what they report. No, I actually saw it happen. All right, we got UTA and Texas State. Under. Yeah, I don't know if anyone saw, but Newsmax's controlled opposition. They muted Mike Lindell's microphone, and then one of their anchors was like, "You're not allowed to talk about that." I'm like, "What?" That didn't sound like something a conservative network would say. Not letting Mike Lindell talk. I'm not getting a stimulus check. The amount I put on my tax return, I did my taxes on Super Bowl Sunday, by the way, because I don't watch the Super Bowl, so I actually did it during the Super Bowl. The amount I put on my taxes was well above what to get a stimulus check. I was able to write off a lot of my YouTube channel expenses, though. Kansas, Iowa State's up. Tie game at half. We got Kansas minus 6.5 and 74.5. Nothing. All right. No, it's like I keep hearing Joe Biden be like, "We need to pass the American Rescue Plan," and I'm like, "What's it going to rescue? The only thing that's going to rescue anybody is reopening our economy to full capacity. You can't print and stimulus check your way to rescuing people. That's not going to help anything long term. It's not even going to help short term. Like my rent is more than $1,400, but thankfully, I have an income stream and money in the bank, so I don't need it. But other people, I don't know what they do." My favorite thinking person movie is probably... That's a good question, actually. What's a good thinking person's movie? I'll have to think about it. Now, there's thinking person TV shows. What was that total again? 141.5 also. Yeah, but I have a 2-bedroom apartment with about 400 more square footage than I had in San Diego for half the cost. Yeah, Las Vegas is definitely more expensive than it was when I lived here in 2012. It's because people from California come in. They sell their houses in California and use the equity to buy houses with cash in Las Vegas, which drives up housing prices. And then they vote for the same politicians that they voted for in California that made them want to leave California in the first place. Okay, that was not the final score in that game. All right, I'm waiting for Milwaukee, Wright State, and UMass Lowell, Albany, and Air Force, Fresno State. Like in 2012, you could have bought a pretty nice house here in Las Vegas for under 200 grand. I'm not joking. Because the real estate market was wiped out here, but Californians are basically inflating the real estate market here. I wouldn't buy a house here right now. I'd wait for it to crash first, because it's going to eventually. All right, Arizona just tied the game, thankfully. All right, Milwaukee, Wright State. We got Wright State -5.5. And the total is 79.5. Over. Just waiting on UMass Lowell, Albany, and Air Force Fresno State. Oh yeah, Idaho. I wouldn't mind moving to Idaho. I interviewed for a job in Idaho back in 2018. But you know what they're all complaining about there is California transplants. But California transplants take their equity that they get from selling their massively overpriced houses in California and ruin the real estate markets and cheaper cost of living areas, and then vote for the same politicians that caused them to leave California in the first place. I don't like all the people that I talk to here, because like a lot of people in this apartment complex and that I see in stores and everything, they're all out of work because, with limited capacity and everything, like the casinos and restaurants, they're just not hire or they just don't have the same hours. They might still be working, but their hours have been cut, and none of them wanted Joe Biden to win because they tie Democrats and everything to the lockdowns. And so they're like, as long as we have Democrats, we're going to continue to be locked down. trying to get this Albany bet, and it has to acquire my location all over again. Like, there should be a thing on these apps. I haven't moved my phone since 9 o'clock this morning, so why do you keep having to acquire my location? The line moved a lot, by the way, but in my favor. It went from 75 to 78 very fast. Where's Air Force? Is it not halftime yet? I mean, I don't want to talk about politics, but I'm just saying all the people I talk to around here are angry because we're locked down and they can't work. And they're like, they just refuse to believe that Las Vegas voted for Joe Biden. They're like, they don't know anyone who did because no one wants to be locked down. There's Fresno State and Air Force. All right. We got Fresno State -1 and 70 as a total. Nothing. All right. Which is fine. I already have an over bet there, and it looks pretty good. All right. I mean, yeah, like I said, I don't want this channel to be about politics, but I'm just talking about Las Vegas. Like, everybody everybody wants to go back to work here. Nobody wants to be locked down, and they're like, nobody wanted, and that's why nobody around here wanted Biden to win. At least casino workers and service sector employees. Now, like more white-collar desk jobs that can work from home and still get a paycheck, yeah, that's different. But like the guy above me, he works at the Wynn, and his hours have been cut pretty bad because of all this, and he's like, I don't want to be locked down. I'm ready for this to all be over with. I don't want 25% capacity. And then the governor yesterday was like, we're going to increase to 35% capacity. I'm like, oh, so what? Oh, you're increasing from 25 to 35. Big deal. All right, that's it for the that wave of second half. So let me. I just need Arizona to close this out. I'm pretty sure it will go under, though. Yeah, it's going to go under unless it goes into overtime. And Oregon just hit a 3 to go up, which I don't care. I have Arizona plus 4.5. I just don't want overtime. That's all. No overtime. All right. How's Boston College doing? TCU fell apart. All right. Loyola MD Lafayette. Did I have a bet in that game? No. Stony Brook, Vermont. I don't think so. Boston College. It's going to be very close. Is it going to go over, though? Probably not. Did Western Carolina end up pulling it off? It went under and Western Carolina. All right, I won the double bet. All right, awesome. I won the double bet. And the mistake bet, too. All right, Eastern Washington, Montana. I'm pretty sure that game's over. Oh, UNC Greensboro, total meltdown. They're up by 17. Hartford didn't win. But did it go under? Yeah. So that's a split. Where's Norfolk? Norfolk. It's gonna. I think they're gonna do it. Idaho State won't though. Where's Eastern Washington? 154. Ah, crap. It's funny to watch RT News and see how they report on American news and how much different it is from here. And sadly, how much more accurate RT News is. As long as this Arizona game doesn't go into overtime, I'm golden. Arizona has 1.1 seconds to get a shot off. No, Inglewood's still a dump. Ah, thankfully. No overtime. No overtime. So Arizona and the under is a winner. Thankfully, no overtime. All right. Now what should I turn on? Duke and NC State. Let's do it. Is Boston University and Holy Cross going to go over? Yes. Yes, it did. Thankfully. Yes. Oh, so I'm 4-0 in totals today. Good. Although only 2 of them are official. But Air Force at Fresno is looking very good. All right, so this is actually the best start I've had to a Saturday in a while. Are there going to be any second halves coming up? Not for South Dakota, North Dakota, and Georgia, Alabama, maybe in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. All right, so this game's going to overtime, which is good because it keeps my Idaho State -8 alive, which probably won't happen, but still. Where's Boston College at? Is that game on TV? Oh, so Boston College covered, but it didn't go over. So 1 and -1.1. 14-9. Anything above 60% is good. Looks like Norfolk's going to do it. I'm not going to count my chicken before it hatches, but still, I think they're going to get it done. Greensboro did not get it done. Norfolk did get it done. So basically a trade. $15-10. So Idaho State, and then all these are just starting the second half. So let's check out, see what's going on live. We got Iowa, Michigan State. Iowa is currently minus 21.5. St. Louis and Fordham. We have St. Louis currently minus 28.5, which sucks because I have Fordham pregame. We have Georgia and Alabama. I'm just going to wait for the second half on that one. No one was convicted for the 2008 bank crisis because the people who are guilty were the ones writing the laws. I don't really blame the bank so much for 2008 because they were just taking advantage of the crappy laws that the politicians passed. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying the banks aren't evil. They are, but the politicians allowed them to be evil legally. All right, St. Louis and Fordham. You can get St. Louis at minus 29.5 at the moment. I'm going to put that in just out of morbid curiosity. Nope. I have NC State on the money line plus 135. I had Kennesaw State yesterday at plus 7, and they didn't come close to covering. I mean, they were ahead, I think, at the end of the first half, but then they got destroyed in the second half. So that they're a back-to-back play. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I think the banks are absolutely evil. Banks are evil, right? I believe that banks pay politicians to write crappy laws to benefit banks. So it's like an incestuous relationship. So both sides are evil. Oh yeah, I'm not saying the banks are without blame. I had UAB last night, +1. Nope, they lost by double digits. So they're +1 again tonight. I don't have them today. I feel like I have no privacy right now. Like there's just people outside the window. I just feel like I'm being stared at. Oh yeah, it's a big club and we're not in it. Anyone who thinks politicians have your best interests at heart are fools. I don't care which side of the aisle you're on. Like, people are like, this politician cares for the little guy, the working man. No, he doesn't. He cares about his pocketbook. Yeah, those signs. That's like those signs are the equivalent of touts for the real estate industry. Like those commercials you hear on the radio, come to my seminar and learn how to flip houses without having to spend any money. I'm like, scam. Or like the people are like, it's touts. It's like the guy is like, I have a secret about Wall Street that I will give to you if you call this number that will allow you to make money and beat the Wall Street casino. I'm like, if you really had this inside tip, you would use it for yourself and enrich yourself and not give it away. Am I right? Like, whether it be a house flipping seminar or some Wall Street insider secret about if if I had all this knowledge, I would use it for myself. I wouldn't give it away. I actually prefer Bumble to Tinder, though. I haven't used either app since COVID, but back when I did, I preferred Bumble. There was, less volume but higher quality on Bumble. Tinder is like a lot of volume, but you got to wade through a lot of crap. Duke, NC State. Score does not match. Arkansas, Missouri. Yeah, Arkansas plus 5.5. Missouri. I'm going to take it. I'm taking Missouri early. I have a good feeling about that one. Just acquired my location not too long ago, am I right? I'm in Missouri. I liked it. I'll take him early if that's what it's gonna be. That's what it's gonna be. But I don't mind taking Missouri that early. I don't know Hinge. My problem with Hinge is that I just don't. I'm a minimalist. I believe like your picture should tell the story, and you shouldn't have to like answer questions or have a bio or anything. And also, I felt like there's a lot of profiles on there that were old and outdated. Like, people haven't been on the app for a couple of years. Like I said, I don't have a lot of experience using it though. I only use it in San Diego. My issue with San Diego was that you would get a ton of people from Mexico because you're right there, and so like half of the profiles would be people like who lived in Tijuana, which I was not interested in at all. But the thing is, that could ruin your score. By score, I mean there's like a ELO score that those apps have. And if you have a bunch of people in Mexico who are, not swiping you, not because they're not attractive, but because, they just don't want to swipe with an American, that's going to lower your score. And it's the same, if you're too picky on these apps, your score is going to be lowered as well. And so when you're, getting rid of all the Mexican profiles, that they're going to think you're being too picky. But yeah, I haven't used it since early 2020, before COVID. Kansas minus 8.5. I'm mildly interested. The total in that game is 120.5, 119.5. That's really low for a Kansas Iowa State game. That game went way over the other night. Hiccups. All right, 119.5. Nope. What about the spread? Is it still Kansas minus 8.5? I don't know. It's off the board now. No, it's that the thing is that like Tinder will delete your profile from its stack if you haven't logged in 2 weeks. But Bumble, at least this last time I checked, it's been a while, but last time I checked, they don't delete Bumble profiles, so they'll have inactive profiles in the stack. And so does Hinge, and I think they do that just to make it look like their user base is bigger than it really is. Tinder doesn't have to do that because it has such high volume, but yeah. Uh, Bumble and Tinder, at least last time I checked, it's been over a year. Maybe they don't do it anymore, but they don't remove inactive profiles. Like, I remember there was this, when I was using Bumble in Kentucky, there was this girl I was going out with, and her best friend was in my stack, and she got married because the girl I was going out with was in the wedding. And yet she showed up in my stack. I was like, geez. And I asked her, I was like, how long ago did she get married? And she was like, oh, 2 years ago. So at least a 2-year-old, profile. And that's when she got married. So say she dated that guy a year before getting married. No, there's no way to block Mexican profiles. Which, like I said, nothing against. Ooh, look at this! Idaho State's up by 8, but nothing against Mexicans or anything. But what was I gonna say? I just don't want to match with someone in Tijuana because I don't want to go over the border. Ooh, we got a halftime sort. South Dakota, North Dakota. Man, just like Wofford with Furman, South Dakota's nemesis is North Dakota. South Dakota was the favorite to win the Summit League last year when South Dakota State got bounced in the first round, and all South Dakota had to do was beat North Dakota and they lost. And now here they are again. Losing to a North Dakota team is not that good. South Dakota's the leader in the Summit League right now, if you guys didn't know. Wait, is it 0? Yeah, it's 0. I don't even know what Badu is. Man, good thing I got that South Dakota bet in because it moved to -1 once I. I have darker skin because I have ancestry from Eastern Europe. Yeah, my ancestry is Eastern European, like Yugoslavia, Croatia. So I have that like olive Mediterranean skin. I'm gonna throw the yellowfin tuna in the. It's not, I don't cook the yellowfin tuna long. I almost like to eat it almost rare, like almost tartare or whatever it's called, or what not. Tartare is for beef. For fish, it's just a sashimi. Whatever you call fish that's not really cooked. Where's Alabama, Georgia? Oh, it's almost at halftime. I'm just waiting for that game to hit halftime. All right. Alabama. So Georgia, I was waiting for this one. 4.5 and 85.5. Nope, nothing. See, but that's the thing. Kennesaw State was up like this yesterday too, and they didn't come close to covering. So I'm not gonna get excited yet. Yeah, TCU fell apart there in the last 10 minutes. I didn't watch it. I don't have the Longhorn Network, but I'm aware. All right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and I'm gonna do it right this time. I'm back. All right, St. Louis and Fordham's second half should be coming out soon. All right, we got St. Louis minus 5.5, 66.5 on the total. Do you take St. Do I give up my Fordham bet because I can't middle this one? So do I give up my Fordham bet and try to get the St. Louis bet, or do I let my Fordham bet ride? That is a good question. You know what? I'm gonna sacrifice my Fordham bet and chase the St. Louis bet. Let's do it. This video is suggested to you. Do you do a lot of sports betting videos or anything sports related? All right, so St. Louis it is. Sorry, Fordham bet. I could still win you, but there's a chance it could fall in the middle and I lose them both. Let's check on Idaho State. They're an over. They had a chance. Idaho. Oh no, they didn't do it. They had a chance, but no. All right, NC State. I want to see what the NC State live line is right now. It's 9.5. I want to enter that in. Nothing there. Yeah, that's what I do. I use my data skills to bet on sports. Does it win me money? Not necessarily, but it's fun. I do it more for the challenge. Kansas is up to 10.5. NC State's 10.5. I'm gonna enter them in again at 10.5. Still nothing. All right. Where's Kansas? The score doesn't match, so they're up by 10. The Jay Duncan, the teams that rely on freshmen are the ones having bad years, which doesn't surprise me. This whole COVID garbage is ruining the ability for these teams to have normal seasons, which I would imagine would hurt freshmen the most. Man, Duke is just running it up. I'm trying to get this game to slow down so I can enter in more live odds for it. 115.5 for Kansas and Iowa State total, by the way. That is just a total turnaround from their game the other night. No, still nothing there in the Duke game. I'm going to keep entering in the odds, but nothing there. Oh, yeah. Statistics, computer science, that type of stuff. All right, when's our next flood going to come? We got 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 games between the next 10 and 20 minutes. Yeah, I exhibited the garbage in, garbage out principle. Okay, NC State's now 14 and a half. I'm going to keep pounding that one. I mean, at some point, there's got to be movement, right? Whether it be on Duke or NC State, I don't care. I mean, my NC State money line bet not looking too good right now, but maybe try to find an angle at the total. Still nothing. Yeah, computer science and all that would be your best bet. Is it just me, or does Las Vegas have more personal injury attorneys per capita than anywhere else on earth? Like half of the TV commercials and radio commercials you hear are for injury attorneys. I would do computer science. Southern Arkansas Pine Bluff is up. Got Southern minus 3.5. And 70.5 on the total. All right, we got Southern. Jump on the Southern second half with me then. Just like I did. I just put it in. Although it's probably not a TV game, though, so you might not be able to watch it, but you get the idea. All right, looks like the next game to go into the half will be Illinois State, Southern Illinois, and then Colgate Army shortly thereafter. Middle Tennessee, Marshall, and Charlotte Old Dominion are on deck and in the hole. No, it's the full game. The second half is minus 3.5, but that translates to a full game line of minus 5.5. NC State, man, they're getting destroyed. I could tell you that using a model just slightly increases your odds of winning. It doesn't allow you to win. Good way to put it. Yeah, it minimizes your losses. It doesn't really increase your wins. It just minimizes your losses. All right, Illinois State, Southern Illinois, Colgate Army coming to a close in the first half. awaiting their second half lines. That's why I like the Westgate app over Circa, because they get those second half lines out very quick. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Circa sits on them to wait and see how the market reacts and then comes out with them. What is going on with my TV? Emergency alert? Why? Is this a test? The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know we got severe storms around here. For the following counties. Probably Clark. Yeah, Clark, but where? I want to go to weather.com. No, you can't use the Westgate app outside of here. But where's the severe storm at? I don't see a severe storm. I mean, is it going to hit my area? I mean, I'm from Texas. We got severe thunderstorm warnings like 2 or 3 times a week in the spring. So it's probably not big of a deal. So it looks like high winds. I don't see any hail or anything. I have a covered parking spot, but I don't see any hail. I mean, I'm in Summerlin, and they're listed right here, so bring it on. I've never seen a severe storm here in Las Vegas before, so it could be nice to compare it to what I see in Texas. The Circa app is the same exact thing as the Westgate app, only it's white and blue instead of yellow and black. And they don't have live betting. I mean, they do have live betting, but it's different. Okay, Charlotte Old Dominion. We got Charlotte -2 and 65.5. And then we got Illinois State, Southern Illinois. We got 6.5 and 74. Did I enter that in right? Yeah. Ooh, wow, we got 4. All right, so Old Dominion and the under, and then Southern Illinois and the under, which changed. So I'm going to have to rerun that. Man, how does it change so fast? I mean, I literally entered them in as soon as they came up. Now it has to acquire my location again. I'm going to have to re-enter the Illinois State total. Also, Middle Tennessee and Marshall just came up. Middle Tennessee is +11 and 82. They played that game last night, and Marshall ran them out of the building in the second half. But it was very close at halftime, just like today. Okay, we got Marshall, which changed, by the way, so I'm going to get a better number. And then under in that game. And still under in the Illinois State game, which is fine. A lot of unders. There's Colgate. Okay, Colgate just came up. Colgate. We got Colgate minus 1.5 and 76.5. All right, under, another under. $109.5. That's a low number. What's the MTSU Marshall? 171. And then Old Dominion minus 14. Okay, Wofford and East Tennessee State just came up. Again, Wofford's not playing Furman, so they're probably losing. Yeah, I did Marshall under 82. Where's Wofford? Oh, that game's not matching. I needed to show halftime. Yep, Wofford's losing just like I predicted because they're not playing Furman. Oh, over. Finally, we got an over. I knew it was going to happen. Any other half times that I'm missing? Or that are about to come? So we're about to get Florida Atlantic UTSA pretty dang soon. Any up here? We're going to get Duke and North Carolina, Stetson. So yeah, there's still more second halves to come. Yeah, I took Marshall and the under. Man, Loyola MD, all they do is play overtime games. Jeez, how many overtime games have they played this year? Probably because they were fixed. That's what I would imagine. The horse races were fixed. Like I said, North Dakota is the kryptonite of South Dakota in basketball. All right, Florida Atlantic UTSA is up. We got 1.5 and 80.5. Let's see what we got. Under. I played the over in that one last night, and it went over, I think. What was the number? 161.5. That was the same exact number last night, I think. All right. We're still waiting on Arkansas, Missouri is going to come through soon. Still probably got about 10 minutes for Long Beach. Stetson, Kennesaw State should be up. Any second now. UAB also. Duke NC State probably has a couple minutes. Still waiting for Stetson to come up. It's not. Yeah, I get some weird videos recommended to me as well. I have a lot of gun videos in mind because I watch a lot of gun videos. I like when I get random sports betting channels recommended to me, though, and I watch them just to critique them. Most of them suck. Man, they're being real slow with that Kennesaw State line. UAB came up. We got UAB at Pick'em and a total of 71.5. Under. A lot of unders. By the way, Duke NC State just went to halftime, so where's the storm I was hearing about? Duke NC State's out. I'm guessing, I don't know what, not that I care about the Kennesaw game because I already have a bet on it, but for whatever reason, they haven't come off the line for that yet. And by the way, Duke is a +3 second half. And 77. Nothing, which was the case as I tried to live bet it. There's Stetson. Glad to see you. Interesting. Do I try to middle this one? I sure as hell do. Let's do it. So basically I have Stetson plus 10 and Kennesaw plus 7. That's basically what I have. Hopefully I can middle it and get them both. All right, some of these games should be ending soon. John Lawson. I know I played a John Lawson video on the stream before. I made fun of him. That guy's an idiot. that guy like represents everything I hate about sports betting YouTube channels. All right. I forgot when I did that. It might have been when I was still living in Texas before Christmas, but we definitely played a video of his on a live stream and made fun of it. All right. Any other first halves coming in soon, or is that it? Arkansas, Missouri, and then Long Beach and UC Davis. Looks like Cal Baptist, that one went over. I think I already graded that as a loss, but they covered the spread. UTA and Texas State looked like it was going to go over, which, unless we get a scenario like we had earlier where they just go scoreless in the last 42 seconds, that one is over. Milwaukee and Wright State looked like it was heading over, and it did, yeah, easily. UMass Lowell and Albany. Do I have under or over in that one? I have under 160, and yeah, that one's going to... It's heading that way, but I'm not going to count it as a win yet. South Dakota, like I said, they're playing their kryptonite. Missouri. I took that one live, so they're not even at halftime yet. St. Louis was looking good. Southern... Oh, so all these also haven't started, so... Just going to wait on that UTA final so I can grade it as a loss. Unless we have another miracle like we had earlier. What game was that, by the way? Was it Loyola and Drake where they didn't score in the last minute for it to go under? A Cinderella, in my opinion, has to be a team seeded 11 or worse from a mid-major conference. If you're looking for a team like that, it's kind of hard to gauge this year. Hold on one second. Let me enter this in. I already have a bet on Missouri minus. Let's do it again. YOLO. This is a YOLO bet. Like, I don't want to say Loyola because I think they're going to be a single-digit seed. They'll probably be like a 6 or a 7. Maybe an 8. I don't like Belmont. I don't like their style. Their style is, there's a reason they make the tournament every year and everyone thinks they're going to win, and then they don't win a game. It's because they shoot too many. They're just too reliant on the three. Who in here would be a double-digit mid-major seed? Wright State could be one. They're pretty good, and they're probably going to be like a 14 seed, maybe a 13. St. Bonaventure, if they can get in, is dangerous. They had a heartbreaking loss to VCU last night. Colgate, I would keep an eye on Colgate. I could see them being like a 14, 15 seed and being dangerous. UC Santa Barbara, they have a very good player. His name is Ja'Cory McLaughlin. He's very good. They got to get by UC Irvine and UC Riverside, though. That's going to be a bloodbath. You know, that conference tournament's going to be a bloodbath because all three of those teams are good. Riverside, Irvine, and UC Santa Barbara. And it sucks because the Big West kind of played themselves this year, because I bet if the Big West played a typical non-conference schedule this year instead of fear-mongering over COVID, they could have been a two-bid league this year, because Riverside, Irvine, and UC Santa Barbara are all good enough to have played and won meaningful non-conference games to boost the profile of that league. But instead they had to fear-monger over COVID, and they're going to be a one-bid league. All right, just waiting on Long Beach and UC Davis. I had Long Beach last night in that game plus 320, and they came up just short. No, Colorado's going to be a single-digit seed, and they're from a major conference. Yeah. UC Santa Barbara is the best team, but Riverside and Irvine can both beat them in the conference tournament. That's why I said that would UC Santa Barbara would probably be a at-large candidate if they played a typical non-conference schedule, and they didn't because they had to, overreact. Waiting on that Long Beach game to go to halftime, which it is, so let's hope that it's up. Not yet. Waiting for it to come in. What the hell commercial is this? That was the weirdest commercial ever. It was a Facebook commercial. It was just a bunch of drag queens doing things like skating at a skate park. Stupid. All right. Come on, Long Beach line, come up. Westgate's being slow with that Long Beach line. Sometimes the lines will pop up before this even says halftime on my API, but it's the opposite right now. Okay, here comes the rain, but it's not raining hard at all. Where's the severe storm I was blast you guys have done an emergency alert for twice now? Like, at least give me some lightning or thunder or something to let me know there's a storm. I mean, I'll mute the TV even. How's that sound? Did you see that commercial also? Luton Delusion is on. I'm watching Duke and NC State, and they just played the commercial. It was weird. I'm glad I muted the TV based on the commercial that's on right now. I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want to be deplatformed. I don't. I put a lot of time and effort and investment into this channel, and if I say the wrong thing about what's the subject of this commercial that's on right now, the YouTube censors will probably come get me. I don't think we're ever going to see a line. Oh, there's Long Beach. It just finally popped up. All right, it's +5 and 80.5. What if the people at the Westgate are watching the stream and like, he jumps on lines immediately. We need to watch him. It's over. Over is our play here. Yeah, I muted the TV, and I'm waiting for this thunder and lightning. And if there's been any thunder, I haven't heard it. If there's been any lightning, I haven't seen it. I guess I can check the radar again. Blowing dust. That actually, when I was in Las Vegas in 2017, there was a dust storm that came through when I was staying at the Red Rock, and it was pretty cool. I mean, it lasted for about 30 minutes. Where's the current radar, not the future radar? Yeah, when I was in Las Vegas that time when the dust storm came in 2017, I actually got an alert on my phone about it. If there's anything severe, it's up here, and I'm over here. This is where the severe is, right here. By the way, driving to Reno sucks. You know, I drove to Reno for when I went to Tahoe. I mean, it's like, it doesn't look like it's that far, you know, but it's like a one lane road the entire way, and it like sidewinds, you know, so it's not like a straight road. It's like a sidewinding road. So, and it's one lane. So if you get stuck behind a truck, oh boy. I got pulled over for an illegal pass, but thankfully I didn't get a ticket. Only because a car in front of me had done it, too. That's why I did it. I thought it was fine because the car in front of me did it. Yeah, nothing severe that I see. I don't see. They wouldn't call this a severe thunderstorm warning in Texas because there has to be a lot of yellow and red for that to happen, and there's not. They have all the areas. Area 51 is up here. It's right off the extraterrestrial highway in Rachel, Nevada. You just trust me on it. All right. Well, that's that. I think this severe thunderstorm is a dud so far. When does Villanova Creighton start? It starts at 2, so it should already started. What channel is it? I'm going to turn that on instead of this Duke NC State blowout. What the hell? It's got to be on Fox, right? Yep. No, I'm telling you, the Big West would have been a multi-bid NCAA tournament league this year if they played a normal non-conference schedule. Riverside, Irvine, and Santa Barbara are all good enough to have been at-large candidates. Like, I remember when UC Riverside was horrible. Now they're having a good year. Ultimately, I don't think they're going to come out on top in the Big West tournament, but you never know. Okay, Villanova Creighton. You can get Villanova at minus 3.5 as I say this. By the way, that game did go over. Whoops, that's a loss. Oh, here comes the rain. Okay, now it's raining a little harder. But I still haven't seen any lightning or heard any thunder. All right, Villanova minus 3.5 with a total of 151.5 live. Let's check it out, just to check it out. Nope, nothing. Anything else I can grade? UMass Lowell Albany go under. Is the game still going on? Yeah, it went under. I think South Dakota's going to be a loser, by the way. Disappointing. They just can't beat North Dakota. They can beat everybody else, but not North Dakota. Duke minus 18.5. Georgia plus 18.5. Yeah, nothing on Villanova. I just entered it in and nothing came up. Where's Northwestern at? $138.5 and 5.5. If anything for Duke comes up, it's a no-go. Okay, under in the Northwestern game? Okay. Oh, missed the boat on the under in the Northwestern game. Didn't get it in. Never mind. It's still saying to play the under in that game. I'll do it. Hopefully it acquires my location this time before timing out and saying the bet is no longer available. I'm showing Duke at minus 16.5 right now. Let me put it in. I'll put in the total as well. It's 133.5. Nothing. Okay, Texas Southern Grambling just went into halftime. So yeah, we're about to have a couple second halves come up. It's not even raining anymore. Yeah, I see nothing on Duke right now. Yeah. Yeah, I adjust tempos by opponent, but the way I do it is different than my other adjustments. It's kind of complex. You kind of have to take into consideration like the how the team would want to play, if that makes sense. Like, if a team that plays a slow pace falls behind by a lot, they're going to want to speed the game up, right? So that's not how they want to play. That's just how they had to play. So my tempo adjustments are more of a synthesis of like the team season average and then the game tempo and the expected tempo. It's hard. It even confuses me, and I've been doing the tempo adjustments like that for years. So it's confusing, but it's kind of something how you have to take into consideration. Duke's at 15.5 now. There's got to be some second halves up now. Yeah. Texas Southern Grambling, 1.5, 77. Under. Also waiting on Weber State, Montana. It's up. We got Weber State minus 0.5 and 75.5. It's probably going to tell me Montana, I bet. Watch. Nope, under. A lot of unders, which is fine. I don't mind. It's not a bad thing. Anything else coming into halftime anytime soon? Nope, that should be it for now, so I can go back to the live bet roster. All right, I'm showing Duke at 17.5. Creighton is up by 4. So let me put 17.5 into this just to see what it says. Nothing. All right, so what about totals? Nothing there. Villanova and Creighton is now 21-20. Are they coming out of a media timeout? Yeah, they are. All right, so put this one 155.5 with a spread of minus 1.5. Nope, nothing. Oh, Southern, you gotta let me down. Southern, man, oof, woof. I know people tailed me on that one too. So it looks like placing that bet on St. Louis did pay off. It paid off. Glad I did it. $19-14. That was the record I had last night with my second half and live bets. Man, every time I bet on Tennessee State, they always get destroyed. I don't know why my model likes them. Hopefully Moorhead can. I want one of these long shot money lines today to hit. I don't care which one, but Moorhead has a chance. They're only down by 4. Oh man, we're gonna have an avalanche of second half bets here in about 20 minutes. Yeah, both of those. Southern Illinois didn't show up, but here, look at this. I had a plus 5.5. Have they even scored in the second half? That's just sad. They fired Barry Hinson for that. You know, they got rid of Barry Hinson, and they're like, oh, the guy we're bringing in, Byron Mullins, is such a good coach, and I haven't seen it so far. Like, at least Barry Hinson had a pretty high floor. His ceiling might have been not been that high, but his floor is pretty high as well. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Villanova Creighton game to slow down so I can put in the live odds. Like I said, I feel like I'm being spied on by the people outside who can see me through my open window. Yeah, it's going to come into me to timeout next stop. There's the oh, that should have been a foul and a stop and play, but okay, there's the foul. Okay. All right. So Villanova, Creighton, we can finally enter it in the live line. Okay. We got 157.5 and 1.5. Nothing. All that for nothing. We can put this one in 8.5 real quick for Northwestern. Nothing either. All right. That's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be. What channel is Arkansas, Missouri on? I'm kind of disappointed in Missouri. I really am. Is it on SEC Network? No, it's ESPN2. Yeah, I just turned on Arkansas, Missouri, because Missouri looked like they were going to run away with it, and Arkansas, you know, they've been prone to getting blown out this year. So when my model said Missouri, I was like, okay, let's do it. There's a 3 for Missouri, and it was airballed. Not even close. And then Arkansas, they don't get back on transition defense. On the other end, Arkansas gets an easy basket. Now Arkansas's up by 5. That was some sorry transition defense. Another 3 by Missouri. Nope. Moving screen. Going the other way. Ooh, that was a foul in Missouri they didn't call. Arkansas's up by 7 now. I haven't seen Missouri hit the rim since I turned this on. There's a 3 for Missouri to pull back within 4. I'm going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. All right. Old Dominion's going to go over. Yeah, what do we have? Like 109? Yeah, it probably will. Yeah, there's probably a slew of losses coming this way, so that 19 and 14 record's probably not going to last much longer. As Arkansas gets a wide open dunk. I don't think Missouri is a very well coached team. I really don't. Just based on when I watched them this year. They got destroyed the other night by Ole Miss. Ooh, that was a nice rejection by Arkansas, I gotta admit. Yeah, betting against North Texas never works out. All right, I'm awaiting the flood. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So 18 second halves coming up soon. That's the most of the day so far. And I'm ready. Missouri can tie the game, and they did. Okay, so we're tied with Missouri, Arkansas. Standing by for the flood. All right, Missouri can take the lead. You can live bet hockey. How does live betting hockey even work? Oh, you can live bet the money lines. All right. Waiting on the flood of second halves. Yeah, I bet on Southern Miss last night against North Texas, and wow, Southern Miss got run out of the building from the start. I need a flip. Where can I get a flip? My best bet is probably Youngstown State, sadly. Robert Morris won last night, but it was double overtime. Morehead State winning would be very nice. I'm not going to lie about that, but they're probably going to come short like Citadel did earlier. Jeez, Alabama. Leave some for the rest of us. All right. Geez, this game's 15-5 with 15 minutes in. That's sad. That projected total is going to go under 100. All right, which one of these is going to be the first one to get to halftime? Yeah, I think Marshall, Middle Tennessee is going to go over. What's it at right now? 167? Yeah, I'm telling you, there's about to be an avalanche of losses, so get ready. I just won't grade them until these second halves come in. I won a bet on UCLA in college football back in 2017 when they were down 41-7, I think, against Texas A&M or something like that, and they came back and won. I had them on the money line. That's probably my biggest comeback ever. By the way, I bet on Mississippi Valley State, but I have them at 695, not 750, by the way. They won the other night at plus 1,200, so we'll see. Oh, this game went under. Charlotte Old Dominion went under. Yes, by 0.5 point. Wow, that looked like it was going over, didn't it? Man, happy day. Yeah, we had written that off, right? Kind of stems the bleeding a little bit. Marshall, I think Marshall's going to go over, but it did, by the way, so we can call that a loss. But the minus 11.5, the jury's still out. It's going to be very close. And did Old Dominion won, right? Yeah, they won by more than 14, so that's a total loss, but a spread win. Southern Illinois, I'm going to go ahead and call that one a loss. There's no point in waiting for it to finish. That's just sad. They acted like Byron Mullins was going to be their savior pretty much. Like they wanted Byron Mullins so bad as their coach. Or Brian Mullins, whatever his name is. Okay, here's the first second half. McNeese and Northwestern was the first to get there. McNeese and Northwestern State. All right, where are they at? Where are they at? Here they are. Mine still doesn't say halftime. Okay, now it does. Okay, South Dakota State, Oral Roberts, South Alabama, Troy, stand by. We got 1 and 76.5. Ooh, a double feature. All right, let's do, so it's Northwestern State and the under, which changed, which I'll still do it. Okay, the other 2 second halves haven't come up yet. Looks like Marshall's going to do it, guys. At the very worst, they're going to push. Oh, there it is. Middle Tennessee hit the 3 we couldn't have. That sucks. That sucks. Eastern Illinois, Tennessee Tech. Another under. We're like unders today, don't we? Should I go ahead and grade Southern as a loss? Oh, no. I mean, they could force overtime and still do it, so not over yet. Colgate and Army, 149. That's not under. Told you, an avalanche of losses are coming. SIU, Illinois State should go under, though. How about Florida Atlantic and UTSA? That's probably going to go over. Did Wofford and ETSU go over? It looks like it's going to, yeah. All right, UL Lafayette, UL Monroe is up. One and 76.5. Nothing for that game. Northwestern Rutgers, North Florida Liberty have both been added. San Francisco's decent for non-Gonzaga West Coast Conference teams. Nothing for Northwestern Rutgers or North Florida Liberty. Moorhead and Belmont just got added. Remember, I have a money line bet on Moorhead there. They fell apart at the end of the second half. There's North Florida and Liberty. Why are they just now showing up? Oh, well, I'll place a bet on it. Need to make sure my log line matches. Does. All right. South Alabama, Troy, South Dakota State, Oral Roberts. $3.5 and 71.5. Did I get that in right? Yeah, I did. Okay, and then South Dakota State and Oral Roberts. Where you at? There they are. That's a high-scoring first half. 86.5. Wow. Troy, second half. Which moved in my favor, by the way. North Texas Southern misses up. Where are they? -3 and 68. Northern Kentucky, Green Bay. Trying to keep up here. 2.5 and 74.5. Nothing. Yeah, I've had people yell at me because of picks losing. Yeah. As if every single pick I make should win. Yeah. Because I don't think the average person understands sports betting, and they assume good bettors are going to win every bet they make. That's why touts have a market. Like, ask the average person, not the average sports bettor, just the average person on the street, how much a good sports bettor winning percentage would be. I bet most of them would say like 90%. All right, waiting for more half times to come in. Wofford, East Tennessee State did go over. Okay. Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, Abilene Christian. We got 6.5 and 69.5. SIU, Edwardsville, and Jacksonville State. We got 3 and 76.5. Okay, so Abilene Christian and SIU Edwardsville under. My cousin played college basketball in Abilene, but not for Abilene Christian. He played for Division III Hardin Simmons. What was the number? Minus 27.5? That's a big number, but Abilene Christian is that good, people. They are good. They do command that kind of respect. Okay, Villanova Creighton second half is up. That's interesting. We've been waiting for that one. We got Villanova minus 2.5 and 77.5. Nothing for that one. There's been nothing for that one all day. Oakland Robert Morris. We got Oakland plus 2 and 878.5. I'm pretty sure Robert Morris, best player, left the team yesterday, and they still won without him yesterday, but hard to do that 2 days in a row. IPFW in Youngstown, which I already have a bet on Youngstown, but we might, want to double down on it. And 78. Over. Manhattan Iona. Rick Pitino and Rick Pitino. We got Manhattan 7.5. Iona won that game last night by like 25, so that's another thing about those back-to-backs. Nothing there. Fairfield and St. Peter's. Come on down. Remember that game? Yeah, 17-17 at half. That's a barn burner. So basically St. Peter's minus 7. Nothing on the total, surprisingly. Man, there's a lot of live bets being listed right now. Or second halves. Is there any more we're waiting on, though? Once this flood is done, I'm going to go fire up the stove. So Eastern Kentucky, Tennessee State is the one we're waiting on. Not there yet. And then, Southern went to overtime. They have a chance to cover that 5.5. All right. Yep, that should be it. We're just waiting on Tennessee State and Eastern Kentucky. Are there any more live bets I can grade? How did Southern Illinois and Illinois State wind up total-wise? It looked like it was heading under last time I checked, but I might be wrong. Yeah, it went under. How's UAB and Louisiana Tech looking total? Yeah, that's probably going to go under too, unless it goes into overtime. So I bet on the over in that game, and I have the under live. So I'd rather have the under, to be honest with you, because I have more money on the under. Just waiting on Eastern Kentucky and Tennessee State. You know what? I'm going to go fire up the stove while I'm waiting on that. I'll be right back. I'm going to do this again. I put the tuna in for only 4 minutes on the stove. I hope that's not too long. Ooh, we might get that Stetson Kennesaw State middle that I was looking for. Let's hope it happens. Watch it be like 76-61 after the refresh. Yeah, that was close. You won your Duke bet, by the way, at 15.5 by a hair. Didn't you get it 15.5? Oh, that one went under by half a point. All right. Yeah. We're on the right side of these half-point wins today. Yeah, I'm wearing this like pink shirt, so yeah, I can see why. Where's UAB at? It looks like that game's going to go under. So it looks like that flood of unders actually paid off, at least for that wave. Oh, it looks like Missouri and Arkansas is going to overtime, which is what I needed. I needed that. That's the only chance I have of Missouri covering the live bets I made on them. By the way, speaking of getting overtime for a cover, did Southern end up doing anything in overtime? Let's find out. UAB Louisiana Tech, we'll see. That might go to overtime. A lot of fouls to be had in that game still, probably. I wouldn't get confident. Okay, where's Eastern Kentucky at? Southern and Arkansas Pine Bluff. What's going on? Have they not started overtime yet? I don't know what's going on there. There's Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky -1 and 80.5. Nothing. All right, well, that's it for second half, so I'm going to go back to the live betting. Northwestern +14.5. Okay, so the 3 o'clock live bet games are Rice, Western Kentucky, Gonzaga, San Francisco, and North Carolina, Virginia, by the way. All right, my tuna's done. Let's hope I didn't cook it too long. I only did it 4 minutes, but let's hope it's good. All right, if I get food poisoning, I get food poisoning, but I don't like cooking my tuna too long. I like it to still be, red. Like, here's the fillet right here. Like, I still like the red to be there. So if I get food poisoning, I get food poisoning, which I had before. I went to this not restaurant, this store called like the 99 Ranch or something like that in San Diego. It's like one of those Chinese seafood stores. And I got really bad food poisoning from the frozen oysters I got from there. It was bad. I thought I was gonna die, but no, this is fine. Yeah, I mean, I seared it. I pretty much seared it, right? And this is teriyaki sauce, by the way, but I'm gonna try it without the teriyaki first. Not bad. Probably should have put some salt on it, but that's why I have the teriyaki. I don't know what the deal with the Southern game is. The API went out for it. Oh wait, now it's done. Okay, where'd it go? They won, but that's not going to be enough. Missouri, you got the guy wide open under the basket, and that's what you do. I should have gotten a bigger plate. I'm gonna try it with the teriyaki. Oh yeah, that food poisoning I got after I ate those oysters from the 99 Ranch Market. I was like, if someone had showed up right then and there, and when I was in the bathroom and shot me dead, I would have been okay with it. That's how miserable I was. Oh man, it was so bad. Make your free throws, Missouri. I probably should have put salt on this. Oh well. That's what the teriyaki's for. Dang it. The last time I got food poisoning, though, was back in October. I don't know what gave me food poisoning, but the last thing I had before going to bed and waking up that night and throwing up everywhere was a smoothie. I made a smoothie with pineapple, coconut milk, coconut flakes, banana, stuff like that. And I don't know what it was. But I can't have a coconut pineapple smoothie anymore after that. That was bad. Like, I love pina colada everything, but not smoothies anymore. I like to make my own smoothies, though, but I go to Tropical Smoothie Cafe every now and then, which is way better than Smoothie King, by the way. My favorites at Tropical Smoothie Cafe are the Island Green, the Chia Banana Boost, and the Peanut Paradise. Oh yeah, that food poisoning I got from the Chinese oysters. Oh man, that was... Like, I've had food poisoning more than that, but that was by far the worst. Looks like I pulled off the Stetson middle. That's good. I like hearing good food poisoning stories, though. They're fun to listen to. It's not fun during, but after it's kind of fun to joke around. At my old job, like when I got food poisoning back in October, I actually sent like an email to my, superiors like at 3 in the morning saying, "Hey, I'm up, right now with pretty bad food poisoning, so I might, need to take a couple hours tomorrow morning, just in case I need to, And then I got lectured to about how unprofessional that email was. Like what? That was part of the reasons why I quit my previous job. So the disappointment of the day is money lines. They're good the last 2 days, but not today. Because I had to be so picky. That's why. It was like, where do I set the cutoff? Because literally the break-even key for money lines on my machine learning method is 0. So pretty much everything above 0. So that means everything pretty much would be at play. So I didn't know where to set the cutoff. Yeah, no, yeah. There's a difference between like food poisoning and food poisoning. Like I've had times where I felt kind of uncomfortable, maybe threw up or whatever after eating something, but it wasn't that bad. But there's when you get really bad food poisoning, it's like you like I said, you if someone killed you right then and there, you probably would be okay with it. All right, can Missouri pull this off? They can if they don't hit their free throws. All right, 2 down, 2 to go. It's 1.5 pounds of yellowfin. It's a lot of protein. Not a lot of fat. Pretty much pure protein that I'm eating right here. Did I have an over in the Long Beach game? I did, yeah. Yeah, those games are getting into grading territory now. Yeah, it's overtime is still not going to go over. Missouri, man. Where were all these misses when you were playing TCU a couple weeks ago? There could always be a second overtime in the Long Beach game, or not. UAB ended up going under. It looked like it was going to be close. 133. Yep. Looks like totals are the superior option today for live second half and live. Texas Southern Grambling looks like it's going to go under, right? Has to. Missouri's up by 1 with a minute to go. I don't think they're going to cover the 6.5, but they could get the 4. There's still a chance. Travel, ref. Arkansas player traveled there. That was a travel. How do you miss that? Slid across the floor like Michael Jackson doing the moonwalk. That was pretty good tuna. I like steak better, but they didn't have the flat iron steak I was looking for, and the other cuts of steak are too fatty. Like when I'm on a diet. If I wasn't dining, I'd eat them, but too much fat. Not that fat's bad, it's just that it has more calories, so you can't eat as much. This is going to be my source of fats today. We got Tillamook Extra Sharp White Cheddar this week. Last week it was yellow, this week white. So white cheddar has a bit more of a mellow flavor to it. It's not as intense. It's a more subtle flavor. No, Long Beach won over. Hey, Long Beach won over. Barely. How do I open this without a knife? Ugh. You know, I probably prefer yellow over white cheddar, but you know, it's a little mix of mixing things up. It's just a little bit different of a flavor profile. Not bad. Mm. I didn't see that, but Alabama A&M, Alabama State's in halftime. Distracted by my eating. It logged me out. I love prime rib. Like, that's my favorite thing about the buffets around here is that when they have unlimited prime rib nights, that's all I'll eat. Over. Like, I'll go to the Studio B buffet at the M. Hopefully it opens again one day, but they have prime rib nights, and oh, it's so good. The horseradish and all that. Like, when I'm not on a diet, I'll eat prime ribeyes and New York strips and the more fatty cuts of beef, but not when I'm on a diet. All right, Mississippi Valley, make it a game of it. By the way, I have it at $6.95. I'm going to change that. I have it right here, $6.95. So it was $7.50 when I ran the model, then it dropped to $6.95. So I ran it again just to make sure it's still a profitable bet, and it was. My live spread is Villanova plus 15.5. I'm going to put it in just to see, because I don't have a bet on that game. My score doesn't match. I need to say 48-67. No, I don't bet on MMA or UFC. I don't. I think I said this a week or two ago, but I've watched. I don't really watch MMA or UFC. I like Dana White as a person and a businessman, but I'm just not a fan of the product. Yeah, I just entered in Villanova Creighton. Nothing came up. Let me enter in the total. Nothing there. Nothing there either. Well, Gonzaga's out to a big early lead. So is Virginia, Rice, Western Kentucky. I miss betting DFS. I do. DFS is fun. You know, it's a good change of pace. I'd totally still be doing it if it was legal. So they took the goaltend off the board for Missouri. Wow. Yeah, all the daily fantasies are blocked here. Like I said earlier, it's because, you know, it's the casinos own the politicians in the state. So if the casinos don't want competition in the form of daily fantasy, then the casinos are going to ban it. Like DraftKings, you know, the Nevada state government says they ban it because DraftKings doesn't want to be regulated, and I can understand why DraftKings doesn't want to be regulated because they want to force DraftKings and FanDuel and all them to go through all these ridiculous hoops to enter the market. I built this basketball model for the sole not for the sole reason, but the primary reason was to do DFS with it, which I did for maybe 2 weeks until I moved here. I gotta admit, one day I did drive to the border of California and I placed some DFS bets. And they didn't end up winning. I lost my contest, so. This North Carolina bet I made is going to turn out like the Indiana bet I made earlier, isn't it? Oh man, don't get me started about how crappy the tribal casinos are in California. It's been over 10 years since I've been to one, but I just remember the one we went to. Like, we were playing blackjack. This is the casino we went to when I was in LA for the Rose Bowl with my teammates and stuff. The place we went to, they like made you pay $1 per hand, you know, as like a commission to play blackjack. That's ridiculous. That raises the house edge to like 15%. Like, that's the reason I don't go to the casinos in Oklahoma, because they make you pay 50 cents, which I think is ridiculous, but California doubles that. That's just stupid. Appreciate it, Matthew Stansberry. We got lucky with that one. No. The main reason casinos are banned in Texas is because the Oklahoma Indian casinos pay off the politicians in Texas to keep it illegal in Texas. So, because right across the Red River in Oklahoma, there's a casino called WinStar, and it's massive. Like, this place is bigger than any Las Vegas casino. And you go to the parking lot of that place, and it's nothing but Texas license plates. That place would die if casinos became legal in Texas. I think it's the largest casino in the world by area. WinStar, it's huge. If you ever driven by it on I-35. But yeah, it sucks because, like, to play any table game there, you have to pay a commission. They call it an ante. Basically just 50 cents a hand just for the right to place a bet. That raises the house edge to ridiculous levels to where it's not even, out of principle alone, you shouldn't even bother. But it's right here, right across the Red River. It's right here, WinStar. And, they have, like a concert venue and everything, and they get some really big names to play concerts there. But the place is just massive. Like, it doesn't even look that big right here, but you got to remember, this is this is all the casino. All this is the casino. Then there's a hotel right here. But this is all casino floor. I would say, like, a typical Las Vegas casino might be, like, maybe this right here. And then they got this entire section right here and right here. Oh, man. I used to go there all the time when I was at TCU, and we'd drive up on the weekends, me and my football teammates and stuff. And we'd play blackjack and lose. And at the time, I didn't really know that paying that 50 cent a hand commission was bad, but it is. Got a driving range right here. Like, this is a driving range. That's like 200 yards right there just for scale. This is like two football fields right here. So, yeah, this whole thing is like more than 2 football fields. Yeah, it's huge. Like, this right here, the hotel is probably the size of the Paris or Monte Carlo here in Las Vegas, just for scale. Please don't go to overtime. That one's over. Big time. Oh. I was so excited when I placed this Youngstown State bet. I was so excited because I was like, yes. Finally not betting on IPFW. Finally betting against them. And then they, do that. But I want to say I have them at 5.5 and not 6. No, I have them at 5. I have them at -5. Yep. I'm going to change that over here. Man, money lines today. Disappointing. All right, we got no overtime here, thankfully. How's that Northwestern total doing? It's heading under, but, we'll see. Northwestern State and McNeese. I do have an under 126. It's going to be very close. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Trying to finish this. Feels like I've been on this block of cheese forever. Almost done. Yeah, that's what I noticed when I was playing DraftKings baseball this past summer. Is how I'd be against the same people in every pool, no matter how big of the entry fee was. The same people would be in them. And then I'd click on their profile, and they'd be in every single contest. Even the $3,000 buy-in contest, they'd be in that one. They be in the dollar buy-in contest. Like, I don't get how they do it. I can't. This Lipscomb Jacksonville line is up here on the app, but it still says it's not halftime on my API. I still might have like $5 in my DraftKings account. I haven't used it though lately. Maybe they put up the Lipscomb Jacksonville line by mistake, but this isn't updating. That's the thing, is that those contests where you can win $1 million, like they're really hard to, that's like the equivalent of playing a slot machine at a casino in terms of like, yeah, you can win a lot of money in them, but if you don't, place at the very top, you're just going to lose a lot of money. Nothing for Bradley and Missouri State. I think the API is just stuck on the Lipscomb game. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, I don't know if I want to play that. Because I already have Lipscomb. I already have Jacksonville money line. It would be a good hedge. It would be a good hedge. I'll do it. What's disappointed me about my money line dogs today is not so much they're losing, but they're like getting blown out from the get-go and not even like contesting it from the start. Would I recommend to start making models? Watch my videos. That's what the best thing I can say. Learn a programming language. Learn statistical concepts in sports that go beyond just what a box score. All right, Central Arkansas and Sam Houston State. Then we got Rice in Western Kentucky. We got Rice +2 and 77.5. So Western Kentucky and the under. I'm not taking any vaccine. Screw that. Why would I take a vaccine for a virus that I have a 99.99% chance of surviving? And then I'm sure someone will say, well, it'll keep you from spreading it to people. Oh, they keep saying that a virus won't prevent you from spreading it to people. So what is it? All right. Nothing for Austin P. North Carolina, Virginia's up. Still need that to say halftime. Okay, now it does. Man, 18 points and a half for North Carolina. Looks like Virginia succeeded in slowing that game down. So we got Virginia and North Carolina under. So like with Lipscomb, this Virginia bet is a hedge against my existing North Carolina bet. What the hell? What was the number? 113.5? 113. Arkansas State and Arkansas Little Rock. Now, I had a bet on Arkansas Little Rock last night, and they got run out of the building. And they were favored by 6, I think. Today, they're also favored by 6. And they're also losing. I don't know what got into that program. They were the regular season champ of the Sun Belt last year. Nothing. All right. I'm going to grab my pork rinds. I'm telling you guys, if you want to see me eat, then watch me. Tune in next week to the live stream. That's Saturday. You're going to see me eat a ton. But we got Al Pastor flavored pork rinds today. The delicious flavors of Al Pastor pork. Let's see if it's any good. The jalapeno cheddar ones were good last week, but I want to try these. Lamar and Houston Baptist, by the way. I got to do that first. Which I already have a money line bet on Houston Baptist. These are the low-fat pork rinds. Remember, Saturdays are no-carb Saturdays for me, although that's not going to be the case next week, but it has been the last two. I'm going to try another one before I give you my opinion. Lamar, no, I'm going to let my Houston Baptist bet ride. All right, so let me try one more of these before I give you my opinion. Got to be honest with you, I don't really taste any pineapple in there. Honestly, they taste no different than your average pork rinds. Like, I'm not tasting the Al Pastor flavor, at least in the first two I've had. Ole Miss. So what was that? Ole Miss -5. I mean, they're not bad. It's just that I've had tacos al pastor before. I make them myself sometimes, and if you would have told me, to guess the flavor of these, I would have never guessed that because it doesn't taste like I don't taste the pineapple. I mean, they're still good. I like pork rinds, but okay, that one I just ate. I can kind of taste it a little bit. Yeah, I've watched StatQuest before. Maybe I can get a push with Youngstown State. Northwestern Rutgers look like it's going under. Yeah, it's going to go under. $18-10 on second half and live totals today. That's where the money's been. Northwestern State did not cover. But did it go under? I don't think it did. Nope, so that's 2 losses. That doesn't look like an over to me. Here come the losses. Troy covered, thankfully. Ooh, that was a big one. Abilene Christian. They're up by 28. They won by 28. Barely covered. SIU Edwardsville. That's a total of 140. Yes. All right, we're on fire again. All right, 21-12 on totals. I think St. Peter's didn't do it, though. They lost outright, I think. Where are they? Here they are. Yeah, they lost. All right, and that's it for that wave. So 34-26 plus 5.4 units. Lamar's in Beaumont. It's a state university in Beaumont. Gonzaga, San Francisco is up. I already have a good looking bet on Gonzaga, but maybe we'll double down. We'll see. We want to double down on Gonzaga here. We're going to do the over, no doubt. Do we want to play the 27? That's the question. No, I'm going to let it ride. Spreads haven't been as good today, so I'm going to take the win. I usually go about 8 hours on Saturdays. Gotta be honest with you, I still don't get where they get the al pastor flavor with these pork rinds. I just had a total flip. Where was it? The Bradley game? Yeah. I would take the Gonzaga second half, but I already have a winning bet on them, so. Yeah, but still having the skin attached can really raise the fat content of them. So you got to be careful. Hopefully Jacksonville can rally and I can win at least one dog moneyline bet today. And of course, when I say that, Lipscomb hits a 3. But they represent my best chance for a moneyline flip right now. I'm going to see if that game's on ESPN 3 or whatever. Bellarmine's up 11-0. Man, this gym they're playing in, it looks smaller than my cousin's Division III gym. For Jacksonville. Detroit's doing it again. So they got out to a 39-13 lead last night. And Cleveland State ended up tying it in the second half, but Detroit pulled away at the end. Once again, they're out to a big lead. Has anyone had the Cajun flounder sandwich from Popeyes yet? You know the reason they're coming out with it now is because of Lent. Those are okay. I like the jalapeno cheddar ones better. They just had more flavor to them. So I just saw an ad for Uber Eats. I don't get the appeal of Uber Eats. Like, why would anyone pay that much of a markup just to have something delivered when you can just drive yourself and pick it up for without having to pay? Oh man, I think Popeyes has the best chicken sandwich. It does live up to the hype. It's good. I knocked out like 5 of those in one sitting one time. I mean, say I ordered like $20 worth of food from Jack in the Box and had Uber Eats deliver it to me. That's like adding $10 on top of the 20 I already paid. That's just like, how lazy do you gotta be? Like next week on the stream when I do the Jack in the Box stuff, I'm gonna, just pause the stream and go get it myself. I mean, there's a Jack in the Box like not that far away from here. I just don't know if Mississippi Valley State has enough in them. They're not a good team, first of all. And second of all, 11 points is a lot to overcome in 8 minutes. And when I say not a good team, they're the worst team in Division I. That's not even up for debate. I'm not really a connoisseur of fast food fish sandwiches. I don't think I've ever had one before, to be honest with you. Fast food fish sandwich. I can't name a time I've had one. I've never had the McDonald's Filet-O-Fish. I've never had Long John Silver's sandwiches. I've never had the Whatacatch from Whataburger. So we got 1, 2, 3 games. I'm going to check what's going on live right now now that I'm done eating. I can keep up. I don't even know when I'm going to do that Jack in the Box next week. Probably around this time. I'll check the schedule. Okay, Rice plus 14. I already have a bet on that game. Gonzaga minus 28.5. North Carolina plus 11 points. So nothing's really changed. What about the totals? Gonzaga, San Francisco is 154.5. I'll take a look at that one. Oh yeah, I've had good fish sandwiches before, just at like nice places, not fast food. Like there's this restaurant by where my mom lives, and like it's like a really country restaurant in the middle of nowhere, because she lives in like a rural area. But they have the best catfish and all that, hush puppies and all that. Yeah, well, like I was talking about last week on the live stream, how at Lake Tahoe, I showed them my order that I got from Jack in the Box and how I ate all of it. And they were like, and I was like, I should do that on a stream sometime because usually I eat boring food because I'm dieting, you know, but anyway, you know, I'm not going to do it today because I like to space out like 2 weeks or so in between cheating when I'm dieting. So it's only been 9 days. So I'll do it Saturday on stream. But yeah, I'll just buy a ton of Jack in the Box and eat it all. Although I'm wondering if I'll be able to eat as much as I did in Lake Tahoe just because I was so tired after skiing all day. You know, you're going to be real hungry. It's a little bit different when you're just sitting in this chair all day, but oh well. Maybe I won't eat as much on Friday. All right. I guess San Francisco. Yeah, well, my dad grew up in Louisiana, and so my grandma was a really good Cajun chef. She made really good gumbo, jambalaya, crawfish etouffee, and all that. Okay, over in the Gonzaga game. I already have an over, right? Yeah, we already do. Oh, crap, it's freezing. Should I still double down anyway? I'll do it. If it acquires my location. I thought I had placed a bet on the over already. I must have forgot to write it down. I don't know if they have a special sauce or not. It's a good question. I don't, if they do, I just put like mustard and mayonnaise on my burgers. I don't like ketchup. I hate ketchup. Yeah, I just forgot to write the Gonzaga over I have down. So I have 2 bets on him. Oh well. Where am I at here? I forgot what I took at the second half though. What was the first half score? Was it 48-26? Yeah, the cheese curds I got in Wisconsin on my road trip were amazing. That was my most favorite thing I ate on the entire trip. Were the fried cheese curds in Wisconsin. Now they're different than the cheese curds you can get at like, you know, fast food restaurants and even chain restaurants. No, these are like different than anything I've ever had. It was like they took a block of cheddar cheese like I was eating earlier and deep fried it. Under 82 second half. So if they were at 74, 82. So I got 2 over bets now. I don't know. I don't go inside. I just pick it up at the drive-thru. I've never had to. All right, I will be right back. I got a phone call real quick. I'm going to put this on. I'm going to put my Be Right Back on. I got to answer this. Yeah, like the only time I ever wear a mask these days is when I'm sorry, like to get in the door of somewhere, and that's it. I keep telling people this isn't gonna end. You know, this COVID hysteria and panic and everything. It's not gonna end until people stop playing along. So if you want it to end, you need to stop, playing along. UCLA and Washington at 4:30 is going to be the next live bet game. This game did not go over. No, 1:30. That's a loss. I'll just never forget. I tell this story all the time, but I'm going to tell it again. I just remember last year when they canceled the NCAA tournament and I was mad. And I just remember people telling me, "Why are you so mad? I mean, we just need to shut things down for a couple weeks to flatten the curve and make sure hospitals don't get overwhelmed. I think you can go without your squeaky shoes tournament for a year." And I kept telling people, this isn't going to only be 2 weeks. This is going to go on for a long time, guys. There's no way this is just going to be over 2 weeks from now. And they're like, no, it's just everybody's going to get this virus at some point. We just need to flatten the curve to make sure the hospitals don't get overwhelmed, bro. And I kept saying, yeah, right. Anyway, who was right, And now all the same people that are probably telling me that last March are probably now saying we need to shut everything down until the virus is eradicated completely, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, Jacksonville's within 3 now. And then Lipscomb just airballed a... Oh, Jacksonville had a chance to tie the game. They'll be shooting free throws, but still, he should have made that and got the free throw. Has anyone ever seen the South Park episode called Getting Gay with a Rainforest? No, Clint Richardson, you're absolutely right. It's being dragged out to accomplish various geopolitical agendas. People need to wake up. Like if the virus had like a death rate of 10% or people were actually dropping dead in the streets, I would, okay, I'd be like, okay, yeah. But I keep telling people if you woke up from a coma and just like, you know, would you know that there was any kind of virus pandemic going on? Like I wouldn't. But anyway, the reason I brought up that South Park episode, Getting Gay with the Rainforest, is because they have a quote in that episode that makes total sense. Caring sells. So all these corporations out there, like, would attach themselves to save the rainforest, not because they gave a damn about the rainforest, but because it made it look like they care. And since caring sells, they figured if it looked like they cared, then people would, buy their product more. And so that's why I think corporations have a hand in with this COVID hysteria as well, because it makes it look like they care, Okay. So we still got about 15 minutes or so until the next wave of second half lines come out. All right, Jacksonville is down 1 point now, which is weird because it's really not. I mean, it'll probably be a wash if Jacksonville wins, but I need them to win now because remember, I have the Lipscomb bet too live. I'll probably come out. I'm probably betting twice as. No, I'm betting about 50% more on live bets today than I did on pregame. So I'll come out slightly ahead of Jacksonville wins. And they have the ball with a chance to take the lead here. Jacksonville is ahead now. Oh yeah, the Matt Stansberry, the South Park episode with the cripples, crazy cripples, where they join the Crips. You want to join the 5 Points Crips? Well, you got to pop some punk ass bloods. And then he has them to the YMCA Rec Center lock in. I'm telling you guys, lock in always works. I mean, come on. I mean, that is a good episode. Agenda 21, don't get me started. Everyone thinks Agenda 21 is a conspiracy theory. It's not. It's real. I mean, how could you read what Agenda 21 is and say, nope, that's not going on? Totally coincidence that all those things are happening. Yeah, I need Jacksonville to win here. There's a 3 from Jacksonville. Oh, it was in and out. About 2:14 to go in that game. Lipscomb. Oh, they had a chance to go up 3 and they missed the layup. So Jacksonville has a chance now. Oh, you turned it over. You had numbers, and I hate when you have a team that's a fast break and they have numbers, and the one guy that's defending ends up forcing the turnover. That was just sloppy passing. Now Lipscomb's up by 3. No, he said, or Matthew, he says, or you could kick it in the lounge area with some games and puzzles. And then they all cock their guns, and then he says, "There's pizza." I've seen that episode so many times. That episode came out when I was in like 9th grade. It's almost a 20-year-old episode, but still. Man, Jacksonville, since they took the lead, have just looked like crap. I really need to stop here from them. Nope. Lipscomb got the layup. They're up by 5 now. Getting gay with kids is here. Yes. Jacksonville just totally lost their way after they took the lead. Like, nothing but turnovers. They haven't even gotten a shot off since they took the lead. 3 straight turnover possessions. Okay, Jacksonville's down 2 with 27 seconds left, and Lipscomb has the ball. I'm telling you, that just 3 wasted possessions. Has anyone ever seen the... No, it's just like that South Park episode, Getting Gay with the Rainforest. That's like South Park was 30 years ahead of, or however long ago it was, 20 years ahead of the times. Like all these corporations out there, they don't give a crap about Black Lives Matter or anything like that. They just do it so it makes it look like they care, because caring sells. Just like sex sells, caring sells. Man. Hiccups. It's funny how when the rainforest group, the choir group in that episode figures out what's going on, they change the lyrics so they're Getting Gay with the Rainforest song. Getting gay with kids is here. All right, can we get a steal on the inbounds? That was a quick foul from Jacksonville. Man, Gonzaga, they're going to score 100 in this game. What are they at right now? They're at 115, and they still got, 10 minutes to play. All right, Jacksonville's going to have the chance here. Lipscomb missed their free throws, so they're going to have a chance to tie or take the lead. If they're not sloppy with the ball like they have been, they have a chance. Got to do something, though. Three-pointer. Oh, that wasn't even close. Why? Of all shots you could have taken on that possession, Jacksonville, that's what you went with. Like, a contested three-pointer that was, off balance. There's plenty of time left to get a better shot than that. That was ugly. My only hope now is more missed free throws from Lipscomb because they haven't been able to hit any. Okay, they made that one. OnlyFans? You mean legalized porn websites? Ooh, Lipscomb missed, so Jacksonville has one more shot here to force overtime. And, he made the three, but they called the foul before the shot. Oh, man. He made the three. But the foul was before the shot because they had fouls to give. All right, so what's Lipscomb going to do going out of the timeout here? Did Western Kentucky make it? I've been so zoned into this Jacksonville game, I forgot. All right, UC San Diego and CS Bakersfield. I don't even think that's on my list. Yeah, that was a back-to-back that I didn't get odds for. Yep. So Jacksonville needs to miss this free throw on purpose and make a shot. Yeah, Washington is bad at basketball. I remember them watching play Montana earlier this year in December, and they were just really bad. They lost. I don't know. I think I have Western Kentucky. Oh, wait, never mind. I read that wrong. Yeah, Western Kentucky did do it. I read that number wrong. Jacksonville's going to have 5 seconds to force overtime here. Bellarmine and North Alabama should be coming up soon if my app stops crashing. Which, yes, it keeps happening. Okay, so Jacksonville, you have 5 seconds. All right, here we go. Lorenzo Romar coaches Pepperdine now, and they're not that good. Okay, we got 5, 4, and they fouled. Lipscomb's going to foul and not let him get a 3-pointer off. That very well could have been a shooting foul there. Looks like Ole Miss is on their way to covering. All right, free throw number 1 for Jacksonville is good. So you're going to have to miss this one on purpose and make it 2 or a 3. Get a rebound and make it 2 or a 3. It's the only hope. He missed it. Jacksonville got the rebound. Oh, man. Did they get the rebound? No. Out. They're going to have to review that. They're saying it was out on Jacksonville, but I don't know. That was close. I'd review that if I were them. Are they going to review? Yeah, they're reviewing it. I was about to say that. You have to review that. Okay, looking at the replay. They're doing the replay. From that camera angle, it looked like it was out on Lipscomb. If that's the only angle they have, though, it's not going to be overturned. Yeah, that was out on Lipscomb. Hopefully they have a better camera angle than that, though. That is a loser. So do they overturn the call? I should probably have the sound on to know what's going on, but oh well, it's not that important. All right, we got 2 games at halftime, but I'm not seeing their odds. Oh, wait. Pacific and Loyola Marymount's up. We got Pacific -1 and 71. Nope. All right. Lipscomb won, so that was a double whammy. Bradley went over, thankfully. All right, where's that Bellarmine second half? There it is. All right, Bellarmine is plus 2.5 and 76. Over. I wonder if this Gonzaga game's going to go over. It's going to be very close. No, I'm just doing freelance stuff right now until I find something more permanent. I'm in no rush to, I have plenty of money in the bank. I'm in no rush. I want to make sure I'm not desperate to find like a permanent full-time job at the moment. So I'm kind of, it's not like I'm not applying. I have sent out applications, but I'm being really picky right now. I'm pretty sure this game's going to go over 149, but no guarantee about the 156. Like I said, it'll be very close. And Gonzaga still has their starters in. Yeah, I'm actually pretty frugal with my money. I really am. So, when the times were good and I was working a full-time job making money, I save most of that money. I don't really spend a lot of it for times like this, because I knew one day I was probably going to either quit my job or get let go, and that's what happened, and I was ready for it. Unlike in 2018, that's an over, by the way. In 2018, I was so focused on paying off my student loans. Like, I was working 2 jobs and everything. And I was putting all my extra money towards my student loans instead of, saving it. And so I got the company I worked for in 2018 got bought out by another company, and they, showed us the door. No severance package or anything like that. And I didn't have a lot of money in the bank, so it sucked, first of all, and second of all, I was a lot more desperate for work, Yeah, I mean, this might sound hypocritical, but I am getting unemployment. Like, they bought out my contract in my past. It was a mutual parting of ways. They're paying me through the end of this month, and I'm getting unemployment on top of that, and I had plenty of money saved up, and I, make the money from my YouTube channel. Not that much money. The ad revenue right now is about, $500-600 a month, and then the sponsorship money. So it's not like I have an unlimited amount of money and can stay like this forever, but I don't have, it's not like it was 2 years ago when I was like miserable because I was out of work and had hardly any savings. So I learned my lesson from 2018. I was like, I'm going to save my money and make sure I have a nest egg in case that happens again. And so when they bought my contract out, it's not like I had a choice. It's not like I could have rejected the buyout, but I was looking for a way out. Let's put it that way. And I took the buyout, and I'm glad I'm out of the media industry. By the way, Virginia covered that, and it went under, so that's 2 wins. So that's that. I learned my lesson, so I was like, I'm never going to go through that again. So I didn't want to be unemployed, but the media industry sucks. It's a garbage industry. By the way, they're at 150 right now, so my first total hit, this one is a winner. That second one, the jury's still out. Yeah. That's the thing, though. I paid into the California unemployment thing. Like, they take a separate tax out of your check for unemployment in California, unlike other states. Like, there's actually a separate line item state tax that's on your check for it. So damn right I'm going to be taking unemployment out in California. Yeah, well, my contract lasted through February, so I mean, ideally, if I could, set it up my way, I'd probably get hired for a full-time job in April or so. Because, March is such a crazy time of the year for me because you got my birthday, my sister's birthday, my cousin's birthday, and I usually go on a ski trip every March and March Madness and everything. So, like, I always take a lot of time off in March anyway, even when I am working. So, although in 2017, when I got hired for my job in Kentucky, I had to cancel a ski trip. And I had to cancel a trip to Boise for I was going to go to the Big Sky Conference basketball tournament in Boise. And I was going to go skiing in Vail. And I had to cancel both of those things so I could start my new job. Here's how it worked. I started my new job on March 21st, but like, in order to get paid out for like all my bonuses and all that for my previous job in Seattle, I couldn't take any of those vacation days that I had planned, so I had to cancel those trips. No, I'll tell you this right now, because that's what honestly got me by in 2018 was that I worked as a bartender at a restaurant in Irving, Texas. And that's what got me through it, was working that bartending job. However, the reason I'm not doing that today is obvious. I refuse to wear a mask at work. If none of this mass COVID stuff was going on, first of all, they probably wouldn't have bought out my contract. But anyway, if none of this mask and COVID stuff was going on, I would totally be hitting up all the restaurants and stuff around here in Las Vegas for a part-time job. Absolutely. But I refuse to do the whole... I was at Waffle House a couple months ago, and I asked the waitress, I was like, how do you work a whole shift wearing a mask? And she was like, oh, it sucks. It's horrible. And then her and the grill cook just started going on a long-winded rant about how much they hate masks and how COVID is like a hoax and everything. I set them off. But I'm not going to do that. Yeah, in 2018, I actually interviewed for a job in Boise, and they flew me out there and everything, and I was there for 3 days, like, right? It was on December 19th, 20th, and 21st in 2018. And so I was qualified for the position. Don't get me wrong. I was more than qualified. It was with a radio group, and, I was going to do basically what I did for the TV station in Kentucky, but for this group of radio stations that was HQ'd in Boise. And on the first phone screen, we discussed salary expectations, right? Why waste my time going through the whole interview process if we're not on the same page? And so, I said, I gave them a fair number. I pretty much gave them what I was making in Kentucky, and they're like, oh yeah, that'll work, yeah. And so I go through the interview process. They fly me out there, and then on the second day, so the second of 3 days I was there, they're like, we'd like to have you on the team, but we think you need to, we don't think you're quite there yet in this area, in this area, in this area, which was total BS, by the way. And so I was like, okay, and they're like, we'd like to start you at $30,000 a year. And I was like, are you serious? I was like, that's less than what I made in my first job at Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Like, that was less than what I made in my first, TV job in Cedar Rapids. I was like, are you kidding me? And they're like, well, we just don't want to take a risk, we in case you don't get to where you need to be. And I'm like, I was doing this job at the director level in Louisville, Kentucky, a bigger market than this one in Boise. And you guys think I'm not there. I think it was just a bunch of BS to try to lowball me, and like they were just trying to lowball people, see how lowball desperate people like me. That's exactly what was going on. They sensed, I had been out of work for 3 months or so, and I really wanted to get back into it. So I told them no. And but the thing is, this happened like on the afternoon of my second day. So I still had to stay there the entire rest of the second day, and then the whole third day, until my flight went back to DFW that night, on the night of the third day. And so, and what sucked is that they made me like pay for everything after that. After I turned them down, they made me pay for an Uber back to my hotel. They made me pay for an Uber to the airport. They made me pay for like my meals and stuff that night and the next morning. They just hung me out to dry. And the main point guy in this whole process was a total D-bag, like the biggest douche. He was like he reminded me of like a frat guy with something to prove or something like that. But anyway, that was my Boise, Idaho interviewing experience. It was a nice place, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind living there. But yeah, I remember just flying back home. I was so dejected because, I figured this would be the one. Because I'd been out of work for like 4 months at that time, and I was just ready for it to be over with, and it wasn't. But then I got my first phone call for the job I ended up taking in San Diego a couple weeks later, so. Yep, I learned a lesson about lowballing. They were just trying to prey on desperate people, because apparently one of the other people they interviewed for that same job was a girl that I worked with in the same company that we got let go from, although she worked in, I want to say she worked in Birmingham, but did the same thing I did in Louisville, only in Birmingham. And she interviewed for that position as well, and she gave me the same story. She was like, yeah, the same thing happened to me. They said I wasn't qualified and tried to offer me $30,000 a year. I'm not going to play that, by the way. I already have Fairleigh Dickinson Moneyline. But, yeah, so it looks like they're just trying to prey on desperate people and try to get lowball offers. Well, that's what I did in my last interview process too, Clint. I actually said I was like a consultant and like came up with my own consulting firm. Oh man, no, $30,000 a year is a lot less. Like that is a fraction of what I was making in my job in Kentucky. Like I made $40,000 a year at the TV station in Cedar Rapids. But that was like, a small market TV station and my first TV job. So it was what it was. Like 30,000 a year. I was like, are you kidding me? Yeah, let's just say that the job I took in San Diego paid over $100,000 more than that. Easily more than 100 grand more than that. But yeah, so I applied for a bunch of jobs yesterday, but mainly only jobs in Las Vegas and remote jobs because I don't want to leave here yet. I'd like to stay here at least through the end of March. I'm not going to do a nationwide job search yet. But I'm mostly applying for like data science jobs, some market research positions, stuff that, I have experience with. Yeah. What worries me though is that a lot of I do data science. That's what I've done, but my job title has never been data scientist. Like on my I'm even though data science is what I do. I mean, I work mainly in R and Python, and I do linear regression and logistic regression and cluster analysis, machine learning, forecasting. I do all the data science stuff, and I know R like the back of my hand. But my job title has never been data scientist. So I wonder if that's going to hurt me. And also, there's just some stuff in these, job postings that I don't know. Like for data science jobs, like Hadoop. I don't know what Hadoop is. And I saw that in a lot of job postings in Spark. I'm guessing they're just software. I mean, it's not like... I've always said this. As long as you know R or Python and the data science methods through those two things, you should be fine. Like, you can learn stuff like Tableau in like a day or two. And I'm guessing Hadoop and Spark are the same way. Like, as long as you know the concepts. Knowing concepts is way more important than knowing software. Knowing programming language is way more important than knowing software. In college, I actually studied... I studied radio, television, digital media, but with an emphasis on the business side of it. Like pretty much like the business of like media communications and stuff. Because I wanted to go in sports radio, but I also wanted to be like a producer. And the producer is more the business side of radio. And so like one of the main things I learned about the business side of, that stuff is like audience analysis and audience research and, the cost of, advertising cost per, all that stuff. So kind of like a hybrid between business and like media. Well, yeah, Matt Stansberry, that's what worries me is I'll put my R skills ahead of anybody. Like, I believe I'm really good at R and Python. And that's what matters most, in my opinion, when it comes to data. Like, I interviewed people for these positions because I had a team in San Diego and in Kentucky. I don't give a crap if you know Tableau or not. I can teach you Tableau in a day or two. Like, do you know R? Do you know Python? Do you know the basic data concepts? Like correlation, regression, clustering, Do you know data science concepts? I don't give a crap about, because there's so much software out there, there's no way anyone could learn it all. But yeah, that's what worries me, Matt Stansberry, is that these hiring managers will be so strung up on, trying to find a jack of all trades that knows literally everything under the sun, when in reality is, do you know the core data science concepts? Well, yeah. No, radio stations used to be like locally owned and operated. I grew up in radio. My dad was a general sales manager for WBAP AM here in not here in Dallas Fort Worth, but where I used to live in Dallas Fort Worth, and they are owned by a company called Bello Broadcasting. But now pretty much all these radio stations are owned by national mega corporations. You're right. And I feel like that dilutes the message. My dad said it's not the same. But yeah, all the companies I've worked for in TV and radio have been big companies. I worked for Sinclair, I worked for Comcast, I worked for Raycom Media, and I worked for the Scripps Company. Well, the reason radio is not going to die is because people still drive and listen to it in their cars, but without that, yeah, it would be dead. But yeah, radio is a tough business these days. And I learned that when I was doing sports radio after graduating college. I was like, I have no future in this industry. That's why I switched over to the data science part of the industry. But even that part's dying now. That's why, my past 3 stops, every single time I've either been let go because of budget cuts or had my contract bought out, or at Comcast, my position was eliminated. It's media companies are always in a constant state of downsizing, and that's why I'm not returning to it. That's why I'm done. I'm not going back. I saw a job posting for iHeartRadio. I didn't apply for it though, but I saw one. But yeah, I'm not going back into that industry. It's a dead one. Like, just in a constant. Yeah, I might have a job for a year or two, but then, all of a sudden they're going to have to downsize. And the first people to go are always like the people like me, I keep saying they're going to merge salespeople and the data science people. That's what they're going to do. They're going to want their salesmen to also be like the data scientist people, No, I could never do sales. My dad was a salesman. He was a general sales manager for WBAP, made a lot of money. And probably the best boss I've ever had, as far as in my career, was my boss in Kentucky. He was the general sales manager at the TV station there. And my dad and my old boss, Steve, they both know sales very well, very good at it. And both of them said I would not make it as a salesperson. Because there's 3 types of people in this world. You got your salesmen, which I'm not one. You got your connectors. Your connectors are like your network people, the people who know everybody. Like a connector is like, oh, I know a guy. Oh, I know a guy. They're very good people. They're very good at forming relationships. They're not good at persuading. Like salespeople are very good at persuading and closing deals and stuff, but connectors are very good at just like connecting people with others, finding the right guy. And then you have your mavens. I am a maven. A maven is someone who is like the brains behind everything. They might not be the most social people. They're not going to know a lot of people. They're not going to be like connectors and have the networking infrastructure. They're not going to be like the salespeople who are going to, persuade and convince and be a relationship builder. But the mavens are the know-it-alls, the brains, the masterminds. They know how to get things done. And that's what I am. I'm a maven. So there's 3 types of people in this world. Which one are you? I wouldn't take an applied mathematics teaching job. Yeah, Matthew Stansberry, that's probably been one of my biggest weaknesses, is burning bridges. I didn't burn bridges at my job in Iowa. I don't know if I burned bridges in Seattle or not. I'll tell you what. They were mad that I left my job in Seattle because, like I said, they eliminated my position, but they fully expected me to stay with the company because they knew I was good at what I did. And no, screw that. I got my job in Kentucky, so they're kind of pissed off at that. But I might have burned a bridge on my last day. So my last day at my job in Seattle, I had my coworkers take me out for dinner on the company card, and it cost a fortune for lunch, and it cost a lot of money because we went to the seafood restaurant in Seattle. And then TCU was playing Kansas in the Big 12 tournament when we got back from lunch. And I watched it in the break room at the office in Seattle. And TCU ended up beating Kansas. We were the 8th seed, and we beat Kansas the 1 seed. And I was going nuts and screaming at the TV and stuff. And finally, this lady who worked there came in and was like, "Would you knock it off? I can hear you all the way from my office." And I was like, "Hell no," because it was my last day, you know. It was what would I care? And I might have burned a bridge there, but no. I burned a bridge in Kentucky when they let me go, which sucked because basically new company bought the old company and just, cleaned house, and I was one of the people to go. But one of the people, they kept on like the news staff, and one of the anchors at the TV station I worked at in Kentucky was, he was an anchor and he got a DUI, and they kept him on, and yet they let me go. So what I did after they let me go is I kept like bombing the social media pages for the station, like saying, "Oh, so you let good people go, but you keep on people who drive drunk and put people's lives at risk." And I just kept like bombing their social media pages, and they kept like, having to delete my comments and stuff. But no one from the station ever reached out to me about it. I thought that like someone would be like, "Hey, knock it off," but it never happened. But yeah, I probably burned bridges with my station in Kentucky with that. And then San Diego. I had some words when I was glad my contract was being bought out for my San Diego job, and I was glad to be done with it, but I hated the company, and I hated the people I worked with. I hated what the company stood for. I hated their horrible news operation and reporting. And so when they brought out my contract, I was like, I just gave them a piece of my mind. I was like, the reason ratings are dipping so bad in this industry is because the product sucks. I just let them know that on my way out. I was like, people don't watch the news anymore because it sucks. And so I probably burned bridges there. Part of data science not being able to convince people to change based on your insights. Well, being a data scientist is about telling stories with data. As long as you can do that, I don't care. I don't give a crap what software you know. As long as you can tell a story with data, that's all I care about. I hired people to do this stuff. Like HR would be like, "What are a list of qualifications?" I was like, I don't have very many. Like, I don't care if you went to college or if you got a freaking certificate at the local community college to do this stuff. Are you capable? Because I've worked with people that had like degrees from pretty high level colleges who are idiots. I've worked with people that went to a 2-year associate's degree college that were very capable. So I think regression models are more accurate than Monte Carlos, but Monte Carlos have their strengths by being able to give you some nitty-gritty details that regression models can't. For example, I use my Indy regression model primarily to get individual stat projections for games for daily fantasy purposes. That's an example. Well, yeah, regular TV is in a war with streaming, but like I said, if the product was good, then you wouldn't, I'm not saying that if the product was good that you'd get ratings would be like what they were 30 years ago. I'm not saying that, but it wouldn't be as bad as they are. I've done focus groups, I've done market research surveys, A lot of people don't watch because they think the product is garbage. It has nothing to do with streaming or anything like that. It's just that people don't want to watch it because they believe it's too biased, that it's not accurate, it's too slanted, it's too smug, arrogant, and they're all right. Well, the thing with movie theaters, I worked at a movie theater when I was in high school, but the thing with movie theaters is that they make a majority of their profits are made off the concessions. Like, they'll only make about 10% of the box office on a new movie in the first week. And then every week after that, they get like an additional 10% of the box office. So that's why they make a majority of their profits on concessions. But the thing is that people realize that the concessions are expensive. Like, who wants to pay $8 for a thing of popcorn? I just think movie theaters have an unsustainable business model, and it has nothing to do with streaming. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has everything to do with the fact that people just don't want to pay that much money for popcorn and soda and a box of candy. That's what it boils down to. So, in my opinion, if the movie industry is to survive, then the movie studios would have to let movie theaters get a bigger cut of the box office. And so if that doesn't happen, it means that movie studios are betting on the fact that they can, cut out the middleman, aka the movie theater, and stream directly to people's homes. That's what they're betting on, and that's why theaters are going to go under. It's because movie studios are trying to cut out the middleman. They don't want to share the profits. But the thing is, like, I haven't been to a movie theater to see a movie since, gosh, I think the last movie I saw in theaters was Detective Pikachu with my sister when she came to visit me in San Diego in April of 2019. Or May of 2019, something like that. Yeah, it's been almost 2 years. And before that, the last movie I'd seen in theaters was Star Wars: The Last Jedi, which is horrible. Don't even get me started on that. So I've basically gone to the movies to see a movie twice in the last 5 years, right? It's just, for me, yeah, it's an experience, but I'm not a big movie person. I'm not. So yeah, like, who would spend $6.75 on Milk Duds? Seriously. But that's the business model that was keeping these theaters afloat. Like, without concessions, they can't survive. And so the only way they can survive is they get a bigger cut of the box office. Studios say no, and then theaters are going to die. I worked at one. I worked at a movie theater when I was in high school. Yep, sneak in candy. A lot of people do that. It's not hard to sneak in those boxes. But yeah, with streaming services and everything the way they are, I don't think movie theaters are going to survive. But yeah, I think I've seen 2 movies in theaters the past 5 years. But yeah, Star Wars: The Last Jedi. I saw that one at midnight in 2017, the night it came out, and I'll never forget, because I saw it in Louisville, Kentucky, with a bunch of other Star Wars diehards in Louisville that night, and we saw it at midnight, and I'll never forget when the movie was over, and everyone got up, and the atmosphere in that theater after the movie was over was like a funeral. Like, everybody, what was weird is, like, nobody was, like, outright saying that movie sucked, because I think what was going on is that a lot of people are like, okay, I thought it sucked, but does everyone else think that? Like, people probably don't want to rain on everyone else's parade, right? But you could tell everyone thought it sucked. And I just remember the next morning, like, oh man, talking to people at work and talking to people at the restaurant I was bartending at that night. Oh man, that movie was horrible. I didn't even see the most recent Star Wars movie. I was just like, screw it. They ruined it with The Last Jedi. So I didn't even see The Last Skywalker or whatever. I wanted to throw up. No, I really did do that, Chalman, in high school. I really did. Because they gave us, like, they gave us free movie tickets every month as part of working there. And so I just hand them out to people. I worked a lot of jobs growing up. I was an umpire for Little League. I worked at the Texas Ranger Stadium in the parking lots, doing the parking. I worked at the movie theater. I worked at a breakfast restaurant, and then I worked at a pizza parlor. The pizza parlor job was my favorite, uh, during high school and college. That was a fun. It was like an upscale gourmet pizza parlor in South Lake, Texas, which is like a really high income, affluent area. And so like I would deliver to like these mansions, and I would get tipped like $20. Delivered to a lot of pro athletes because a lot of them lived in the South Lake area. Like Will Clark, he was living in South Lake at the time. Jeff Russell, he used to pitch for the Rangers. I delivered to him like every week. Mark McLemore, he was a second baseman for the Rangers. So yeah, that was fun. But then I worked there, and then I also worked at the Gaylord Texan, which is a hotel, as a valet there. But that was too far from TCU, so I transferred to another property at the Omni in downtown Fort Worth. I also worked at Colonial Country Club. I worked for the Fort Worth Cats baseball team in the summers on the grounds crew. I also worked at the Dallas Galleria as a valet, and I made a ton of money doing that. See, I had a lot of like service industry jobs. Yeah, Peter Piper Pizza. They have one of those in Arlington, Texas, on Collins, right by the ballpark and Cowboy Stadium. Isn't that like place like a Chuck E. Cheese, pretty much? Am I right? Peter Piper Pizza. That's what I'm imagining. Because I drive by it in the Arlington. All right. Here my did Ole Miss end up covering? There just haven't been a lot of second halves come up in a while. That's why I'm and there's no live betting right now outside of UCLA and Washington State, or UCLA and Washington. Okay, here's the second half, UCLA and Washington. -4 and 71.5. Nope. No, I made more money at the Dallas Galleria than I did at the Omni. The thing is with the Omni in Fort Worth is that it had just opened and they weren't full capacity yet. But then you do a lot, because it was right across the street from the Fort Worth Convention Center, so you do a lot of conventions as well. But I didn't make that much money at the Omni in downtown Fort Worth compared to the Galleria, where I could make, $300-400 in tips a single night doing valet. Like, I valeted at the Dallas Galleria for the NBA All-Star Game weekend, and Floyd Mayweather came in, and like if you've never been to the Dallas Galleria, it's like it's like a Galleria. It's like multi-level, and there's an ice skating rink in the middle. And so he went to the highest level and just started making it rain all over the ice skating rink, and they had to shut the place down. He started a riot pretty much over that money. But yeah, NBA All-Star Weekend was crazy because it was just a bunch of rich people in fancy cars paying us $100 to leave their car up front. I made so much money that weekend. Plano, Texas. That is like suburb. The suburb of all suburbs is Plano. Although it's gotten a lot bigger. I wouldn't say it's a suburb. I would say it's its own city now, but at least it was a suburb when I was in high school. I mean, think about all your soccer moms and all that. I never checked the result of that Ole Miss game. Okay, they did. They pulled it off. Man, where would I be without my live betting today? I got robbed at the Galleria. Because, like, we had different valet stands around the property, you know? Like, we had a valet stand at the hotel, a valet stand at the restaurants, and, like, a valet stand in the back, and then a valet stand at the Nordstrom. And so, you know, I would usually work at the Nordstrom valet stand on Monday nights from, like, 4 to 10, or 4 to close, you know? And it was really slow, but the thing is that the customers you would only get, like, 6 cars the entire shift, but they were all, like, really rich wives of, like, you know, rich people, and, you know, they would, like, give you just $20. So, like, $120 to do hardly anything for 6 hours. But anyway, I got robbed at one of those valet stands one night. And it wasn't a gun. It was like a strong arm robbery. The guy was a big guy, a big black guy, you know. And he just shoved me up against the wall, and he's like, "I'm going to beat the shit out of you if you don't give me what you got." And, you know, what could I do, you know? It was a Monday night, so there's nobody there anyway, and it was dark, and, you know, I was off to the side of the property. I could have screamed for help, but it wouldn't have done anything. So, like, I was like, well, you know, most of the people today, you know, I tried to tell him I had no money on me, but he didn't believe me, so he shoved me up against the wall again. And he's like, "I'm about to really unload on you if you don't give me what you got." And so I was like, you know what, I'll just give him what I have. And because it was complimentary parking, you know, so all the money I had was just money that people would tip me. And so just to get him off me, I had like $60. It was a slow night, and so I gave him the $60. He's like, "I know you got more than this, man. Don't rip me off, man." And I was like, "I'm telling you, that's all I got, you know." You know, I didn't want to press my luck, because who knows if this guy had a gun or not. Maybe he did, and he just didn't bring it out because he thought he could do it with a strong arm way, but no. He just took the $60 and went his separate ways, and I called the cops and gave a police report and all that stuff, and they looked at security footage. I don't know if he ever got caught or not. If he did, I had never found out about it. Yeah, I mean, you know, I was like, I'm not gonna let this guy perhaps, you know, seriously injure me over $60. Did it suck? Yeah. Did I, you know, but like I said, it was complimentary parking, so it's not like I had like a register or anything like he thought I had. What kind of rubbed me the wrong way, though, is just how uninterested Dallas PD was in catching this guy. Like, you know, I called the cops, and they came, and they acted like it was no big deal, like a run-of-the-mill thing. Oh, you know, it happens. You know, I was like, whether he stole like $6 from me or $6,000, what he did is wrong, and he's going to keep doing it until, you know. I didn't own a gun at the time, though, so it's not like I could bring a gun with me the next time. I totally would have shot him if I did have a gun, though. He didn't look homeless. He seemed more of like a rapper entourage member, you know, because he definitely had some clothes. Like, if he was homeless, he wouldn't have been wearing the clothes he was wearing. All right, we should have one more round of second halves, and then I'm probably going to call it a day. So it's going to be Providence, DePaul, Nichols State, and Southeast Louisiana, Denver, Western Illinois, and St. Mary's Pepperdine. So those are going to be the last games that I do on the stream. So I should be on the stream for another hour and a half. No, my least favorite part about being a valet, I did it for, I did it for a few years. My least favorite part about it was when you'd get in somebody's car that just reeked of smoke, and they'd have cigarette butts laying everywhere all over the car, and it was so disgusting. That was my least favorite part. That and the cars of people that didn't clean their, you'd have some people who'd drive in and their car would just be full, like the show hoarders. It would just be full of trash and fast food bags and cups, and just ugh. And those people would never tip you either. Like, those would be the cheapest people. Yeah, I did. So I valeted at the Gaylord Texan, the Omni in Fort Worth, the Dallas Galleria, and Planet Hollywood here in Las Vegas. Those are my 4 valet jobs. And the thing is, people are like, yeah, you make a lot of money valeting in Las Vegas. You do, but I made about the same money I would make at the Galleria, but I would work a lot harder for it. Like at the Galleria, I didn't have to work very hard, and I'd make a ton of money just because of the clientele where, people would tip big. But at Planet Hollywood, I made this, I make $300 at the Galleria, and then I'd make $300 at Planet Hollywood. I'd have to work twice as hard for that $300 at Planet Hollywood. Because at the Galleria, you had a lot of downtime and slow periods. But no, valeting in Las Vegas, it is busy at least it was for me, start to finish. Like from the time you got there to the time you clocked out, you were busy. So yeah, you make good money being a valet in Las Vegas. Don't get me wrong, I did, but you had to work for it. You had to be in good shape. It just sucked, going into Planet Hollywood on a, August afternoon and it being like 115 degrees outside. Yeah, no, like the reason I got my Planet Hollywood job is because I had you can't get a job like that, especially, you can't get a job like that without knowing somebody, and I just so happened to know somebody. Like all the valeting I had done in the Dallas area, like I had a connection. Without that connection, I would have never got that Planet Hollywood valet job. And so a lot of people, like they're very competitive, it's hard to get a valet job in Las Vegas, and a lot of people pay for them. It's called juice, and a lot of people like juice their way into those jobs, basically like paying to get hired. You're not getting a valet job on the Strip unless you know somebody or you juice your way in, and I just happen to know somebody. The most I made in a day was $1,000 during NBA All-Star Weekend. In Las Vegas, I never made more than $400 on a single shift. But that was rare. I would say the average, I probably averaged $225 in tips a day at the Galleria, and I probably averaged about $180 to $200 a night at Planet Hollywood. At the Gaylord, I probably averaged about $120 a shift, and at the Omni in Fort Worth, I probably averaged about $100 a shift. Yeah. And in the TV show Las Vegas, one of the main characters was the valet manager at the beginning of the series. Yeah, I made $1,000 on that NBA All-Star Saturday, the day where Floyd Mayweather got the place shut down. But that, why I made so much money? It wasn't because I was parking a bunch of cars. It was because you'd have these rich people, like, here's the deal. If you had a nice car come in, like a Ferrari or something, you wouldn't bring that down to the garage because the risk of you like damaging a car like that, as minimal it was not worth it. So you would just literally leave a car like that at the front and just not park it at all. That's why whenever you go to a hotel or a restaurant and they have valet, you see like the really nice cars out front. They're doing that because they just don't want to take the risk parking it. But the people who drive those cars think you're doing them a favor, right? And so they'll like tip you really well if you leave their car up front like that, on the way in and the way out. So that's the thing. So for NBA All-Star Weekend, you had a bunch of people like that who wanted their car left out front, but we only had so much space out front to leave cars. So it became kind of like a bidding war. So if you wanted to like leave your car up front, well, okay, you had to pay more than all the other cars that are already parked up front paid, right? And so one of the cars that we ended up parking because they didn't pay for the privilege of leaving their car up front was Michael Crabtree's. Now, Michael Crabtree wanted us to leave his Hummer up front, but he didn't pay us in advance. And that was kind of the rule, If you want your car left up front, you got to pay up front because we just don't have the space otherwise because other people are willing to pay. So we put his Hummer in the garage. And if you want to see a grown man throw a temper tantrum, you should have seen Michael Crabtree do just that after he found out we parked his car. Oh, man. He lost it. He just absolutely lost it. What a loser. Felix Jones did the same thing. Felix Jones, same thing. But yeah, I parked a lot of Dallas area athletes' cars during my day. Emmett Smith is a very bad tipper. $3 tipper. We called him $3 Emmett because he would come in a lot to go to the Oceanair, which is a restaurant at the Galleria, and he, $3 Emmett. Like, we would leave his car out front because, he was Emmett Smith, but $3 Emmett. Mark Cuban was good. He'd give you 50 on the way in, 50 on the way out. Jerry Jones always came in a Lincoln Town Car. He was a $20 on the way in, $20 on the way out guy. Nolan Ryan would always come in a Suburban, like an older model Suburban too, Chevy Suburban. He was a $5 way in, $5 way out guy. Nolan Ryan. Tony Romo, $100. Kevin Durant came in a Rolls Royce. He was $100. Who else? Jason Terry was a $50 tipper. So yeah, we had Josh Hamilton was $100 when he would come in. So yeah, I mean, we had most of the pro athletes were good tippers, but some of them weren't. Yeah, we called him $3 Emmett because he would come into the Oceanair a lot, which was a seafood restaurant that had an oyster bar at the Galleria. $3 Emmett. It just sucked because you give someone like him, like top tier service that you'd usually only reserve for the people who would tip you a lot up front, right? Because that was kind of the idea. By the way, I think Fairleigh Dickinson's going to lose. But, you would give top-tier service to people who would tip you up front. So if you ever want to get good service at a valet stand, tip them on the way in, not the way out. I mean, tip them both on the way in and the way out, but the thing is that people mostly only tip on the way out, but that's the thing. It's unfair to the people who are parking your car because a lot of times, here's how it usually works at a hotel. You do most of the parking on Saturday nights, and then on Sunday morning, they're all checking out. And so all the people who work Sunday mornings make all the money off those cars that were parked Saturday night. So the most in-demand shifts at a hotel as a valet would always be Sunday mornings because that's when all the checkouts would happen. So it sucked to work the Saturday night shift and just park a bunch of cars and not really pull a bunch of cars. We had Keith, what's the guy from Kiss? Kiss's name? Gene Simmons. We had Gene Simmons come into the Gaylord when I was working there, and he didn't. But he came in like a limo. So it's not like we parked his car. Yeah, my main issue with any service job I've ever had is keeping my mouth shut when it comes to annoying customers. That's how I ended up losing my job at the Gaylord, is I got into a verbal spat with a customer one time. DePaul and Providence. I'm waiting for the second half line to come up. But right now, Providence is up by 6. Projecting them having about an 8-point win right now. There they are right there. Yeah, I'm waiting on that second half line. Yeah, no, we did pool tips. Every valet job I've ever had, we pooled tips. I mean, that's the only fair way to do it. Because people have different roles. You have people that are only up there writing tickets, and then you have people actually parking the cars. And then you have people who are assigned to do, like, luggage. Not be a bellman, but just, like, get luggage out of people's cars. So all right, I need to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. All right. Man, I'm excited for the live stream next Saturday where I do the Jack in the Box stuff, but I'm worried if I'll be able to actually live up to the hype as far as how much I can eat of it, because it's one thing to eat all that Jack in the Box after a long day of skiing, but it's another thing to do it when you've just been sitting still all day. By the way, I think Fairleigh Dickinson's going to lose this one. Just a disappointing money line day today. No doubt about it. Yeah, you can get Providence at minus 5.5 right now. I'm going to put that in. Maybe I don't have to wait for the second half line. Everything else is off the board, so that's the only live bet for now. 139.5 total. Nope, nothing yet for Providence DePaul. USC, Washington State, UCLA, Washington. The worst job I ever had. Well, there's one valet job I worked that I didn't talk about, only because I worked there for like a month. Not even a month, even. But like after I lost my job at the Gaylord, I was still in college, so I got a job with another valet company in the DFW area. But here's the thing. Did that go over? 150. Nope. But so I got another job with a valet company in the DFW area. But the thing is that they didn't let you keep your tips. You had to like give them all to the company at the end of the night, and then they'd give you back they would give you back pretty much like an hourly rate based on how long you've worked for the company. And so you could like bust your rear end all night long, and you were gonna make a fixed amount of money. And so I only lasted like 3 weeks at that place. It wasn't worth it. Too much work. Like, cause it was based on experience. So like, if between 0 and 3 months, you only got like $9.50 an hour. Like you could bust your ass all night, or you could have done nothing all night. You would have made the same amount of money. Cause they didn't they did like valet at restaurants and stuff, which is complimentary everywhere. So that's how they made their money. It was off the tips in the contract, I guess. But yep. 3 weeks before I quit that one. That was a crappy job. No, I don't mind pooling tips as a valet as long as you can, That's honestly the fair way to do it. Because I hated when I would be like the one writing tickets and everyone else is actually doing all the work, running and parking cars, it was only fair. But giving all your tips to the company and then them giving you back like based on how long you've worked there. And I think like the highest tier you could reach was like a year of experience, and you'd only get $12.50 an hour. So even then, I made way more than $12.50 an hour at the Gaylord. I've never worked at a casino. I mean, I worked at Planet Hollywood, but I've never worked at like actually in the casino. Which was, I don't get how people like work at WinStar unless they all lived in Gainesville, because that's the closest, city or town to WinStar. So just waiting on Detroit, Cleveland State, and I don't think this one's going over. So it's probably going to be a loss. All right, so St. Mary's and Pepperdine should be coming up soon. All right, USC, Washington State. Oh, yeah, Nebraska, Omaha, and UMKC. But remember, I didn't put that one in today. And I already said why. USC, Washington State. Minus 2.5, 76. They didn't have a lineup for UMKC Omaha this morning, and I figured the game had got canceled or something. Under in the USC, Washington State game, by the way. No, I lose track of time when I do these streams. Like, I've been on the stream for 8.5 hours now, and it doesn't feel like that at all. Like, when I first started this YouTube channel, I actually wanted to do streams like this from the get-go, but I didn't, because I just didn't have the equipment, first of all, and I didn't have the audience either. I would have streamed to nobody, pretty much. But I actually... my plan was to do something like this at the sports books in Las Vegas, like stream while I was there. And I tried to do it one time, but the Wi-Fi wasn't that great in the casinos, and just obviously the phone Wi-Fi wasn't fast, so I couldn't really pull it off. But doing streams like this was always a plan from the day one of this channel, but I just didn't start doing them until recently. Yeah, I did Washington State, USC second half under. Man, today is just a bummer on money lines. Okay, Valpo Northern Iowa's up. I don't think I have that one on here either. Yeah. Like I said, with the back-to-backs, a lot of times when I run my model in the morning, like a lot of the back-to-backs don't have odds up. Okay, they are on there, and then why aren't they showing up on my board? UNI, they change the abbreviations sometimes. So that's UNI. What's VALP? Yeah, they changed it from Val to VALP. So, that's how my macro knows where to put teams on there. So they changed the abbreviation name, then it's not going to be able to find it. So there they are. Okay. So we got Valpo plus 7 and 73.5. Under again. I mean, unders have been good to us tonight, so don't think that just because picking a lot of unders as it freezes on me that they're not going to win. Of course you timed out. That's all you ever do. finally. But yeah, I got in the Northern Iowa Valpo under. Was it 139.5? Yep. Yeah, that's what this is too. It has like all the names of the different data sources I use of all the teams, but sometimes they change. Like Sam Houston State changed their name on January 2nd, and I didn't catch this until like the other day. And so I hadn't been pulling any data for Sam Houston State for the past month because they changed it from Sam Houston State to Sam Houston. Like in the middle of the season. I can see changing names like in between season, but don't do it in the middle of the season. Yeah, I don't even know what the Lambda function is. I've seen videos about, like I've seen people talking about it, but I still, it must be new because I don't know what it is. All right, we got Denver, Western Illinois. Denver collapsed last night in the second half, by the way. And looks like they collapsed early tonight, but that's fine. I didn't have a bet on it, which I did last night. And then we got 80. We also have St. Mary's -2 against Pepperdine 72 as the total. And then Dixie State and Utah Valley is not, they were back-to-back, so don't be surprised if my system just doesn't have it. Can't have them all, so under in the St. Mary's game. Wonder why the Dixie State. Okay, Providence Nepal is up. Who was after that one? We got Providence -1.5 and 72. Whoops. So we got Providence second half and the over 130. So that would translate to Providence -3.5 and 130. Why isn't that Dixie State game up? Like I said, sometimes back-to-backs just aren't ready in the morning, and I just don't bother. So that's why Utah Valley and Dixie State. I mean, I'm due for a little bit of regression on the totals. 61.5 is a little high. It's hard to sustain. Although I showed you my, like I can run the Monte Carlo right now. Let me see. What's the command? Oh, why is it going to take that long? It usually goes really fast. I guess it's because I'm running my stream. But I want to show you like my win percentage. This is like a test train Monte Carlo for my live betting over machine learning algorithm. So it does 250 trials, and it averages about a 58% win percentage. So my over should be hitting 58% of the time. Now let me do it for unders. I don't want to watch the Australian Open. Not that I don't like tennis, but I'm here to watch basketball. Okay, so my unders are hitting between 67 and 70% on Monte Carlo simulations. So let's say 67 plus 57, and then 124 divided by 2. So I should be hitting about 62%, and that's about what I'm at. So my win percentage on totals today is right in line with my, expectation. So when I do the same thing for spreads are a little lower. Whoops. Spreads are a little lower. Let me run that off on the side while I try to find a basketball game on TV. I'll put on USC and Washington State. So let's see what my live betting ATS expectation is. Oh, wow, that's bad. So no wonder, yeah. It was higher this morning. Let me run it again. I might stop making spread live bets if that's what the numbers are, because it means I have no edge. Which explains why my ATS bets today have not done as well. All right, let's see what we got this time. Oh yeah, man, I must have missed that this morning. Wow. Okay. So yeah, I have no edge on live second half spread bets. So I'm fortunate to be 16 and 50, which is about expectation. I mean, the average of this is about 51%. So yeah, I'm no more spread bets for me, which is fine. I already said that was going to be the last wave anyway, but no more live second half spread bets tonight. So Nichols and Southeastern Louisiana is going to be the last second half we look at. Yeah, I mean, the numbers were. Hold on. This is my threshold right here. I had it at 52.9%, which is, yeah, that's 51.8. It was higher, so yeah. Man, I could have. I mean, it's not like I've lost that much on it today, but good to know. But with the whole day's worth of data to put in tomorrow for that machine learning model, hopefully it's better tomorrow. Is this game going to go over? It's going to be very close. It's going to be very close. I know I like to say that a lot, but it's true most of the time. No, it didn't go over. Dang it. And I'm only hitting 60% now against the spread. That's unacceptable. Or against totals. That's unacceptable. But yeah, like my machine learning algorithm is picking unders at 68% clip. But I wonder if that's because of under bias. Only one way to find out. By under bias, I mean maybe that's just because unders are winning at a higher clip at the moment. So here's the training database. So here's how I'll do it. Table under logs second half. ETS res. So no, 106 unders, 105 overs. So that is even Steven. So no, there is no under bias. It's just able to pick unders at a 68% clip right now, which is unsustainable. It's going to go lower than that, but still. There's a reason my totals have done a lot better than my spreads live today. I think I bet under in the Washington State game. No, I didn't. I could bet it live, though. I'm going to check on it live. Fairleigh Dickinson, too little, too late. Here, I'll try to get in on the live USC bet. Are you talking about these percentages right here, Matt Stansberry? These percentages are based on the Monte Carlo simulation that I'm running against the training and test data sets for my machine learning algorithm. So basically what this is saying is that for spread bets that have in which the machine learning algorithm give a 52.65% chance of winning or higher, they're actually hitting at a 52.1% clip, right? But when I did it for unders, it was like ridiculous. Here it is. Like for unders that it gives a 52.4% chance of going under or higher, it's actually hitting at a 70% clip, right? A training and testing data set. Okay, USC, Washington State. Totals only from here on out, don't forget. 148.5 is what's being listed. So if you got under 151.5, you have a good number for now. Yeah, so what that Monte Carlo does is that it takes, like for example, this is the live log database I have for unders, you know? And this is the training data set, but it takes 90% of this frame as the training data, and then for the remaining 10%, it uses that as a test data set, and then it does that 250 times, right? So this is the average. So on average, over those 250 simulations, there is 5.8 wins and 5.4 losses when the win percentage given, which are over here, it's over here on the other thing, when the combined win percentage is 52.65% or higher. Let me see if I can show you the actual thing. So this right here is the test data set. So there's only 32 entries because that's about 10% of the training data set. And so it acts like these games have been played. So these games do not influence the model, the algorithm. This is the test data set. It's the control. So it makes predictions based off these 32 games. And it gives, this is the logistic regression win percentage, and this right here is the random forest. And so whenever both of these are above, 52.9%, which I'll show you right now, oops. So these are games that were only, both of those were above 52.9%, and it was 4 and 4, right? So it does that 250 times, so it comes up with an average. So that way it's using a different training and testing data set all 250 times to smooth out the randomness. And that's where I get the win percentages from. All right, I need to check that USC Washington State total. 147.5. Whoops. Ooh, we got an under in USC Washington State. Let's do it. Something tells me I already placed that bet, though. And maybe I just forgot to write it down. Let me check my pending bets. This app loves to freeze. The data set is going back to January 30th. Yeah, I did already place a... Yeah, I did already place... When did I bet on Utah? Oh, that was this morning. But yeah. Hold on. I have 2 Washington State at USC under bets on accident. Oh well, YOLO. My model set it, so my model set it. All right, here it is. So I have an under 152 as well. All right, so actually, the data set is going back to January 30th. Whoops, wrong one. That's not it. So the reason it goes back to January 30th and not the whole season is because I found a major bug in my model on Thursday and had to fix it. So like I fixed it, but that makes all data prior to then worthless, right? So what I did is I actually rewound my model to January 30th and ran it one day at a time to generate at least some data set I could use. So I spent all day on Thursday running my model one day at a time to generate a data set that I could use. So that's why it only goes back to the 30th. So it's got only about 211 games. But it's going to multiply that by, it's going to add 100 to that because it's Saturday for tomorrow. USC Washington State's now at 143. I got it at 147. Yeah, it is at 143. Wow. All right. Fine with me. Did I bet on UCLA Washington at all? Nope, but we can look at the live bets and see what's being offered. All right, and remember, no spread bets for the rest of the night. All right, 126.5 is the current total being offered for the UCLA game. Stop scrolling. I better get in fast because they're going to take it off the board soon. And the score changed. I don't know if I'll be able to get in. I haven't updated that in a while. .57-52 is the score in UCLA. Well, I don't know. They usually take it off the board under the 4-minute mark. Yeah, they just took it off. So nothing for that. Would you rather work at Burger King or Baskin Robbins? The Nets Warriors. Who was asking about that total earlier? Versus a running tally by season. I'm not sure what that means. I mean, yeah, you always want your data to be up to date, but if you're doing any back testing, you want your back test to be based on the data. That's why I went back and ran my model one day at a time back to January 30th, because I wanted okay, here's what the numbers would have been that day. Right? Because if I went and ran all the games that were on January 30th with today's stats, then yeah, it would be mostly right because you're able to time travel, 2 weeks into the future. The Burger King by the Walmart I go to here in Las Vegas always has a long drive-through line, so that one's not struggling. I can't remember the last time I went to a Burger King. It's been a long time. Maybe 2014. Yeah, right now the live total in the Nets and Warriors is 243.5. Yeah, I get Burger King coupons in the mail all the time. It's just like I said, I don't eat stuff like that very often. And so if I'm going to eat out, eat stuff that will make me fat or whatever, I'm going to make it worth my while. So I'm either going to cook something really good for myself or go somewhere a little bit more high quality than that. Like Jack in the Box is probably I'm not saying that McDonald's, places like that don't have their place. They do. And I go to McDonald's every now and then, but I want to make the most of the days where I eat outside of any dietary boundaries. If you're gonna, like I said, if you're gonna eat bad, you might as well make it worth your while. It's there's a food. I call it the food quadrant system. So I'll list it out right here, the food quadrant system. So here's how it works, right? Here's the quadrant. So this quadrant right here is good food, good for you. And you know what? I don't really know what would fall into this thing. Because it seems like everything that's good for you isn't really very good, And then you have good food, bad for you over here. Wait, no. I'm going to redo that. Good food, good for you. Good food, bad for you. Right? Good food, bad for you is Jack in the Box. Restaurants, high fat, high carbohydrate, but very good tasting food, like ice cream, pizza, Right here, I guess, would be, I don't know. I don't know what to put there, honestly. And then you have bad food, bad for you. Honestly, low tier fast food and restaurants like Applebee's would probably be a good thing to put there. Low quality food that doesn't taste very good and is not good for you. And then you have bad food, good for you. That would be vegetables, chicken breast, stuff like that. So, honestly, I don't know what falls into the good food, good for you category. Low calories, but very, very good to eat. Then you have bad food, good for you, vegetables, chicken breast, brown rice. Good food, bad for you, that's, pizza, ice cream, cake. Bad food, bad for you, Applebee's, low tier fast food restaurants like Long John Silver's. Appreciate it, Joel. No, you're right. There is a push for high higher end, higher quality products, and they cost a lot of money. That's the thing. It's like people my age, like the millennial generation and even Generation Z that are younger, like they have no problem at all doing something like spending, $10 for a scoop of ice cream, right? Like when I visited my sister in New York City, gosh, everything was so dang expensive, and that's the thing. It's like people would rather spend $10 for a scoop of ice cream than buy like a whole half gallon of ice cream at the grocery store, for example. Yep. Like I'm not a fan of artisan farm to table restaurants and stuff like that. I would rather eat $40 worth of food at Jack in the Box than like a $40 entree at a high end restaurant where I'm still hungry after I'm done eating it. That's me. It's like the restaurant I bartended at in Kentucky. We had like a ton of beers. That was kind of what we were known for. And so you got all the beer snobs and everything. But it compares to another restaurant I bartended at in Iowa, where we only had like 5 beers on tap. And so you get the beer snobs that would come in and be like, that's all you have. I was like, why'd you come here if you're looking for a craft IPA, whatever, Yeah, I prefer cheap. So that's why when you watch me on these, vlog videos I don't go to fancy schmancy restaurants. Like if you saw my Vail one, I went to Waffle House, and I also cooked my own food at home. The only restaurant I went to, that was, I went to that pizza place in Vail, but that's because I always go there every time I'm in Vail. Yeah, I would rather, like I said, I'd rather spend $40 at Jack in the Box for like a crap, so much food I can't eat it all, rather than like a $40 entree at a fancy restaurant where I'm still hungry after eating it. I grew up on Bluebell ice cream, which they don't have around here. But Bluebell blows Ben and Jerry's out of the water. Yet Ben and Jerry's is more expensive. Like that's why I don't like Five Guys. Five Guys is so dang expensive. Like you might as well go to a sit down restaurant for the price. What are other expensive, overrated restaurants? Like I even think the same thing about Chipotle. Yeah, you said you don't like Chipotle. I just saw that. Like I literally said that after I said that. Chipotle, I don't get the appeal at all. Like you're better off buying, rice and beans and meat and tortillas and everything at the store and making your own burritos. You'll come out way ahead financially. And like the burrito bowls they have, just make it yourself. That's I pretty much eat a burrito bowl every day. It's rice and beans and some kind of meat. Mix it all together, right? It's not hard. You don't need to go to Chipotle for that. Yeah. No, I've always said, this is what I say about Five Guys. By the way, that Nicholls State game's at halftime. This is my thing about Five Guys. I will only go there if somebody else is paying. I refuse to go there on my own dime because it's like $17 for a meal, like a burger, fries, and a drink. It's $17. So the last time I went to Five Guys was when I was still living in Seattle, and I was driving. I would drive to and from Portland all the time because I had an office in both Portland and Seattle. So I was driving back from Portland one time back to Seattle, and I drove by Five Guys, and I was like, well, I have the company card, they're paying for it, not me, so I went to Five Guys. right? I didn't pay for it. All right, Southeast Louisiana, Murray State, and under the Murray State game. That's going to be our last bets of the night. Oh, wait, no, remember, no more spreads, so never mind about Murray State. Remember we said no more spreads. So just the two unders. Or just the one under. And that's it for tonight, at least on the stream. I might play some bets after the stream, but I'll be shutting down. No, but like, yeah, that was the last time I went to Five Guys because I remember I felt guilty spending $17.50 on my company's dime. Like, yeah, I was like, it's the guilt. I felt guilty because it's so overpriced, and yet people talk about how great that place is. I would rather go to In-N-Out Burger or Whataburger any day of the week over Five Guys. Here's another overpriced, overrated burger place, Shake Shack. Now, that place is expensive. I've only been there once, and I went with my mom, and it was so expensive. We're like, how could anyone afford to come? And yet everyone raves about it. Don't get me wrong, the cheese fries at Shake Shack is good. The cheese fries are good, but I learned how to make those cheese fries myself. Just find a copycat recipe for the Shake Shack cheese fries, and you'll never need to go there again. Pieology. Don't get me started. Pieology is like pizza for millennials. Like, they have a place like that near TCU campus that my sister goes to all the time. It's called Pie 5, I think. And it's like pizza for millennials. Like, you get these like 8-inch pizzas that are like the size of a plate pretty much, and they charge you like $15 for it. I would rather go to Pizza Hut or Papa John's or Domino's and pay like half that price for a pizza from there than pay $15 for an 8-inch pizza that's like, the size of my the size of this plate right here, right? The size of this plate right here. This is probably isn't 8 inches. This might be overestimating the pizza size at Pie 5. I think that's what it's called. Let me look. It's like right across the street from TCU's campus. It's right here. Pizza Snob. Yeah, Pizza Snob. I think Pie 5's over here. No, they have toppers. Where did I hear Pie 5? I'm pretty sure it's a Pie 5. No, Pizza Snob is the place my sister likes to go to. Yeah, Pizza Snob. And I remember I always go to Buffalo Bros. Like, Buffalo Bros is my favorite place to go by TCU. So one day I was like hanging out with my sister and my other sister, and I was like, I'm going to go to Buffalo Bros. And like, okay, we're going to go to Pizza Snob. So I got an order at Buffalo Bros for takeout, and they ordered at Pizza Snob, and I joined them at Pizza Snob and ate my Buffalo Bros there. And like, their pizzas are tiny. I was like, geez, that's not even like a personal pan pizza. See, here's a picture of one. Like that thing is small, and they charge you like $15 for that. Would you pay $15 for that? I wouldn't. See, that's why I hate these millennial places, I would rather go over here to Domino's and pay $7.99 for a 14-inch large. Which, by the way, when I was at Tahoe, I went to this place called New York Pizza. I took a picture of the pizza, by the way. Yeah, look at this bad boy. I got an 18-incher. I got an 18-incher at New York. But anyway, that's my rant about pizza. But where did I hear about Pie 5? I know there's a place called Pie 5. I wouldn't be making it up. Okay, so yeah, it's over by Rodeo Goat and the Stockyards of Fort Worth. Yep. So yeah, because my sister, every time I'm with visiting my sister, she always goes to this tea place over here called Tea to Go. Yeah, Tea to Go. And so I always drive by this Pie 5 place when we're going there. Anyway. I remember CC's. We used to go there. I'm going to show you the CC's. I wonder if the CC's right across the street from my junior high still stands, because we would go there all the time when I was like that age. But right across the street from my junior high, which was Bedford Junior High in Bedford, Texas. It was right up here. Where am I? Brown Trail. Yeah, right here. What wrong? I went too high. Here, Bedford Junior High, Bedford, Texas. But anyway, there's a CC's over here. Is it still there? Oh man, is it not? First Donut's still there. That was a donut shop I always go to when I was in junior high, so that's still there. I guess CC's isn't there anymore. Wow. Oh, I can't believe it. What if I do this? Is the CC still there on this image? Oh, no, that sucks. I can't believe it. They got rid of it? How? Like, Bedford Junior High students pretty much kept that place alive. I always thought it would be a moneymaker. Wow. Okay. Anyway, yeah. CC's is garbage, though. I went there. The last time I went there was when I was working for the Fort Worth Cats baseball team in Fort Worth. And that place is garbage, guys. Yeah, it might have been good when you're a kid, but if I'm going to eat pizza, I'm going to make sure it's at least somewhat decent. Oh, yeah, Costco has good pizza. I love Costco pizza. I love Costco pizza. Like, they have really good pepperoni, and their Supreme is good, too. Like, I like Supreme pizza. You know, I like black olives and onions and sausage and green peppers and all that, but, like, I really like their Supreme. In Iowa, they had this place called Casey's General Store, and everyone sweared by their pizza, but I actually never had it, and I still haven't. To this day, I still haven't had it. There's this place called Rodeo Goat, by the way. Let me see if I can find it. It's in the, it's like over there on, as if you guys know Fort Worth like I do, but I'm just going to type it in. Like, I'm pretty sure it's over here on West 7th somewhere. There it is, Rodeo Goat. Okay. It's like the Millennial Burger place. Like, they put all these artisan ingredients on their burgers, you know. They have really good cheese fries. Like, let me see if I can find a picture of their cheese fries in here. Don't get me wrong. That's the only reason I go there. If it wasn't for their cheese fries, I would never go there. Let me see if here's a picture of their cheese fries. Like, they're really good. But their burgers have, like, you know, artisan ingredients on them, and I'm like, these ingredients that they're calling artisan and fancy and everything are just common household ingredients that they give a different name to make it sound like they're like exotic and everything to justify raising the price of the burger. No, not that I'm aware of. All the pizza restaurants that I go to have are completely Americanized. Like, there are Italian restaurants in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that, like, there's a place called Bruno's Ristorante on MacArthur Boulevard here in Valley Ranch. Where's MacArthur at? Here it is. It's called Bruno's Ristorante. There it is right there. So that's probably an authentic Italian place, right? But no, everything else is, like, Americanized. Sorry, I was going off on a tangent about food. I know. People like who join the stream expecting sports betting stuff hearing me talk about Italian restaurants in the Dallas area. No, but yeah, we're just talking about how, like, most of us seem to prefer, like, cheap food instead of, like, fancy food and paying more for it. Like, I would rather spend $40 at Jack in the Box and have more food than I can possibly handle than spend $40 at some fancy restaurant. and eat a meal where I'm still hungry after finishing. Oh yeah, Italian restaurants with mob ties are always good. What's my favorite place in the Dallas-Fort Worth area? Buffalo Bros. We already talked about that. I like Snuffers for their cheese fries. Like, I love cheese fries. Snuffers has really good cheese fries. NRH2O. I could have sued that place when I was in the summer between 8th and 9th grade. I cut my hand open on the slide called the Purple Palooza at NRH2O. And I cut my entire hand open, and here's the Purple Palooza right here. You can see this purple slide right here. But like I cut my hand on it, and they like pretty much like begged me not to like press charges. And I didn't. I was only like 14 at the time. What did I know about any of that? But looking back on it, I absolutely should have. But yeah, that's NRH2O. All right, back to this. How are we looking? I've heard of Buca de Beppo. I'm pretty sure they have one in San Diego. Oh, crap. Washington State's making a run late. Where would I be without my live betting today? I mean, I'm only down. I would cut this number by 50% because, like I said, I didn't bet full units on my pregame bets today. Like this, if we assume that the amount I'm betting on second half and live bets today is a full unit, then this would be 5.9. Yeah, this would probably be about like 1.5, minus 1.5. So I'm probably up like 4 units on the day. My favorite pizza on this planet is Giordano's right here in Las Vegas. But for non-deep dish pizza, it's probably there's this place I went to in Portland, because I used to work there a lot. Like, say what you want about Portland's politics, but they had a pizza restaurant there that was out of this world. I'm trying to remember what it was called. I went there in 2016. It was in like this part of Portland. I'm going to find it without Googling it. I'm pretty sure it's on Powell Boulevard. It wasn't Rudy's Gourmet Pizza, I can tell you that. It was called Pizza. Pizza was in the name. But not, it wasn't like somebody's pizza. Pizza was the first part of the name, like Pizza Snob. It wasn't Pizza Snob. Gosh, it was like the best pizza I've ever had in my life. And I still want to like go to Portland one day just to go there. I just saw it. Here it is right here. Pizza Shoals. Yeah, it has 4.7 out of 5. That's pretty good for pizza. But yeah, I went there in 2016. And it was the best pizza I've ever had. Outside of, I like Giordano's, but Giordano's is deep dish. It's different than a place like this. Yep. But I remember I was sitting at the bar that night, and because I went after work one day and I was by myself, I was just there for work, and I ate a whole pizza, right? And the people next to me just gave me a thumbs up after I ate the last slice. But anyway. Yeah, I took my dad to Giordano's when he was here last month, and he loved it. Like it's my favorite pizza place. You just have to call ahead because it takes so long to make. That's what I do. I call 45 minutes before I get there, so when I get there, it's pretty much ready. And the waiters love that too. The waiters want you to call ahead because that way they can turn your table faster. You can eat and get out, and that way you're not taking up their table for an hour and a half. But I feel like deep dish pizza, you can't take it to go. You have to eat it there. It doesn't travel well, in my opinion. All right, how are we looking? Valpo, Northern Iowa, St. Mary's, Pepperdine. Valpo, Northern Iowa under is going to be very, very close. Providence DePaul over is probably not going to happen at this rate. St. Mary's Pepperdine under is probably going to happen. So I'm guessing I'm going to split these 4, I would guess. And then USC Washington State under is going to be close. At least the second one. The first one will probably happen. And then Tennessee State UT Martin under. What do we have? 142.5. That's probably going to happen. So I'm going to forecast that for the day I'm going to go 44 and 34. I don't know, somewhere around there. Oh, yeah, Mexican food is like, Mexican restaurants in Texas are way different than Mexican restaurants everywhere else. Like when I was in Tahoe last week, I went to a Mexican restaurant there, and it was way different. Like I ordered what I typically order at a Mexican restaurant in Texas, I usually get like either nachos or a quesadilla and some queso, and then I'll get like enchiladas and rice and beans. And the enchiladas were way different at the place in Reno than they are in Texas. Olive Garden, Olive Garden is what it is. It is what it is. Like, I don't hate on places like Olive Garden. They serve their purpose. I was hearing a chef one time talk about, people hate on things like a place like Olive Garden, but they serve a great purpose for, the less fortunate among us, If only fancy, nice, Michelin-starred restaurants existed, then, the average person couldn't go to those places. Oh, yeah, the enchiladas I make are the best. You should have seen the ones I made in Vail on Christmas. They were incredible. Here's a picture. I took a picture. I call it they're called soft cheese tacos, but they're pretty much like cheese enchiladas with queso smothered on them. Oh man, those are great. The last time I went to Olive Garden was with, I went with a girl after work one time at the restaurant I bartended at in Iowa. It was an Olive Garden in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Take it for what it's worth. But it wasn't that bad. I mean, I don't remember being like, oh, that was horrible. The cooking streams. Yeah, well, the reason I didn't do those this past fall is because I was living in an Airbnb and I just didn't want to cook in those places. They didn't really have a full kitchen. Yeah, those cooking videos were, I used to do those every Saturday morning in 2019. Technical foul on Washington State for what? Not that I care. I mean, I have the... I have USC on the spread, but they just teed up someone for Washington State, and USC misses a free throw. No, she wanted to go, like in Cedar Rapids, I bartended at a restaurant in Cedar Rapids, and she was one of my cocktail servers, and, we closed, and it was like, midnight, and There's not a lot of places open in Cedar Rapids, Iowa after midnight, but Olive Garden was. And so we went there. Yep. I mean, Cedar Rapids, there was a Popeyes that opened when I lived there, like the first Popeyes in Cedar Rapids, and that place had a line down the street for like 3 weeks. A Popeyes, yeah, right? And then a Chick-fil-A opened there for the first time. Oh, man. I bet that place still has lines down the street. And so the place I worked at, it's a chain, but it was the first one in Cedar Rapids. And so I worked there before it opened, and, I worked there for like 8 months in Cedar Rapids. It's a Cheddar's, right? Cheddar's is a chain, they're everywhere. They're all over the place in Texas. But it was Iowa's first, and so they acted like that. This place was like, a local restaurant, not a chain, and that we were on a wait for 4 months. Like 4 months. We opened on the day after Memorial Day in 2014, and from Memorial Day all the way through Labor Day at like the end of September. I think September 29th was the first day we were not on a wait. So I made a ton of money working at a dang Cheddar's as a bartender and a cocktail server. Who are these drivers in this Heineken commercial with the Cats in the Cradle song? Like they say they're a father-son racing duo, but I don't know who they are. Like, are they real or are they just actors? The last time I went out with a girl, I just go to like local. For a first time, just go to like a local place that's not too fancy, that has a decent atmosphere. Like if it has a patio. Like there's this place in Louisville I went that would always be my go-to for first times. That was called the Eagle, and it was like a hot chicken restaurant that had like a patio. That was kind of my go-to place. No, Church's Chicken and Williams Chicken are the places that you're going to get stabbed at. Like, if you ever see a Williams Chicken in Texas, you know you're in a bad area. I'm going to show you the Eagle. So here's the Eagle. And, it's like, it's a casual place. It's, They have a nice patio though. That's the key, a nice patio. For some reason, it's not loading the images, but maybe because I'm using too much bandwidth. Okay, here's a picture. Where's the picture of their patio? That's what you want. But see, this it's a little casual place. Patio out in the back. Nothing. Here's a picture. Yeah, here's a picture of the patio. So you just like sit along these tables right here. Like that's a pretty casual place to go to. It's not fancy. This would always be my go-to place. All right, I really need USC to like win by 8, and still stay under at the same time. Sonic. Why do people always say like Sonic is a place to fight? Everyone says like Sonic is a place where you go to like settle arguments. For me, at TCU, if you ever wanted to settle an argument, you go to Frog Fountain. That was like the place to. But yeah, Sonic and knuckle checking, or what do they call it with bikes? Mud checking. I'm gonna go to Sonic. Yeah, Sonic is always the I think Sonic is more of a Louisiana thing. For fighting. Yeah. No, Church's Chicken and Williams Chicken are like the ghetto chicken places. And also Lisa's Chicken. But that's just in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I don't know if that's nationwide. Like, what is it? You can always, you'll know if you're in a bad place if you if there's a bunch of payday lending places and check catching places and stuff like that, and bars on the windows. Oh yeah, that's where Adrian, yeah, I've seen it on that website all the time. The Sonic stuff. I got unbanned from there, by the way. I've been banned for the last 3 years, and now I just got notified that I got unbanned, but I'm not gonna. It'll be a while before I post there again. Yep. I am going to the infamous poster on Tiger droppings known as Golden Nugget is unbanned after 3 years. I got banned in September of 2017. I got banned on September 11th because I was posting September 11th truth conspiracy theory stuff on September 11th, and they banned me, and they never unbanned me. And I finally got unbanned the other day. It's because someone messaged me on YouTube. Someone left a YouTube comment saying I was unbanned. And I logged in, and sure enough, I was. But it's going to be a while before I post there again. You're LSU 480? You know what my username is, right? Adrian D? Yeah, I know the LSU 480 username. I've seen that. I mean, even though I've been banned, I still lurk from time to time. I guess my main gimmick on Tiger droppings was making up fake like radio hosts and posting on the politics board like fake radio host says, you know, something completely outrageous. And like I took this troll very far. Like I made an actual website with these fake radio hosts. I want to see if it's still up. I didn't re-register the domain, but I'm pretty sure like the WordPress site is still up. No, it's not Blogspot, it's WordPress. But I called it Public Radio Seattle. So I like made an entire fake radio station. And I even went so far to like record, here it is. So like I made this like fake radio station website of like all like pretending, you know. And so, like, you know, I'd be like, Waldo Graham Schwake Eulenberg says, you know, but like all these bios I wrote, I did this when I was bored at work, and when I was living in Kentucky, like, whenever I was bored at work, I would like work on this website. And so I even like made fake recordings. the political message board is awesome, although I wasn't a big fan of the Q postings. Like, for me, you know, like, I believed Q at first, but then too many of its predictions didn't come true, so I was like, yeah, this is not real. If it was real, these predictions would have come true. But yeah, there was a Q thread on there with, like, hundreds of thousands of posts in it. Is that thread still up? Yeah, like the number one source of traffic for my YouTube channel outside of like, you know, Google and like the internal search is Tiger droppings, because you guys, that site loves to link my material. They like to make fun of me. Yeah, do you remember that recording I did where I was pretending to interview Roro Kleibenstadt? That was probably my most famous one. I mean, I believed Q at first, like probably for like a year or so, but then the prediction where Q said that the midterms were safe, and that was my last straw. I was like, yeah, it's made too many wrong predictions. Yeah. Chicken is the one who unbanned me. But I had some pretty... People still always name drop my name on that site. I get name dropped all the time because I was I used to post a lot. Like, See, look, I searched my name and all these people are dropping my username. When was my last post? So the last post I made was on September 11th, 2017, because, yeah, that's when I got banned for posting about 9/11. Where's the post I made that got me banned? Here it is, Ron Paul. This is the post that got me banned for 3 years. Ron Paul, Patriot Act written many years before 9/11, and 9/11 attacks simply provided the opportunity for some people to do what they wanted to do. So I was quoting Ron Paul, and I got banned. Yeah. I remember Tiger Droppings linked my YouTube channel like the day after I launched it, and I got a ton of traffic from that. I mean, it's a good site. I have nothing against LSU fans. Like, one of my very good friends from high school went to LSU. My dad grew up in Baton Rouge, so, like, he's very familiar with the area. I was actually in Baton Rouge back in September for a day. So, I have nothing against LSU or their fan base, but the reason I started posting on the site is because we played LSU to start the 2013 season. And so I created an account just to talk about that game, and I just stuck around after the game. I think USC might pull this off. Yeah, here's the... Man, you guys used to hate on me, man, at that website. I got a lot of crap. I got to admit. But that's what you get when you're someone like me who's not afraid to, say who I am in real life. Yeah, there's some guy posting in the chat however many hours ago being like, "What's this channel about? Why was this recommended to me?" I'm like, "I don't care. Glad to have you here." All right, so USC is up by 10 or 11. Is it 10 or is it 11? Whoever's operating the score bug on ESPNU is not being able to keep up. This Murray State under is going to be very, very close. Oh, yeah, I posted regularly on Tiger Droppings for years. Probably for, a while. But then they banned me, and I just stopped going there. And then I always got accused of making alternate accounts. I never made any alter accounts. Nope. So if anyone got banned because they were being suspected of being my alternate account, I feel bad for them because I never made any alternate accounts. All right, the St. Mary's Pepperdine game will go under if it doesn't go to overtime. This Providence DePaul game is not going to go over. Yeah, not even close. My only hope now is Providence covering. Did that Valpo game go under? It's over. Ooh, this is nerve-wracking. This is always nerve-wracking right here. So what was the number? Under 139.5. It was going to be very, very close. I said that. Man, you have to scroll down a lot on Saturdays. There it is. Oh, it went under. Yes. Thank you. Went under by a lot. I remember looking like it was going to be a lot closer than that. I'm surprised. A lot of room to spare. Well, I don't like how they ban you on that site, though. You get that little message at the top that says, take a break, right? And so when you see something like take a break, it's like, okay, I'm just going to be banned for a day or two, but I never got unbanned until the other day. I don't know why I got unbanned the other day. All of a sudden, people started leaving comments on my YouTube videos saying, "Hey, you've been unbanned." Because I had been banned before that. I remember one time I got banned. I got banned for 3 months one time because I used the triple triple parentheses, you know? You know what I'm talking about? Like where you do this person's name, you know? I got banned for 3 months doing that one time. But, you know, it got lifted exactly after 3 months. So I just thought it was like a time ban that they banned me for on 9/11, but it just never got, you know. No, I can absolutely see why a message board wouldn't want alternate profiles. I absolutely can. Cuz yeah, you're right. If you just let a flood of alternate profiles come in, you know, it'll just be a troll fest, right? I think USC is going to pull this off, guys. Did it go under 141? Yep. So 2 under wins. Oh man. Did anyone here ever post on the message board called SBR? I posted there for like maybe a year. Oh yeah, people still drop my username all the time on Tiger Droppings. And people are always leaving comments on my YouTube videos saying, "Hey, we wish you were still posting." But on SBR, I also had a character. My gimmick, like, the thing is, when I post on message boards, I always have like a character, you know, like a gimmick, kind of like a wrestler. But my character on SBR is always challenging people to fights. I wonder if my SBR profile is still up. Like, this was years and years ago, like when I was still living in Las Vegas the first time. But yeah, my gimmick on SBR was like challenging people to fights. Let me see if this site's still up. It's basically a site called Sportsbook Review. It's like a website that's kind of like a monitor for offshore sports books to make sure they pay up, you know, and aren't shady. Yeah, but I used to post on their message boards way back in the day. And that was my character, you know, like I would challenge people to fights. I was never serious, but it was just funny to like mess with people. But let me see if I can find some of my old posts. Gosh. My username was Frogs Rangers. Gosh, I don't know if I'll be able to find it like that. I bet if I Googled, gosh, Lonathan Oscars. No, Travis Gregory Stano. Yeah. So my gimmick on SBR was kind of like what I did on Tiger Droppings with like the politics, but only I would like say, Travis, like here it is, like Travis Gregory Stano. This is my gimmick, right? Travis Gregory Stano says it's a total disgrace that the Thunder in the NBA Finals. So I would just like say something completely outrageous and attribute it to Travis Gregory Stano. And I did this over and over again until I got banned. But anyway, this is my username right here. But they banned me too for good for using the word. I'm not going to say the word I used, but it was some people might interpret it as a slur, but this is like back in 2013. All right. How do I view the post that this username made? Like Travis Gregory Stano says the Clippers will win tonight by 15. But anyway, Travis Gregory Stano says that Heat Celtics is the real NBA Finals, and the winner will roll over who comes out of the West. But yeah. Gosh, but there was like, I used to challenge people to fights, and I'm trying to find those threads. Like, I would just like, what was the name I would use? Like, I made a thread called like list of people whose asses I would kick or something like that. Of people whose asses I would kick. I don't know. It's just worth a shot. But it was so long ago that I doubt I could even find it. Parking meters? I don't see any. Traffic. Why do I have to do this? Just to make a search? Oh, come on. This isn't even worth it. Oh, I know one of the names I used in that thread. It was Lonathan Dambrot. Oh. No, not Jonathan, Lonathan. Here it is. Okay, I found it. Here it is. So I would tell everybody that I have my best friend's name is Lonathan Dambrot. So like people started talking crap about this guy named Lonathan Dambrot. So I was like, all you people who keep talking shit about Lonathan, keep making fun of his name, keep thinking you could take him. This is a thread to keep track of you. Each time Lonathan goes out and whoops your asses to the floor, I will bump this thread to show you the latest victim of Lonathan's wrath. Like, this was my gimmick. I wasn't serious about anything, but I used to troll people. I used to troll people like that. Good. Looks like someone volunteered to go first. Get the first ticket out of town if you can. But I used to and people would take it seriously. Like, people wouldn't catch on to the fact that I was just messing with them. And Lonathan Oscarson as well. See, and then everyone talks about this right here. But anyway, yeah. I that's what I do when I post on message boards. I always have some kind of wrestling gimmick type of thing. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Another thing I was known for on Tiger Droppings was my dating advice threads, which you've heard me talk about dating advice on this channel before. That was another thing I was known for. Yeah. But those SBR posts, that one I was just showing you was nearly 8 years old. I used to just mess with challenge people to fights and stuff. It was funny. All right, this under in the Murray State game is going to be very, very close. And like I said, as long as St. Mary's didn't go to overtime, we would have been good. And it didn't go to overtime. All right, we did go under there. All right, another win. Today is a good day live betting. I told you, my expectation based on my machine learning was 60%, more or less for totals, and we're above that today. And then we found out after the fact that spreads were right about 51%, which is why I stopped betting them. All right, what are we still waiting on? Providence, which is final, so they won, but it didn't go over, obviously. So we got to win on the spread, but a loss on the total. So, we were still profitable on live betting spreads today. So I won 10 units today live betting with the Murray State game still outstanding. The CBB model's been up and down, but mostly because I keep finding bugs and errors, garbage in, garbage out. But I fixed a major error this past Thursday, and, it's only a sample size of 3, but so far so good since I made that fix. So hopefully we close it out strong. Oh, man, I've been trolling. I used to troll on IRC when I was 12. How do you think I learned to program? Remember I don't know if any of you guys know the MIRC program, but it was a program for internet relay chat. That's where I learned to program, was scripting, stuff to troll IRC with. I had this really elaborate trolling scheme on IRC. I would have one IRC client open to sit in a channel and collect usernames, and it would feed those usernames to another IRC bot that wasn't in the channel, but it would use that to private message people. Oh man. I used to troll the hell out of IRC. I used to go to Pokemon chat rooms and scam people on Wi-Fi trades and stuff like that. Oh man, I remember the first IRC trolling I did was probably back in 1999 or so, and I used to troll AOL chat rooms. Being an internet troll is a part of my DNA. It's what I've been. I used to troll my friends on AOL Instant Messenger when I was in middle school and high school. Like I was well known for being like someone who would prank people on AOL Instant Messenger. So like I would always be accused of like, creating a fake profile or a fake MySpace page or a fake Zanga page, if any of you remember Zanga, or even a fake like LiveJournal. Like if anybody ever tried to troll somebody online at my high school, I was always one who got accused of doing it, even though it was never me like 95% of the time. It's just because the trolls that were me were so successful that I just had that reputation. I still have like my IRC files, like my troll, because I every now and then when I get bored, I'll fire back up like. But the thing is, nobody uses IRC anymore, so it's not the same. Like people still use it, but it seems like Discord is the method of choice these days for chat rooms. So I don't have IRC. I don't do it as much as I used to, but every now and then when I'm bored, I fire it up because I call it the spam script, right? I call it the spam script. That's why the folder is called spam script. So, but, oh man, I have my WNBA model in here because I used to run my WNBA model as an IRC bot so I could access it on my phone at the sports book so I wouldn't have to bring my laptop. Yeah, I ran my WNBA model. Look at the date, 2012. Yeah, I ran my WNBA model when I was living in Las Vegas off an IRC bot. So I could, at the sportsbook, because there was no Wi-Fi or anything at the sportsbooks then, So you had no way of connecting to the internet. So that way I could connect to IRC on my phone, and I had my bot at home, and it could ping my bot, yeah. Anyway, I'm looking at the file, but this is like my spam script. So here's one thing. Like I would join a Pokemon chat room. Here, I'll zoom in on this so you can see it. But for example, I would join a Pokemon chat room and I would like randomly say one of these phrases to get instant messages. I was like, for example, I need to beat the Elite Four again, and someone like would mess me. Oh, I can help you, and then that's how I'd collect my victims. Gosh, I was like. But yeah, this is like my old football, like, because I ran my old models off IRC, so I could, like I said, I could connect to the IRC channel and use the bot to get my bets. Like, here's my 2012 college football model. Like, here's Air Force. God, 2012 rankings. Wow, I forgot about this. That's when Texas A&M had Johnny Manziel. Look. Oh wow, individual stats. Yeah, Johnny Manziel. Wow, look at that. Anyway, yeah, this is like that's why it's in my IRC folder because like I said, I used to connect it to. I programmed it as a bot. But geez, where are my spam files? Like that I would use to just harass people on IRC. But that's a problem. I have all my model files mixed in with it, so I can't find the goodies that I'd use to like harass people. But yeah, gosh, this takes me back. What's this, a WIMP? I'm trying to find like the files that I would troll people with. Anyway, I don't know where they are, but you get the idea. Gosh, that takes me back. Oh man, it's been a long time since I trolled on IRC. It's been at least a few years, but I used to have so much fun doing it because, I was very creative. Because a lot of the like Pokemon websites and other games that would attract like younger audiences that you could just troll the hell out of. I mean, I was only a teenager at the time, so it's not like I was a creep. Like, I used to troll Pokemon chat rooms when I was like 13. The art of trolling. Yeah, I could. By the way, are these drivers in this Heineken Cats in the Cradle commercial real drivers, or are they just actors? Like, I don't recognize them. Anyway, where's that Murray State game? Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. Yeah, like make a video about the art of trolling. Oh, it went under, thank God. All right, that should be it for today's live bets. So final live betting stream record day, 46 and 32. That might be my best so far. Yeah, I went 44 and 32 on the 30th. But that was the same day I had a really bad Saturday, like on pregame bets. So yeah, 59%. Yeah, that's my highest so far this year. Oh man, I haven't trolled a Pokemon chat room probably since I was in college. Yeah, it's been at least 12 years since I did that. It's just that's where I got like my trolling start. Can you ask the WNBA and UFC questions again? Because I can't find them. Oh, there they are. I see them. Yeah, WNBA. I had success at first betting WNBA in 2012, but it faded away like everything else. I think the Olympic break kind of ruined things that year, but that's the only year I've ever bet WNBA. I've never done it outside of that. Because, I was in Las Vegas and just looking for stuff to bet besides baseball that summer. Okay, so the Rosbergs are real drivers. Okay. I just wasn't sure. But I see that commercial like tons of time, multiple times a day. I like the song Cats in the Cradle, but it's making me, you kind of, I'm not getting sick of it, but, Yeah, today was a successful day. I think, yeah, plus 10.8 units, and this is probably closer to minus 0.3 units. So I only have UC Santa Barbara or Hawaii spread, which is, I'm not going to stay up for that, and Utah money line and spread, which they're off to a good start. So today could be a good day. I think I was down something like 23 units on the year before today, so if I can cut that in half, I'll take it. Well, yeah, that's what I noticed about my post on Tiger droppings, because, I admit I played a little bit of a troll persona, but people either really liked it or really hated it. There was, no in between. Like I said, there's a lot of posters there really liked what I posted and thought it was funny, and other people didn't find the humor in it. And that's kind of how it is in real life, because honestly, that's kind of what I had to learn throughout the years. I kind of had to learn how to be a professional, because, I always kind of like to be that guy who would kind of joke around and, kind of, be funny. And I learned that doesn't really fly in a more professional environment, and it took me a couple years to adapt to that. Because, doing stuff like I would do at TCU, like turning the lights off on people in the bathroom, I would do that at work, and it wouldn't go over so well. Yeah, Adrian, I think that's why I have so much success betting second half lines. Like, I think my record speaks for itself betting second halves this season in college basketball, and I should do it more. But yeah, I'm hitting nearly 55% on second. I think it's because I can get the second halves, because I get on them so quick that I can bet them before the market affects them. Like when I wake up in the morning and place bets on games, in the morning, those lines have been out for 8-9 hours, so it allows a lot of people to bet them. It allows the markets to kind of shape them. But yeah, I'm having a lot of success betting second halves and live lines because, like I said, I can get those lines before the market can sharpen them. So I think I'm gonna, for the rest of the season, I'm gonna have a more second half centric strategy because it's clear that I have an edge there. Yeah, I used to have a big collection of Pokemon cards, and my parents sold it in a garage sale, and I'm still mad at them to this day because some of those cards would be worth some money today. No, Adrian, I'm thinking about like, I already kind of shifted towards that strategy today because I actually, at the very beginning of the live stream this morning, I said, hey, these bets up here that I made before the game started, I only placed like half a unit on those. I'm saving all my bankroll today for second halves. And I made that in, and it paid off for me today. Easily. And so I'm thinking about for the rest of the year, like having a heavily centric second half betting strategy. The problem with that, though, is that you actually have to be sitting at your computer waiting for those lines to come up. So it's kind of hard to have like a life, if you know what I mean. You know, because one thing that kind of drives me nuts about this season is that there's a lot of midweek games that are played in the morning. So like, if I want to go to the gym or whatever, I'll miss out on that second half opportunity, for example. So that's the downside of betting second halves is you have to be ready, like ready for that line to pop up, enter in the numbers, and then bet it like that. Yeah, I was down like 23 units on the year coming into today. But if this holds, assuming this all holds, that's about a 13 unit. No, remember you got to cut that in half. So about a 12 and a half unit day. So yeah, I'll cut that in half. But yeah, but that's the thing. It's really hard to have like my website, for example, focused on second half bets. You know, like how would I implement my second half bets into this? I guess I could do like a running blog post, maybe. Yeah. I mean, it's not like there's a ton of games played in the morning and afternoon during the week, but there's enough. There was a few yesterday, maybe 2, 3, or 4. Like Saturdays are there. They're going to be games start to finish, right? So, yeah, maybe I could do like a blog post because I'm not going to do the stream every day. So if any of you guys want to know what my second half bets are, maybe I can like make a running blog post. Hey, here's my second half bets. Yeah, what is this? Like this number is not accurate because it's accurate. So yes, according to these pages, I am down 48.7 units, but you got to remember that's if I were to bet 1 unit on every single game, which I don't do. Like I'm not going to bet 1 unit on Saturday because I think there's 41 games here. That would mean if I would not bet 41% of my bankroll in a single day. I'm not going to do that. So like I might bet like I think I bet like a quarter of a unit on all these, right? But on a day like, where's a day where I didn't have a lot of plays? Like a day like this, yeah, I can bet a full unit on these because there's only 10, right? So that'd only be 10% of my bankroll if I bet, 1% on each one. That's different. So yeah, I probably did win 0.25 units that day. But any day where because my rule is never bet more than 20% of your bankroll on a single day. So any day where there's more than 20 plays, I did not bet more than 20 units on those days. So this is like 23 point something units accurate. And I want to say also, you got to remember, I don't put my live bets in second halves on this page either, which have done well this year, obviously. So that's another reason why this number is lower too. You just got to take my word for that. But I haven't lied to you guys, so that's like what my channel is based on, is not lying about my record and being 100% honest. So I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like if you had no life, you go back to all my live streams since January 13 and actually verify these records. Because remember last Saturday, it was like so bad I ended the stream early. I was like, yeah, this day's a train wreck. I'm just going to quit now. I shut my Twitter down because of the censorship. I had a Twitter. I used to post my plays on Twitter every day in baseball season and basketball season last year. Oh, yeah. But I'm not using Twitter anymore after the censorship spree. Yeah, I'm about to call it quits too. This stream's been going on for almost 10 hours now, so I should probably stop. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming today. I don't know if I'll do this on Wednesday or not. We'll see. But I'll definitely probably try to establish like a second half betting blog post or something on my site, sportsbettingtruth.com. Because, yeah, I'm going to definitely... It's clear I have an edge there, and my back testing proves it, so... Thanks, everybody, for tuning in the 10 hours today. It was a fun one. All right, everybody, have a good day.